You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's December the 2nd, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News here at paceradio.net. Just so you know, Cindy and Glenn aren't available today, so I'm going alone when that happens. I've got 8 stories that I'm going to cover today. They're going to come from Canada, the USA, Germany, and the Czech Republic. So if you're on YouTube, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. And other than that, I will get started into the news. First up from StratCan, headline says, Cannabis vapes coming to the SQDC by fall of 2025. Gee, you'd think with cannabis being legalized in Canada now for 6 years that these would have already been in Quebec, but no, they weren't. Yeah, the Sorte Québécois de Cannabis is adding vaping products to its product offering, but consumers will have to wait a year or so to buy them. In an information note to all suppliers based on or posted on November the 28th, the provincial cannabis wholesaler and retailer says it was decided to finally allow the sale of vape products in order to provide a lower risk alternative to Quebec customers compared to unregulated vape products that are easily purchased across the country. The SQDC company will hold an online meeting on December the 10th to explain this to suppliers its requirements for batteries and cartridges to ensure products comply with regulations and that the new process goes smoothly. The SQDC says it is giving itself approximately 1 year before beginning to sell these products. They say in a bulletin, in a year or so, Quebec customers will have access to quality regulated products. Will know exactly what they are inhaling and will be guided by knowledgeable, trained advisors. The new category will be introduced gradually with an initial rollout of about 20 products. The SQDC will hold 2 separate product calls, one for batteries and the other for cannabis vape cartridges. The first online meeting on December the 10th will also be the opening date of the battery product call and an end of date of January the 31st, 2025. Now, the SQDC will then open up a product call for cannabis vape carts on March the 31st, which will end April the 25th of next year. The planned start of sales will be the fall of 2025. Now, a media relations team representative with the SQDC told Stratcan via email that we took this decision in response to the rising popularity of its method of use and the risks associated with vaping products from the illegal market. These products frequently contain banned chemical substances and THC levels that exceed Quebec standards, appealing flavors and aromas, especially for young people, and make inaccurate claims. It's going to be interesting in what they talk about Quebec standards when it comes to the THC level. Despite a provincial ban, a quarter of cannabis using Quebecers report using cannabis vapes, according to a survey from the Institute of Statistics to Quebec in early 2024. 25% of Quebecers who reported consuming cannabis in the past year said they had vaped it. So people are obviously ignoring that law. Quebec banned cannabis vape pens in 2019. Since then, since there is no legal source for cannabis vapes in Quebec, residents took ISQ that they sourced their vapes from family and friends, from legal sources in other provinces, from illicit suppliers, and or from online. Newfoundland and Labrador have also previously banned the sale of cannabis vapes, but began allowing them in 2022. PEI also banned cannabis vapes. The provincial online store did recently list a few vapes, but they are now listed as out of stock. The survey results come from the 2023 Quebec Cannabis Survey collected between February and July of 2023 from 13,000 people. The first results of the survey were released back in October of 2023, and most Quebecers who consume cannabis do so by smoking. That's 81%, while 31% reported using edibles, 23% consuming oral cannabis drops such as cannabis oils. These oils have the same active ingredient as in cannabis edibles. And you can buy, say, per package, higher THC levels overall per package when you use the oils. Now, about 71% of Quebecers over the age of 15 who consumed cannabis in the last year reported getting at least some of their cannabis from legal stores in Quebec. Now, how is it over the age of 15? So how's a 16-year-old getting their legal cannabis from a store? I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. So maybe over time. All righty. On to the next story. We've got, there it is. It said find it. This one's coming to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says German hospitals want greater medical cannabis telemedicine integration. Let's find out what this is all about. The German Hospital Association, the DKG, and the German Society for Telemedicine have issued a joint position paper calling for increased medical cannabis telemedicine in German hospitals and doctors' hospitals. The association and safety cite a shortage of specialized workers, especially in rural areas. As one reason, greater integration is warranted. Telemedicine involves patients visiting a doctor over the internet instead of the doctor's office, and DKG and DG Telemed indicated that their joint position paper that is too important to move away from the idea that good care can only be provided at the location. The position paper was published earlier this year. It says telemedicine gives doctors access to specialist knowledge and patients access to care to their homes. This avoids many transfers. This saves valuable resources at both university hospitals and smaller hospitals, according to Bernard Marx. He's the chairman of board of DG Telemed. It goes on to say that care should also be able to be provided regardless of location if this benefits the patient. Demand for medical cannabis in Germany is on the rise after the nation adopted adult use legalization reform earlier this year. During the first 3 full months following Germany's enactment of the CanG adult use legalization law, legal medical cannabis imports increased by over 70%. compared to the previous period. The German cannabis market is home to 4 to 8 million consumers and patients with a total potential market value of between 7.8 and 15.6 billion euros, according to data provided by the leading economists. And they say to completely supply German recreational medical cannabis demand, Germany's cannabis industry would need to produce over 948,000 kilograms of flower annually, according to Whitney Economics. That's a lot of cannabis. There's no doubt about that. But wonder what they're doing to get that there. All right. Cheers, man. Thanks for commenting. Anybody else wants to comment? Go ahead. I'll throw them up on the board. All righty. On to my next story. And this one's coming from the U.S. And it happens to do, it's a bit of an update of a story that we touched on earlier. And this has to do with the past elections, which is still going on the cannabis end of things. And the headline there says that Nebraska state judge tosses legal challenge to medical marijuana ballot measures. That's right. Threw her out. A Nebraska judge sided with a campaign behind a pair of victorious medical marijuana ballot measures and tossed out fraud allegations, clearing the way for the pro-cannabis laws to be implemented and a new cannabis market launched in the Midwestern state. All right, that's good news. Oh, well, there we go. Unfortunately, I can't get any more. I didn't realize that, but yeah, it's good to see that in Nebraska, that they have, the law has decided that the medical cannabis program will go on, will happen. So that's good stuff. All righty, well, that was a short story. I wasn't expecting that. I've never had any problems with the green market reports in the past, so I wasn't expecting that one. All righty, on to the next story. And this one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. Headline there says veteran group asks federal appeals court to let it participate in marijuana rescheduling hearing next week. A veterans organization has filed a challenge with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit in an effort to force the DEA to include the group in upcoming hearings on the Biden administration's proposal to move cannabis to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act. The group, Veterans Action Council, VAC, which focuses on legal cannabis access for military veterans, said in a letter to the court this week that it submitted a request for the DEA in an effort to participate in the hearings, but never received any response from the agency. Well, these guys, I can tell you, they're involved. The DEA administration law judge on the matter, John Maroney, later rejected the group's request for him to add it as a participant in the hearings. He made it clear to us that we were formally denied access to this hearing by the DEA, the group said in the new letter. At the time, VAC said its exclusion from the cannabis proceedings is a travesty of justice, arguing that the denial would exclude key voices that would be affected by rescheduling. The group asserts in the new appeal letter that its members and other veterans would be harmed by moving cannabis to Schedule 3. Only a move to Schedule 5, it says, would elevate our injury. We appreciate, this is what goes on with it, to what they say here. They say, we appreciate the hard work of the DEA and Health and Human Service Administration on this rescheduling process. However, as we articulated in a request to the DEA, we argue that Schedule 5 would be a necessary conclusion of a fair hearing on this proposed rule. The group says that in the letter that its members have immense experience in this field, noting that 3 of the organizations that were selected to participate in this rescheduling hearings are run by or were previously run by colleagues or council members of our Veteran Action Council. Despite others slated to appear at the hearings, VAC, contends that there will be no participant making this specific case for Schedule 5 as a unique solution, providing relief to injury from the proposed rulemaking and given the available evidence. No participant makes the case that we intend to make, the filing says, adding that there wasn't any argument proposed by any participants in favor of a schedule greater than 3. Issues such as the lack of other hearing participants arguing for a lower scheduling standard certainly raise a serious doubt on the process DEA employed while creating this participants list from the many like VAC that applied, and also gives rise to suspicion that the DEA may have cherry-picked from those requesting standing, hoping for just such an outcome. A list of participants are standing almost exclusively speaking the language of drug prohibition. And as we reported in our last show, there's some issues there with SMART and the DEA doing some discussion behind the scenes. Michael Krawitz, a VAC council member, said in a statement that veterans deserve a fair process that takes into account their lived experiences and medical needs. The DEA's exclusion of VAC silences a critical perspective advocating for Schedule 5, which would provide veterans with the necessary access to cannabis as a medical treatment through the Veterans Affairs system. The appeal from VAC isn't the only legal challenge filed in the run-up to the cannabis rescheduling hearings, which are set to begin on Monday. So that's today. Also this week, an attorney filed a lawsuit against the DEA for allegedly violating public record laws, requesting that a court compel the agency to disclose communications with the prohibitionist group Smart Approaches to marijuana during the ongoing marijuana rescheduling process. And that's what I was talking about just a second ago. Just days after the DEA administration law judge denied a motion to remove DEA itself from the hearings on the cannabis proceedings, while at the same time recognizing the seriousness of the alleged ex parte contact with Sam, according to the attorney's notes. The alleged ex parte communications were central to a separate motion filed with DEA Judge John Maroney that sought DEA's removal from the proceedings. The motion was rejected last Wednesday, but the judge dedicated a significant portion of his order to criticizing DEA and Sam for failing to adequately respond to the main claims of impropriety. He did not, however, compel them to provide any records. Why didn't they just remove Sam? Get Sam out of the process. It's obviously going to be harder to get the DEA out of there. Sam might have been something to go after. Meanwhile, a pre-hearing statement submitted to Maroney on Tuesday, the DEA previewed this testimony and its own witnesses plan to provide at the upcoming hearings without clarifying where it stands on the rescheduling process. The agency also said that the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which carried out a scientific review that informed the proposal to move to Schedule 3, rejected its request to provide witnesses. With the initial primary hearing scheduled for today, the merit-based proceedings were delayed until at least 2025, after Maroney notified DEA that it provided insufficient information about the 25 selected witnesses that the DEA administrator Ann Milligan submitted. Separately, the judge last week denied a request from a cannabis and psychedelics researcher to postpone the upcoming rescheduling hearing over the agency's alleged improper blocking of witnesses, while arguing that the process should be halted at least until President-elect Donald Trump's administration comes into power so it can review the rulemaking. Vice President Kamala Harris said ahead of this month's election that part of the reason for the delay in the administration cannabis rescheduling effort is federal bureaucracy that slows things down, including at the DEA. And in March, she also expressed some frustration with the bureaucratic process of rescheduling cannabis prior to the DEA's recommendation, calling on the DEA to expediently finish the job. While Biden administration facilitated a review that led to the DOJ rescheduling proposal, Trump has also voiced support for the reform. In Congress, numerous lawmakers to share their own perspectives on the proposed reform with DEA and DOJ since the Schedule 3 announcement was made. In August, for example, Chuck Grassley raised concerns about the Biden administration's justification for recommending cannabis rescheduling, demanding answers to questions from federal agencies about how they arrived at the decision in what he described as a rushed and unconventional administrative process. A week earlier, top Democratic senators including Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, sent a separate letter to the DOJ's Garland and DEA's Milgram, urging the agencies to promptly finalize the rules to reschedule cannabis. While rescheduling would remove certain research barriers and free up state licensed cannabis businesses to take federal tax deductions under the internal or the IRS code known as 280E, it would not legalize cannabis. Correct. So this story goes on, but the veterans group did not get is not there, and as far as I'm concerned, they should be. They've been doing great work. Their programs or their videos that they've been doing with interviews and stuff have been running here on the Pace Radio Network, and they are veterans that are out there working hard for veterans access to medical cannabis. So I can see why they're upset, and I'd want to be there too if I was those guys, because they speak all over the world talking about cannabis, and they're being denied that here in their own country. So, all righty, time for me to go to have a break. It's medication time. I see I got 4 more stories to go. I'll be right back after I medicate. So you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education and News. I'm live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. All right, and back from my medication session. Just so you know, Cindy and Glenn weren't available today, so when that happens, I go alone. All righty. First story of the second half of the show. We got four articles to cover in total, and here I go. First up from StratCan, Canadian cannabis companies bringing THC-infused sublingual pouches to the market. What's this? Two Canadian cannabis companies have recently launched the first THC-infused oral pouches. Sensi Brands, Chillos by Potluck, and The Good Shroom Co.'s DVPs. Both brand products are marketed as pouches to be placed in the lip or gum, similar to caffeine and nicotine-infused pouches like Zyn and Zonic, which have exploded in popularity in 2024. The Good Shroom's DYPs were announced on October the 22nd, quickly followed by Sensi Brands Chillos on November the 25th. Both come with 10 milligrams THC pouches per container. The Chillos are advertised as having a rapid onset, delivering THC effects within 10 to 15 minutes, and come in 4 flavors, while the DVPs come in 2 flavors. Well, this isn't smoked herb, I'll tell you. The DVP products reached shelves in Alberta in early November, with plans to launch in October in 2025. Hey, anybody from Alberta, you got any there? Send us a comment, will you? While the Chillos are expected to be available in Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta retailers starting the week of December 9th, and additional provinces in 2025. So here in Ontario, that's in a week's time. We're thrilled to bring DVPs to the market in Alberta, says Eric Ronsi. He's the CEO of the Good Shroom Company Limited. Shrooms, like, and they said that in October. This product launch represents an important milestone for our company and for the Canadian cannabis market. DVPs offer consumers a convenient, affordable, and familiar way to consume THC, and we believe familiar way to consume THC by putting it under in your lip. And we believe strong feedback from our sales teams demonstrate the potential of this new category. Like, you could medicate almost anywhere with these things, by the sounds of it, you know, in the mall, at the theater, wherever. Sensi Brand CEO Tony Gordy says the process of developing the product from concept to retail shelves was around 2 years, with the company taking care to ensure that they could control every aspect of the development and distribution. He says, innovating and delivering a breakthrough product that redefines how cannabis is consumed was a challenging and extremely rewarding journey that we started over 2 years ago. Yeah, I'd say it's redefines. He goes on to say that creations of Chillos by Potluck required the development of a new domestic supply chain and built out our internal manufacturing capability. Sensi Brands proudly manufactures all products internally, providing Sensi with first mover advantage, full control over production, IP, and quality, and the ability to rapidly scale to meet customer demand. He also says that we believe that our customers appreciate the quality of our locally sourced and manufactured products compared to container source. Sensi Brands carries an array of products under its Potluck brand, as well as Station House, which is also a third cannabis farm gate store in Ontario. Wonder where that is. Sensimilia and Good Greens Medical. The Good Shroom was launched unique products with its THC infused random noodles, and infused crunchy peanuts, as well as edibles, pre-rolls, and capsules. Noodles. Editor's note says that another company, 61 Charlie, has a similar product available on the medicinal platform Mendo Cannabis. And there we go. There's these little pouches. I have seen them at some actually it was at Can Expo was the last time I saw them at. And they weren't up and running yet as far as being used or sold. It was seen to be something that was upcoming. So maybe that's who those people were. But it would seem strange, but I could see there's some advantages of it. But for the people who prefer the real thing, I can't see a pouch being the real thing for somebody who likes to consume herb all the time. So alrighty, on to the next story. Here I go. This one comes to me from cannabis.net. Headline says, Trump's not so cannabis friendly cabinet picks. His VP, AG, head of the CDC, and FDA nominees all hate legal weed. That's what the headline says. Let's see what the story says. President-elect Donald Trump's key appointments for roles in the Department of Justice, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and Food and Drug Administration have sparked significant concern among cannabis advocates. Pam Bondi, Dave Welland, and Dr. Marty Makary. Trump's picks for Attorney General, CDC Director, and FDA Commissioner, respectively, have all expressed strong opposition to cannabis reform. Throw that in with Trump's VP, J.D. Vance, saying that all cannabis is laced with fentanyl, and you get the point. Their collective stance suggests a potential federal pivot towards stricter enforcement of cannabis laws and a rollback of progress made in cannabis legalization efforts. Well, it's going to be a battle. Trump's AG pick, Pam Bondi, on cannabis. Looks like we're going to go through each of them. President-elect Donald Trump's reported consideration of former Florida Governor General Pam Bondi for the role of U.S. Attorney General has drawn attention to her strong conservative stance on a range of issues, including her opposition to cannabis reform. As Florida's top legal official from 2011 to 2019, Bondi consistently opposed the expansion of cannabis access, including medical access, and worked to limit legalization efforts in the state. Bondi was a vocal critic of Florida's 2011 medical cannabis ballot initiative, which sought to legalize cannabis for patients with debilitating conditions. She argued that the measure's language was too broad and could lead to widespread abuse, effectively turning the state into what she described as the Wild West of cannabis use. Her opposition contributed to the initiative falling short of the required 60% voter approval threshold. Although medical cannabis was later approved by Florida voters in 2016, Bondi maintained her cautious stance of the issue, emphasized the need for strict regulations. As Attorney General, Bondi also supported law enforcement actions targeting illegal cannabis operations and echoed concerns about cannabis being a potential gateway drug. If appointed as U.S. Attorney, Bondi's past actions suggest she could support stricter federal enforcement of cannabis laws, potentially clashing with states that have implemented broader legalization policies. Her approach aligns with more traditional anti-reform perspective on cannabis, signaling potential challenges for advocates of cannabis legalization under her leadership. Now, President-elect Trump's selection of former Congressman Dave Welland to lead the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention could mark a significant shift in the agency's stance on cannabis reform. While the CDC's role in shaping federal policy is limited, it was recently taken steps to improve public access to information on cannabis use. Welland, however, is a staunch opponent of reform, with a congressional record that includes voting against measures protecting state medical cannabis programs and supporting resolutions opposing medical cannabis legalization. During his time in Congress from 1995 to 2009, Weldon repeatedly argued against cannabis medical value. In 2001 House Subcommittee hearing, he dismissed medical cannabis as a veiled attempt to legalize recreational drug use, accusing advocates of exploiting vulnerable patients. As a physician, he claimed to have seen no legitimate medical indications for cannabis and suggested that smoking the drug could lead to lung cancer. Weldon also criticized the lack of global scientific research validating cannabis medical potential, arguing that its absence undermined claims of efficacy. Weldon also supported the gateway drug theory, asserting that cannabis use often precedes harder drug use, despite the difficulty of proving causation. He maintained that interviews with heroin users indicate many began with cannabis, which he cited as evidence of its gateway effect. If confirmed, Weldon's leadership could steer the CDC towards a more conservative approach to cannabis, potentially reversing recent efforts to provide balanced information on its use and risk. Now, Trump's choice of the FDA commissioner, Dr. Marty Makary, has expressed skepticism about medical cannabis, citing concerns about its links to cardiovascular problems and mental health risks in youth. He has also promoted the gateway drug theory, suggesting cannabis use can lead to the consumption of more dangerous substances. As the FDA plays a crucial role in shaping federal cannabis policy, Makary's stance could influence the agency's approach under the incoming administration. Now, he's a surgeon and medical commentator. He has argued that modern cannabis is far more potent than in the past, raising potential health risks, particularly with adolescents. Speaking on the Mind Body Green podcast, he highlighted research suggesting a significant increase in the risk of psychosis later in life for teens who use cannabis. While he clarified that he was not making a statement about legalization itself, he emphasized that describing cannabis as entirely safe is inconsistent with scientific evidence. These views are also detailed in his book, Blind Spots, where he challenges claims that cannabis is harmless or not a gateway drug. On the IQ thing, just so you know, there's been reports that have come out recently about the fact that men, as they get older in life, who started with cannabis at younger ages, as they got older in life, their cognitive functions declined very little compared to those who did not use cannabis. Additionally, Makary has disputed economic arguments for legalization, particularly the idea that it undermines illicit cannabis trafficking. He has contended that organized crime groups, including cartels and Chinese criminal organizations, continue to dominate cannabis sales in states like California, Oklahoma, and Kentucky. Makary further criticized these groups for exploiting workers in what he describes as a modern form of slavery on U.S. soil. His appointment suggests a potential cautious and critical approach to cannabis policy within the FDA. So there you go. That's their opinion on things, and some of those names, if those are the way that they may treat the cannabis end, that's not going to be good news. And they're not the only ones. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I know people are watching and seeing what goes down, but we'll find out in due course, I guess. Alrighty, story number 8. We're heading off to Czech Republic, and there with the headline: Czech general practitioners to start prescribing medical cannabis in 2025. All right. Starting on April the 1st, and that's no joke, 2025, general practitioners in the Czech Republic will be authorized to prescribe medical cannabis to suffering patients. The policy change is a result of a new decree from the nation's Minister of Health. It says the decree allows GPs to prescribe medicinal cannabis for chronic, intractable pain. Ministry spokesman Andre Jacob said, according to local reporting by Prague Morning, medical cannabis was first legalized in Czech Republic in 2013. However, only specialists can currently prescribe it, resulting in roughly 8,000 patients receiving legal access. Well, now we're going to the GPs. This may get more patients in there. If GPs can prescribe opiates such as morphine, it is logical they should also be allowed to prescribe medicinal cannabis. Here, here. Yes, that's for sure. And that's according to Petra Sunka, as chairman of the Association of GPs in the Czech Republic. Now, according to a recent study conducted by researchers from Ukraine and France and published by the U.S. National Institute of Health, 57 countries have adopted medical cannabis measures. Per the European Monitoring Center for Drugs and Drug Addiction, nearly 30% of Czech adults have consumed cannabis at least once in their lifetime, and 11% report having consumed cannabis within the last year. The average rate for once-a-year consumption across Europe is 8%, according to the data. The Czech Republic's cabinet recently approved a plan that would permit adults in the European nation to cultivate multiple plants in their private residences and possess a personal amount of cannabis. Multiple plants. Nice. Let's hope that means more than two. The plan, which would legalize the cultivation of up to 3 cannabis plants, not much more, and set a maximum possession limit of 50 grams of cannabis, was originally introduced by the Czech Republic's Ministry of Justice back in September of 2024. And in October of 2022, an expert study was commissioned by the Czech Republic Pirate Party, and it found that a taxed and regulated cannabis industry would generate tax revenue from 26.5 million to 73 million euros per year. So, 3 cannabis plants. I'm hoping the possession limit of 50 grams does not include home storage, because that's just that would just be ridiculous to just only allow them to have 50 grams, but they allow you to grow 5 or 3 plants. You're sure going to get a lot more than 50 grams. So 50 grams, if that's possession out and about, that's almost twice till we get here in Canada. So that can be a good thing, right? Okay, last story of the day. This one's coming to me from CTV News. This is actually a story that Cindy sent to me. She was hoping to have it last Thursday, but she couldn't find it. Instead, she ended up finding that one on the big bus going on down there in the harbors in Halifax. But yeah, here we go. Headline says, Nova Scotia RCMP sees illegal cannabis from Middle Saxville store twice in 1 week. As I said, this is from CTV News. Then here we go. Nova Scotia RCMP seized illegal cannabis from a Middle Saxville store twice in the last week. Police say they executed a search warrant at a Saxville Drive storefront on November the 20th. They arrested a 53-year-old Halifax man and seized cannabis. On November the 27th, police returned to the store and arrested a 40-year-old Dartmouth man. They also seized illegal cannabis, cash, electronic mobile devices, vape products, hashish, unstamped tobacco. Both men were released on conditions and later appear in court to face charges of possession for the purpose of selling and possession for the purpose of distributing under the Cannabis Act. And the investigation is ongoing. I know there's something to that Cindy wanted to discuss while she was on the show. And unfortunately, I don't know what it is. I'm trying to think whether it was that this place was close to her, not far from her, or whether this was a story from one of the reserves. I'm not 100% sure. But she'll be back she should be back next Monday. Glenn will be returning on Thursday. He's been off for a little bit. So, but as far as stories, that's it. I'm done. There's no more stories for today. And like I said, Glenn should be back on Thursday, and Cindy next Monday. And other than that, that's my news report for today, December the 2nd. Cross your fingers on what's going down in the U.S. No major decisions or anything like that on the cannabis end, but they're starting the rescheduling process down there today. Let's hope it's completely descheduled and or it's legal across the states, all states, not just some. Because when you legalize cannabis, you legalize it for everybody, not just for a few. So other than that, thanks to our buds, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, as well as at ease.ca. And in closing, I'd like to say thank you for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Other than that, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the hashes. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Pace Radio Network, created by patients for patients, and for those who need to know.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
exactly.
They were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
All together, then we're just. You're watching the 420 Pace Network Found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, welcome to the Hi
Guys. And hi to everybody out there in cyber world.
I'm smoking my first doobie, so I'm tired more than anything.
Oh yeah. Well, I went out for a walk before the broadcast. And
I was out for a walk.
Did you? I went out
down the end of my driveway and back.
I'm inside. I'm inside, so I'm not smoking inside. So.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll smoke one for you.
All right. Well, I got I got vape pens here, but I just don't have any doobies.
Are you okay? So are you? I think we've had this conversation, but are you choosing other than isolates and distillates? Like, are you getting rosins and stuff like that? Yeah,
correct. Yeah. I got a live resin right here.
So I got a question for you, Al.
Yeah.
Why aren't you squishing your own rosin?
Why?
Did you break it again?
I don't have any plates to do that.
What happened to the plates?
The plates that we were using at the events were Buddy's and not mine.
He doesn't let you use them, or he's using them?
As far as I know, he's using them, but I've never bothered to ask him.
This is the same guy that we went to visit when I was there, right?
I don't remember you visiting there. I don't remember you visiting.
So it's another guy.
It was
you took me, and he had everything in his garage, and he's a mechanic.
Oh, okay. I think yeah. It'd be him.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be him. Okay. He's not a mechanic, but yeah, you could think that though.
Yeah, I thought he was.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can see that. I got the sun coming in today.
I have that issue every afternoon. I have to come in here because the sun comes in because I'm facing southwest.
Yeah.
The sun just all afternoon, and it comes down, and I'm like, I can't even see the fucking TV, man.
Oh wow, really? Well, I used to get hit here at 10 in the morning, and what I've done is I've taken a birthday card that I got from my friend 420 Deb, and I stuck it in the window over the weekend. Gail was going to throw it out, and I said, no, I could use that, and I stuck it in the window to block the sun from coming in at me.
I put a towel up on the curtain rod.
Oh, I've only
got shears, eh?
Yeah, I've got a TY hoodie hanging over here to block the other window. Yeah, because the sun comes right in, eh? You can see it behind me.
Yep, I get the sun during the day and the moon in the evening. Well, when there's no,
believe me, it's nice to see the sun. It will warm up our unit here.
So you got some snow, I hear, finally.
Oh, yeah, I guess if you could call it that. Like, I can still see the grass.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gravenhurst and Bracebridge and that got all fucking just crushed.
Oh, Gravenhurst got nailed. 140 centimeters. That works out to like 4.5 feet of snow.
We're in for. We've got a weather warning for this afternoon into tomorrow. Snow squall warnings. I mean, it's sunny right now, but snow squall warnings and high winds and drifting, and there will be play tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, Wednesday, that's tomorrow. Yeah, we're supposed to get a pile of snow tomorrow, 10 to 15 centimeters.
We're going to get it after we get it. It's coming from Alberta and then coming down. It's a southern one this time, so you're supposed to get it.
Well, let's just hope that it runs out of snow after before it gets to me.
Sharon already got it. My sister already got it.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
But
I
it was
know,
gone. It was gone with, as soon as the sun comes out, it's gone. Now we've got snow and it's not leaving because it's -9.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna still have some plus temperatures, but just very low plus temperatures. So let's see for today. Just so everybody knows, we got the 5 high list. We've got some recipes.
It's the high 5 list, not the 5 high list.
Yeah. Okay. We got some sports news. Did you get your news headline figured out?
Oh fuck. No. I didn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I know that I know this place where I can find all kinds of cannabis news.
I was going to ask you, we should talk about at some point, maybe not today, but we've not really talked about what's happened in the U.S. And I'm not talking about Trump or anybody else. I'm talking about what's happened in the individual states as far as cannabis goes, because there's some big news going on down there. Right. And then today, is that the news that I was looking at? The DEA, they are in the process of making some major changes towards cannabis.
Yeah. I've got a story that'll help cover that. So when we get
all right,
down
well
to the
then
news,
then let's leave it at that, and that's our news for the day. Yep.
Correct.
And I've got for later on in the show, I've got a high 7 list, as Al mentioned, and I'm a limited series review that I've watched called The Madness. So we're going to watch the trailer of that.
Madness. Oh, movies.
No, TV show. They don't call them movies on Netflix. They call them limited series.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Come on, catch up, Al.
I did not know that.
I'm feeling you're making me, because you're sitting so high in your chair, you're making me feel like a little tiny gnome here, Al. Yeah, thank you. There, that's better. And you know what? In our new little, I touched up our little thing there, our intro. I even took the time to make sure our heads and that were at the same size, because the first one I did, your head was fucking huge. Now, I need you, while I've got you on the air, I'm going to throw a hook at you and make
How's this?
That's better. There you go. That's better. I can't see you, though. You're blending into the background. I need you to do a avatar, please, and thank you.
Yeah, I've never made one.
No, you need to make one, because I don't want to make one, because I'd have to change mine.
Well,
I tried to make the avatar look like you on the 3 High Guys page, because you can add an avatar now.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't give you the option of dressing it and changing it and stuff like that. You get a selection of several different avatars that you can use, and that's what you get.
Right.
So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I've never made one, just never had any use.
But I need one. I need you to make one.
Okay, all right. I'll have to make myself a note. Make an avatar. Because I'll forget.
Well, it's either that or I use one of the cartoon apps.
Well, I didn't you see that? Do you remember I sent you a picture of one that Gail made me one. And that was for a t-shirt that she got made for us. Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah, I'll have to. It'd be a while before I found it, I think. But it might be there. I'm gonna take Boo, see if it's still there. Because you just never know. It could be. So we've got. Shall we take a quick break and bring in your high 5 list?
Sure, and it's just one we're going to look at, and it's points that are pretty on spec with real life, as opposed to fake news.
Mm-hmm.
Fake.
Okay.
News. Oh, I don't have my fake news thing here. Never mind.
Yeah, I thought that picture would have showed up by now, but I'll keep looking. I'll just keep looking.
It's okay. All right. Yep. Let's do the thing.
Let's do the thing. Okay, we'll be back in like 20 seconds. Don't leave. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
It's certainly high on the list.
There you are.
I left.
You left. Where'd you go?
I went to the basement.
Oh.
So today.
Oh, basement. Talking about basement. Okay, go ahead. We'll talk about basement later. So this is.
All right.
Go ahead.
I can't even read it. You're going to have to read it, buddy. My eyes are that bad. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So this is 7 reasons hemp is the most powerful plant in the world.
Which is true. It is also the most diverse plant in the world.
Yes. Yes. So number 1. Well, let's start at the bottom. Number 7.
Oh, give me time to say number 7, would you?
Okay.
Number 7.
Heart surgeon calls CBD oil the most important medicine ever discovered for cancer, diabetes, and heart disease.
Now, I will agree with that, but it's not just CBD. Sorry.
Okay.
Although we're talking about hemp, so in that case, I guess it is.
Correct.
Now,
yeah.
Question before you go on to the next one.
Yeah.
Do hemp plants, hemp strain, which is generally a sativa, correct?
That's the way I know as well. Yeah.
Does it have any THC in it at all?
Hemp is classified with it has to be like 0.3 or 0.03%.
So most hemp plants
basically no. There's very little. Very little.
Are CBD, high CBD, correct? And other things. Most hemp is high CBD.
It has CBD in it. I don't know what the percentage is, but yeah.
Okay.
It just has very little THC in it.
Number 6.
Hemp seeds are superfood. Yes, I know for myself, I enjoyed hemp seeds for years, and then when I was hospitalized, the surgeon said to me, "Don't eat seeds."
I'm having issues with seeds now.
yeah, I can't eat seeds now.
I've been eating a lot of peanuts lately, and then I started having bad heartburn. But that's not hemp. Hemp is, they're actually, if you like nuts, or like seeds on your bagel, things like that, you'll like hemp.
Yeah.
It's a different taste though.
Yeah, it's very
earthy.
Well, it's earthy, but the nutrition of it is yeah. I just got it here. How 30 grams. Okay, 3 tablespoons serving of hemp seeds contains 166 calories, 9.5 grams of protein, 14 grams of fat, 2 grams of carbohydrates, a gram of fiber, 21 milligrams of calcium, 2.4 milligrams of iron. It's got magnesium, phosphorus, potassium, zinc, and whatever folate is.
Wow.
Yeah. There's lots of good stuff in it, man.
Well, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's why I ate it.
Yeah.
It was a protein boost for me as well, because of the fact that the foods I was eating, I had to cut way back on my diet, So,
all right. You could grind it up and use it as a flour.
Yeah, I could have the hemp flour, sure. Yeah.
The first time that I baked a cake was with leaf.
Mm-hmm.
We ground it up into a flour and didn't use any flour. We just used that. I think everybody's probably done that at some point in their life.
Yeah. I used to drink hemp milk as well.
Yeah. No thanks.
It just comes a little bit harder to find. And we had to
I
leave
don't
town.
think I'd enjoy the microgreens either, because I mean those drinks are just wow.
I don't like kale, but I still have green smoothies. I don't do them with kale in them. So
No.
All right. So what's next? You guys,
Number
next
five.
number.
Number
Five?
five. Yeah.
Okay. Hemp batteries last 8 times longer than lithium.
And this is a new one too, and they're really working on this one now. So this is
Could they end up in cars? What do you think?
They're going to change, specifically the hemp batteries, and the concrete is going to change the world.
The hemp batteries. Yeah, let me look that up. See what it says.
There's been a lot of articles lately, a lot of videos and things like that. It's more sustainable. It lasts longer. It's obviously easier to.
They say that hemp batteries perform better than lithium ion as their gravimetric energy density is superior, meaning there is more available energy per unit mass in the hemp batteries than lithium.
And they also last longer in the cold as opposed to regular batteries. Like I'll give you an instant. I'd say halfway through the summer, I put fresh batteries in all my cameras outside.
Mm-hmm.
And it's now December, and I have to replace them already because the minute it started getting cold, it just steals that energy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm interested in watching what's going to happen with batteries, because this one could be a big one. This could be free energy.
Well, they're also talking about, I'm just looking out here to the side about how much safer they are.
Lithium's very volatile. If you get a slice in a lithium battery and it goes into contact with water, it could effectively blow your arm off.
Well, that's not good.
Well, yeah,
that's why they're having problems. Yeah, with the firemen and worried about the fires on the electric cars. That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you take a cell phone battery and puncture it, chances are it's going to spark and spew sparks everywhere and possibly even blow up because the minute it contacts air, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
All right. Next number
4.
Hemp ethanol could replace gas and cost 4 times less.
Not could, will.
Yeah, it's
because they're heading towards a non, was it biocarbon? No, I guess a non-carbon index.
Correct.
As far as even though coal is the most mined product on the planet, they're trying to stop that, right? And they're trying to stop
that and reduce
emissions.
Yeah, reliability on oil. Having to rely on oil all the time as well.
And now Canada's threatening to start keeping their oil and producing it ourselves, which is,
Well, we only have like 1 or 2 refineries in the whole country.
Yeah, but as far as
I only know of the one, I'm throwing the other one in there just in case, and so we got to ship all our oil all the way to the East Coast.
Yeah, we have to ship it down south, but
that too.
We're the ones that have it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we've got her. We used to have a lot of.
Well, I think Canada has more natural gas than anything, but Texas is a good producer, obviously.
Well, we can produce lots of hemp. We got some farm fields we can do that with. So
I'm having a hard time producing cannabis, but I had no hard time this summer producing some hemp. So,
all righty, move on.
Number 3.
Hempcrete is lighter, stronger than concrete. Yep.
Now, I saw a comment in the original post of this that said that that's not true, that hempcrete is not stronger than concrete. But I've watched a few documentary things on it, and when you mix the hempcrete with the concrete, then yes, you get a product that's as strong, if not stronger, and lighter, considerably lighter. They're building, what they're doing now is they're building a Lego-like block.
Yeah.
That then they ship all the blocks to you. You take them and you put your house up like a Lego.
You just build it.
Yep. And they've also got 3D printed houses now too that are using the hempcrete product as well.
Okay, is hempcrete stronger than concrete? That's a Google question, and it says,
there we go. I should hook up Alexa for stuff like that. Shut up, Alexa.
It says here, this amounts to roughly 17% of the strength of regular concrete. Despite this, hempcrete can offer other respectable tensile strength. So concrete is strong, correct?
Okay, but I know that they are playing around with mixing concrete with hemp and creating a whole new product. But they're also putting the what do you call it, the fiber.
Stock?
No. They're mixing plastics and recycled plastics and concrete and hemp together, and they create. So I'll find a video for.
All right. Okay. Let's move on.
A number. I think we're at 3. I don't know. I can't see that.
2. Go ahead. Say 2.
Oh, okay. No, number 2.
Yields 4 times as much paper pulp as trees per acre.
Well, this is a true fact. Yes.
Yeah. We could be growing hemp instead of cutting down trees for paper. And I believe the U.S. declaration is done on hemp paper.
The U.S. declaration is signed by George Washington on hemp paper. Wow, his family was one of the largest producers of hemp in the world at one time. And the U.S. Pentagon, I believe it is, sits on what used to be a hemp plantation.
Oh, did not know.
One of the big buildings of the U.S. government, anyways. I think it's the Pentagon, though.
I know that I have hemp T-shirts and hoodies.
The only reason I know these things is because the first project that I had to do in high school, well, I think it was public school actually, was about hemp. It was about cannabis or marijuana, as we called it. I didn't know what to do. My dad helped me put a project together. It had pictures and graphs and all that stuff. I wish I still had it. My dad might have pictures of it actually somewhere hiding in his house. Yeah.
And
number 1
yields twice as much fiber as cotton.
I thought we were done.
No. So there you go. Twice as much fiber as cotton. So for clothing, it's
like I said at the beginning of this, cannabis sativa, as it's called, or hemp, is the most diverse plant on the planet, as far as I am concerned. You can eat it, you can wear it, you can build with it, you can. Yeah, you
can. Yeah, exactly. You can fuel your car with it. You can build your house. You can kill insects with it.
And why aren't we?
Oh, because
oil.
Because it's nasty. It's
oil.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know.
Oil. That's why.
Yeah.
The oil producers will not allow hemp to become the dominant product in the world.
That it could have been and should have been.
It will be, but not before the oil industry collapses.
Yeah,
they will not let it happen. The automotive
No.
industry won't let it happen, even though they're including things like hemp runners on
interiors.
trucks.
Interiors and panels and things like that.
There's a plastic hemp composite that they use in the automotive industry, and they have been for many, many, many years. I believe one of the first Ford vehicles was made out of hemp.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the Model T there, he had Henry had it hemp, and people were been able to drive across the whole continental USA using hemp oil.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah,
hemp will rule the world
someday. That's right. That's right. It'll get back to where it should be.
And let's just not forget about that burning plant, eh? Just saying.
Yeah. All righty. Shall we take that down and move on?
Okie dokie, Smokey.
She's done. She's gone. So hemp.
Ouch.
Get that stuff into you. She's good for you, nutrient wise, and she's
right.
Good for
Don't push me. I'm working as far as I can here. I gotta roll some.
Okay. How about if I give you 7 seconds then?
I might be able to do it
because I've got to.
You ever time yourself
to roll a joint?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say per joint, but I have timed myself to see how long it takes me to fill my doob tube, and that gives me an idea how much time I'm going to need to roll my joints in the morning if I was going to go someplace for,
You lay in bed in the morning counting your times that it's going to take you to roll your doobies?
No.
I think
good
Gail
morning,
would have a hard
Daryl.
time with that.
Got a message. We got a message from Daryl. Good morning, Daryl.
Hello, Daryl. I think Gail would have a problem with that. Honey, what are you doing? Well, I'm trying to figure out how, if I roll 12 doobies for the day, how long is it going to take me?
Yeah, well, like when you have to get up early in the morning, go someplace, you don't want to get up extra early. You know what I mean?
I bring some with me and roll it there.
Oh, no.
Because if I only bring 5 or 6 doobies, although every time I go out and I do that and I take some doobies with me, like I'll take 4 or 5 doobies with me up to Thunder Bay if we go up to Thunder Bay, but I rarely come back with more than 2 gone.
Yeah. Daryl is part of the. I believe Daryl is part of the CBK substitution program.
The CBK.
Cambrook cannabis substitution program.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's something that Tamara is running.
Oh, I didn't realize Tamara jumped into that.
Yeah. She has now. She has now for a few months now. So.
I miss doing Hope in Hamilton. We used to have 200, 300 people come every Tuesday. Yeah. And that was amazing how quick that happened, Al. I mean, but then we ran out of people who were donating product to us. Yeah. And we literally had to one day just say we can't do it, and we just went out and told everybody we were done, and that was it.
Yeah, and that's what happens.
Well, no, this happened after the business association started.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
Well, we were using their little kiosk thingy, so
right.
But yeah, I'm glad that what Neil built is still going. Yeah. And I'm a big supporter of what Chris Backer is doing out east, because
I've been helping out with the substitution programs here and there through it.
Have you? That's good for
a bit. Yeah. So
I wish I had enough to do
patients
that.
Helping patients.
Yeah, I wish I had enough to do that, but I don't even have enough for myself.
Yeah, I know. In my review we're going to do here later on, I'm going to review some of mine. All righty. What do you say? We move on to the next segment. You done your list? Anything else on hemp?
I don't think so. I don't think
okay.
more to mention about that.
Okay. All right. So today,
I don't have any munchies, Al. I don't want to do this segment.
11 easy cannabis recipes to try at home. Easy recipes. So here we go.
French toast.
11 easy recipes. Cannabis herbal tea. And I know I'm not going to go through each of the.
That's easy to prepare something like that in a Keurig or something like that. You can take yourself a nug and stick it in one of the reusable pods, put a tea bag in there, throw some mushrooms, and voila.
Okay, number two.
Have a nice day.
They got a quarter cup of Everclear going on in there.
How much?
Quarter cup.
Dude, I can't even see that.
Yeah,
like it's just a blur.
Oh yeah, still having eyesight problems, obviously. Number two, cinnamon and cannabis French toast.
Yeah, right now, please.
They say to use 1.5 inch thick bread.
The Texas toast, yeah.
I
enjoy
butter,
French toast, yeah.
Number three is can of butter popcorn.
Okay, so here's a good. This is yes. Okay, now, but here's a little tip. What I do, I have an air popper.
Yeah,
and it's got a little thingy on the top.
Okay,
where you put your butter. So slap some of that can of butter in there instead of regular, or I can and you're making me drool.
Yeah. I see Daryl's left a message. I didn't get to Daryl's message when we're done this recipe.
I got it.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. There we go.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Popcorn. Okay. Yeah, they say to use microwave popcorn.
Yeah. Although I like the idea of it dripping down onto it.
Yeah.
Watching butter drip down onto your popcorn is very sexual to me.
Is it? Okay, canana bread.
Canana.
Yeah, they say to smash 3 pumpkins or 3 bananas. Sorry.
No, thank you. I'm not into bananas. Not a flavor that I like in any way. It's up there with peanut butter.
Here's one. Grandma's cannabis Christmas fudge. Don't you remember that?
I looked at a box of fudge at the store yesterday. Now I might have to go get some.
Oh, yes. 8 tablespoons of can of butter.
That's a lot.
I think that works out. Yeah, it's about 24 grams. I think it's like 3 grams per tablespoon or something. Grasshopper ice cream. What do you think? Do you think maybe it turns out green?
I would think so. I make ice cream. I have an ice cream maker. It's very easy to.
There you go. Because they say to use 2 to 5 grams of decarb cannabis.
Ooh.
Yeah. It looks like I've made ice cream this way with condensed milk and whipping cream, and that's what they're using here. Yeah. Oh, green food coloring is optional. I think that might just come naturally. What do you think, Al?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Now, number 7 is European style cannabis infused hot cocoa.
Ooh, I like. Yeah, you have to infuse the chocolate, I would think, because the minute that you put drops into the drink, when it cools, it separates, right?
Yeah. So they're using can of butter in this.
So it'll separate when it starts cooling. So you got to drink it quick.
Yeah. Okay. Cannabis coffee creamer.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I don't drink coffee, but you could use it in your tea.
I don't. Yeah.
Here's number 9, steak with can of butter.
Been there, done that. I've made craft dinner with can of butter.
Hey, there you go. Mary Jane's mug cakes.
Huh.
And then the last recipe is crispy cannabis treats.
Ooh. Probably like brittle, is it?
What's that?
Is it like a brittle?
No, I'd say it's more like Rice Krispie squares.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because it says 8.5 cups of Rice Krispie squares or crispy rice cereal. I would suggest is like use any type of cereal. If you know, say you got Fruit Loops, make it with Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loops is my go-to snack food.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm not allowed though.
No,
No, God, that's just pure sugar.
Yeah. No. So yeah, there you go. Some recipes. I will put the recipes in our chat,
and we will see what Daryl has to say here.
Correct. Okay, Daryl says we have a lady who was using 20 units of fentanyl per day. It took 2 weeks to get her down to 1 per day. Now has been clean for over 2 weeks. Way to go, guys! Way to go!
We used to have
great news, Daryl.
In Hamilton, there are several encampments down in the woods in Hamilton, and in out by the yards and that, and a lot of military guys have set up camp down there, and they won't walk in to the city to come to a Hope or a cannabis substitution project or anything like that. They actually have runners who will run into the city for them just to get a doobie for them, because it helps them with whatever ails them. If you don't have cannabis and you're going through a thing, just one joint a week even is 1 day less of a struggle, because of that one joint. My buddy, when I lived in housing, I didn't have access to a lot of cannabis other than from a buddy of mine who was growing, and he would come over every few days. But those days that you don't have, when you do have, you can literally feel it working as you take that first haul. Okay. I don't relish not having. So I can only imagine how somebody who can't have any or doesn't have access to any feels.
Yes. Yeah. Not good. So, all righty. Shall we move on? Gun for recipes.
Waiting.
Let's run this little promo, and we'll come back with some reviews.
Another promo. There's an awful lot of promos on this.
We've only ran one.
I know.
All right. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
to answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the hashes. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love access stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
I got a question for you before you do your thing.
Sure.
You have both a Happle and a dewdrop. Which do you prefer?
Oh, I enjoy them both.
I've discovered that I don't have to put water in my dewdrop.
Correct. You don't have to.
So I can do the same thing. Now, if you look at the two side by side, I can't do that. I only have one. But you'll notice that the Happle is a bigger space.
Yes.
And so probably double, I would think. So you're getting more smoke in a Happle, but you've got the luxury of water in the dewdrop, which I do prefer. Really, really cold water makes it very easy for your lungs.
You can see inside there for anybody who's watching. You can see inside there. There's
a chamber.
For the hash. You can see I got some hash on the end there. Still even got the ash on it. And then with the Happle,
there's no inner. It's just
no inner. Correct. It's this whole.
I'd say that's probably double the size.
You can see what happens when your hash falls off.
Yes, I've had a few fall off. Yes, I have. They get slimy as soon as they hit the water.
And then you can just pull it out and stick it back on.
Yep.
Next time or whatever.
Yep.
But we'll talk more about the Happle when we get down to our events and entertainment, because we've got a little bit of stuff going on there. All righty. Reviews. I got two. Last week I talked about the Vortex pen, I believe. And
wait. I didn't realize the pen was from Vortex as well.
Yeah, this pen, disposable, a vape pen, is from Vortex.
And it's got it's
live resin.
Oh.
It is vanilla boba pure live resin. I can tell you it tastes vanilla.
Got a nice taste.
The ingredients on the back are cannabis extract and natural flavors.
Nice. So they've added flavor.
It doesn't use the words flavor agents.
Yes.
So I don't know what natural flavors are though.
It's proper wording.
Yeah. But yeah, it's rechargeable. It's got a little port on the bottom.
But not reloadable.
No, correct. It's a 1 gram. Got the little window on the side. So
how long does it last you?
I don't know. I've had it for a little while.
This is only the first one you've had.
Yeah. Cool. And then I got some of their hash.
Which I enjoy. They are the first ones that I found in the city when they it took a little while for the concentrates to come out.
Right. Yeah.
So
I bought some down at Legacy. Then I ran out and I thought, well, okay, I just ran to the local store and that's what they had.
I like the Vortex because, like the Nugs, it's very soft and
it is soft. It is. and it
I
burns
like
really
making
well.
this. I make snakes and I roll them in doobies, or I put them in my dewdrop, and yeah, it's how I like it. I don't own a T-shirt that doesn't have a hole in it from hash, so
I know,
I like doing the snakes because usually you can get away without burning your shirt.
Yeah. Well, hey, the dewdrop and the apple will save that T-shirt.
Yeah.
Okay. Now as far as terpenes, the dominant ones are myrcene, linalool,
linalool.
Sure.
Yeah, and I just while you mentioned linalool is the one that they're talking about now that helps with epilepsy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's cool that they put these on here so people can look them up and see what the.
Yeah, and this is new within the last several months that they've more and more producers that are selling in the legal market are putting terpenes and other information on their labels now, and so I believe the indigenous industry is doing it as well.
It says here that it targets the nervous system, offering relief from pain and tension.
Linalool,
yeah.
It's
also got carfillion. Okay, pinene, and hashishine. Yeah. You can see it right there.
I know a Maxine.
Oh yeah, you can't see that. That's right.
Yeah,
I thought hashish. I've never heard of that as a. You don't see it listed on anything else as far as terpenes.
It's a new one.
Yeah, it was.
Prove them wrong. Prove them wrong.
It's Let's see if I can find
it. Changed my mind.
Changed my mind. Yeah. Yeah.
You shush. Don't tell me to shush.
Hashishin. There we go.
Jesus.
It's a true terpene. Oh.
I never heard of it.
No, that was a website. There. It is the result. Okay. Yeah, we know about the taste. Yeah, we know about all that stuff.
Well, hash does have a specific taste to it. That's
sure. It does. It's got that hash taste to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I see we got another message from Daryl.
Yep.
Daryl says that he deals with epilepsy. He says he uses CBC and CBD, 90 milligrams of each per day. It has his episodes between 3 to 6 months apart. He used to have grand mal seizures 2 to 3 times a month using big pharma.
My niece is in the process of being tested for epilepsy. She's been having seizures, grand mal seizures, that are putting Emily. She's been put in and out of the hospital for the last year with them now, and they're getting progressively worse. So they're now entering into the Y.
Yeah. All right, now the last review thing I've got here. I've got it pulled up here.
You're not allowed to have more than one, Al.
Oh, I could always save it for next week. Okay. Well, I wasn't even going to do 1 or 2 of those, but it just worked out that way. This is really what I had planned on doing. And so this is a strain of cannabis that I've got here that I grew this year.
Oh, okay. This is yours.
Okay, so you can see it there on the screen. It's Trophy Wife BX2. It's from 7 East Genetics. It's a cross of Mach 1 Caps Cut and Blueberry Dragonfire, crossed by Dream Coat from Coalition Seed Company.
I like Mach 1.
The hybrid. It says it had some strange leaf variations, and it did. It did have some strange. It did look strange while it was growing.
Oh shit!
What?
I almost closed everything.
Oh, okay. It says it boasts a diverse terpene profile that was very sweet and melon-like, with skunky floral and fuel undertones.
So is that the case? Is that what you're finding? Or you haven't tried it yet?
Well, I smoked a couple of joints this morning before the show, but I don't remember. So it worked. It says very dense buds. Some were, some weren't. Easy to grow. Yeah. They say 27.
It's got a high yield.
Yes. Yes, it was. Actually, it was the highest yield plant that I've ever grown.
What kind of price are you talking about for the seeds?
$6.50. And you know what?
Send me that link, please.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll just put it in the chat. There. It's in our chat, and I'll put it in the group chat.
Okay.
All right. This is the strain right here that I grew. Yeah, it's
I'll look at it after.
27 to 28% THC, 1% CBD. Middle of October, that's when I pulled it down. Terpene profile, say melons, candy, floral, skunky, regular, or fuel undertones. Yeah, $6.50 a seed is what they charge, but I can tell you that they also, if you order a set of seeds, you get a pack of free seeds. And those Trophy Wife seeds that I said that was the biggest yielding plant that I've ever grown were free. Free seeds. Didn't cost me a cent other than my original order.
And they're regular.
Regular seeds, yeah, no feminized. Yeah,
so
just all regular seeds.
Did you how many did you pop?
I only grew one, but I popped 4 seeds, and
So-
I got.
You only got one female.
No, I'm trying to think whether I even got one male. I might have got one male.
Why did you only use one seed though?
Oh, why? Oh, because I didn't want to grow 3 of them. If I was growing other strains as well.
So you took
it's a plant that I didn't know.
You took the healthiest one of the bunch,
Correct.
I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. That's what I do. I pick one that is healthy, looks the healthiest, to grow on those vigor or whatever. When it comes time to, reduce the numbers, that's the one that goes ahead. So I was glad that it did so well. So
my new doctor is willing to sign everything for me, so I'll be able to have a nice big thick room.
Good. I used to say hi, Scott. He didn't leave a message, but I see he gave us a thumbs up.
Awesome.
All righty. Let's see. Anything else on the reviews? I think we reviewed enough things.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it. All right, we're gonna move on. It's that time. It's headline time. All right. What do we got for headlines? I see we got something loading up there, Al. What's that?
That's Yeah, it's just waiting for us to do the movie thing.
Okay. All right. Okay. I got a headline for us here. I believe this is the one that you were looking for earlier on today. And this has to do, there's been several headlines actually over the rescheduling of cannabis. And the DEA judge here says that rescheduling isn't about whether cannabis is good or bad at the first hearing, which was laying out the next step. So they met yesterday, was the first hearing. And from there, they probably won't be meeting until the end of January at some point now, because of the new administration coming in.
There is.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Now there was also a report on that somebody sued to try to get the DEA removed from the scheduling as well. Because they were talking to SMART, which is the Sabbath, which is something to do with, what is it, smart approaches towards marijuana or something like that. And they were talking to each other behind the scenes, going over things. So, so this
scheduling behind the scenes. It's never
that's right.
Actual conversations. So
yeah, and the judge ruled he couldn't remove the DEA. So like they should have removed SMART as far as I was concerned. Now this is about rescheduling cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. And what's the judge say here? Remember, everybody, this is not a trial about whether cannabis is good or bad, because I don't know whether it's good or bad. My issues are much more narrow than that. It has to do with the addiction potential and several other little pigeonholes. That's the judge.
Anything is addicting. It's not the product or it. You can be addicted to fucking gaming, for God's sakes.
Yeah. See what it says here. The DEA says that if cannabis is transferred to Schedule 3, the manufacture, distribution, dispensing, and possession of cannabis will remain subject to the applicable criminal prohibitions of the CSA. Any drugs containing a substance within the CSA's definition of cannabis would also remain subject to the applicable prohibitions in the Federal Drug Cosmetics Act. Yeah, because it doesn't make it legal. Rescheduling this to Schedule 3 does not make it legal in any way. It helps with the tax, the 280E tax form.
Yeah,
it helps with research, but it doesn't make it legal.
Yeah.
So, now, it says here, judge responded. Okay, hang on. What's this here? It says here the government is apparently still compiling the exhibits. They have more attorneys here. They came out with a list of people who were going to come and speak, but most of the people were anti. There was only like one pro cannabis group. The numbers were way thrown off sideways. The judge even went at that. There's the Veteran Action Council. There's a report this week that we did in the news. The Veteran Action Council that we're running here on the Pace Network. That once we get some more videos, but back to more videos, we'll be running them again. They have applied to try to get to speak, and they were denied the right to speak as pro cannabis to the judge, and they feel it's because they were there offering an alternative to 1 and 3. They're suggesting they go right to Schedule 5, and they're also the fact that they were also not being able to speak, and they were a veterans group, and they felt that they should be able to speak, and they speak all the time to cannabis events.
Yep.
Or like the UN, and they're always before government speaking. They're doing great advocacy, right? So, but yeah.
Some people are so close-minded at the top of the hill there that they won't even budge. I mean, they do the same thing goes on here in Canada as well as you know it, and it's a hot subject. Everybody's scared of it, and like the oil industry, the tobacco industry doesn't want it.
Yeah,
you know.
They say here that there's more paperwork to be filed. They say participants have until like January 5th to this evidence in front of them. And they say here that Mulroney also addressed motions seeking to remove the DEA from the proceedings altogether, in part due to the alleged unlawful communication with the president of one designated participant. The prohibitionist group's smart approaches to marijuana, signaling that he considered it statutorily complex and potentially impractical to force the agency to turn over its records on the reported ex parte communications.
Ooh, big words.
Yeah. So you know, they were in behind the scenes while this was going on. That's not right.
Nope.
So,
nope.
no.
It's not right, and it's quite sickening actually.
It is exactly. But you know, I'm hoping my friends at VAC get to speak. They're very knowledgeable on what they're doing. So, alrighty. From headlines, you got any more headline news you want to discuss?
Nope.
All right, then that means from news, it is time for right, sports. I've got, they're not cannabis related sports, but they are sports. And, you know, being that hockey is on the go, I've got three little things that I'm going to discuss.
Well,
Last night.
Funny thing, we're in Canada, huh?
Yeah. Last night, I'm a former hockey coach. I coached hockey for years. I was vice president of minor hockey in my town. Won all Ontario championship. But I haven't watched hockey in a long time. Years. And I really noticed it last night watching the Toronto Maple Leafs team, the game. And of course, I got to the game just like 1 minute before the intermission. So I had to wait 15 minutes before I could see any of the real game, which the Leafs won, by the way. But they're no longer the team of the blue and white. I've always known them as the blue and white. They're home jerseys. They have black in them now. Black. I go on like, what? That does it threw me off trying to watch the game because you're
years ago when something else.
Yeah, years ago when I watched the games, you know, their home jerseys were white. All home jerseys were white. And I know that they changed them over to the dark sweaters for the whole league. But I didn't realize that the Leafs had changed their blue and whites to putting some black in there. So I was a bit surprised.
Oh, the Leafs have. Well, that just doesn't no.
Yeah,
No.
I know.
No.
It just
I know blue and white. That's all I know.
That's all I knew too.
Blue and white with the occasional red smear.
Well, yeah, and then they had the jerseys that were the old jerseys that they brought back.
I remember that. Yep.
Yeah. They brought back those. I'm just seeing if I can find a jersey. Let me see. I got images. Yeah, here we go. I got a picture right here. Like I was surprised. Yeah, okay, accept. Yeah. Look. Here you go, Al.
Yo.
There you go.
Oh, cool.
Black and blue, man. Black and blue.
Well, so It's usually, if I remember correctly, growing up, it was white was away, blue was in home, right?
No, it was the opposite way when we were
The other
kids.
way.
They did
Oh, okay.
change that a few years ago. Yeah, it was originally white at home, blue away,
Okay.
and now all the teams switched to darks at home and lights on the way, or while they're away. But I didn't know the Leafs had changed over to a black jersey. I was surprised by that. So instead of it being blue, because they had a blue with the white logo.
Is there a
in the
reason
old
for
in
that?
the old ones? I don't
What
know.
was the
I didn't look that.
reasoning? You don't know?
Sell more jerseys.
Huh.
Everybody's got to buy a new one. Marketing. So yeah, there you go. Leafs got different jerseys. I didn't know. I don't know how long they could have changed it 3 years ago. I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't know. It's been a while since I watched a game. So, but yeah. As far as other hockey related things, the PWHL has started their second season, and that's the Professional Women's Hockey League. This year, unlike last year the jerseys had the team's city on them. It said Toronto, Montreal, New York. This year, they've actually got their logos on them and the team's names on them as well. So that's some changes. They call it the fresh look.
Ooh.
They're in bigger venues this year. They have more games this year. They're adding 6 more games. Toronto's name, which is the Septors, will play at the Coca-Cola Coliseum that holds 8,000 people.
Ooh, that sounds like a yummy place to go for a beverage. I'm a Coke drinker, not a Pepsi drinker.
The team for
Right.
So yeah. Let's see what else. I think Toronto has a strong pick coming up. They're talking about expansion plans. They're looking at expanding 2 teams as soon as next year. They have, and it says it has more than 25 proposals for teams to come into this league.
Not surprising. Women's sports is getting really big, you know. Look, you know, one of the things that I did enjoy about the fight that happened a couple of weeks ago, the Tyson fight, the women's fight was a ranked fight, and it was the most interesting thing that happened all evening. And it just
not the butt shot.
No. No.
Okay, now so the women's league, it's back up and running, which is good. And another thing, this is a thing that I used to follow all the time for years, and that was the juniors. And this year, the juniors started up as normal. They got 7 players coming back from last year. They lost in the quarterfinals last year, so hopefully they do better. They got 32 players. They're in Ottawa, I believe, is where they are at. Yeah, they're in Ottawa. 7 back from last year. That includes the goaltender, as well as some forwards. They lost to the Czechoslovakia last year. This was played in Sweden. When they play here in Canada, they sell out.
Do they?
Yeah. Quite often. It's not very often that they don't make it into a championship round. Canada's had, I know one time they had a 7-year stretch of winning the championship. So they've done well over time. There's no doubt about that. So they're up and started. They'll be going to practices, and those games usually start right after Christmas. Usually, they'll have warm-ups going into Christmas, and then after usually on Boxing Day, I think is about the first day of the tournament. That's was in the past. I'm not sure what it'll be this year. So yeah. Sports.
So, when this is leading up to the Worlds, or the Worlds has already happened?
Juniors. This is the juniors, and the juniors are like the 16 to 20 years of age, 21 years of age in that area. I think it's 20. Yeah.
But they do have the World
20.
Juniors, right? Or the Junior Worlds.
That's what they're doing. Yeah, they're getting ready.
They're
for that.
leading up. They're leading up to the big match.
Correct.
One of the
32
things,
players and cut 12 of them by the looks of it.
One of the things that I always found interesting about world hockey and Olympic hockey and NHL hockey, the ice is all different. The size of the ice is different. It's bigger. World hockey is bigger than NHL hockey.
International ice surfaces. Yeah,
they're bigger.
A little further to skate.
It's only I think 6 inches or so. It's not much, or a few feet, whatever. But it's not much.
Yeah. No, it's
but it is.
I've always enjoyed the juniors, and the thing is that they just a lot of people would say the juniors are players that are going out and giving it all, whereas when you watch an all-star game, it's just sort of
international hockey, the Worlds, it's a faster paced game as well.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're actually playing hockey. They're not looking for sponsorship spots, right?
Correct.
They're
out there skating a little hearts out, and
I haven't been to a hockey game. The last hockey game I went to was with my grandfather. He had regular tickets that he would get, and he would sit under the box where King Clancy and Harold Ballard used to watch the games from. And he used to sit there, and he knew them. You sit there long enough, you guess you know them. I remember going the last game that I went to, and it was the Blackhawks in Toronto.
Hey, same here.
Really?
That's the last time I went. Yeah. And
so
last
probably
game,
we were probably at the same game.
It was playoffs.
I don't remember. I just remember that it was the last hockey game, the last thing that I went before my grandfather got too sick to. He had a bad stroke, and eventually that stopped his outings.
Right. Okay. It was a playoff game, and we set the VCR, correct. I'm not mistaken. The VCR to record the game, and then we were gonna watch it afterwards when we got like the next day or the day after, and unfortunately somebody popped the tape out.
Yeah, it was either they popped the tape out or they recorded over what you just recorded. That was the usual thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've got to go let the dog in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a little clip here. It's like 1 minute long, and I'll be right back from letting the dog in. Unless you want to sit here and talk to people.
I could just sit here and go.
No, we'll run a little clip.
Myself all the time, but yet I can't do it on the air.
We'll be back in 1 minute. How are you? Can I ask you a question, just so you know? I'm Al. My producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So basically, my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally. So I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Exactly. Good answer. Thank you.
There you go. I'm gonna
That
go
kind of
letter A.
screwed up halfway through it.
Did it?
Yeah, it started stalling.
Oh, I don't know what was going on there. I got up there to let her out, and she waited too long. Went back into her chair, and she said, "No, I'm fine now."
Rosa doesn't go out for very long because it's like -7 out there, and she does that paw thing.
Right.
And people, and every time I post a picture of her outside, you should put some boots on her. Man, you don't know my dog. They would get eaten.
Sometimes those dogs don't like boots.
They would get eaten.
Yeah, that too. So, all right, into our next segment. You ready? Here we go. I love the saxophone. So you said you had some clip there you're going to run?
Yeah, like I said at the beginning of the show, I've been watching The Madness, and so I pulled out the trailer for it, and then I'll tell you what I think of it. I've watched the whole thing already. I spent an afternoon and watched it. You know, when something catches you, when something grabs you, you watch it.
Yeah.
So, all right, here we go.
I think I'm getting framed for murder. You think I'm making this up?
We're not going to end up arresting you for this, are we?
I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm black, I'm on TV. I was there. I'm walking around with a bullseye on my back. They are gonna pin all this shit on you. But doesn't it feel like it's murder of a notorious white man. The man was the Jesse Jackson of white supremacy. I think we're not prepared.
Did you do something to him?
This ain't no fight or flight. It's just flight. Do you see what they're doing to me? I ain't running. Something's coming for us. They're going after my family. So I need you to extract me from the equation.
This one was a bit bigger than you thought.
The police are looking for a story they believe. You're out of moves.
What are you gonna do?
Get my life back.
And something's coming for us.
I'm not a criminal. With all due respect, my brother. You sure acting like one. I think we're not prepared.
Don't that look like a good one?
There you go. I'm unmuted now. It looks like a good one.
You know what? I really enjoyed it. I think it's 8 episodes, and it grabbed my attention, so I watched it. And I would suggest that if you like a good thriller, I'll give you the gist. The gist is a CNN anchor gets framed for murder by a white supremacist, basically. Yeah, so and there's some twists and turns, and it's I miss movies that grab you. The Bone Collector with Denzel Washington and Jennifer Lopez was it just grabbed you, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say.
That's okay. I do that all the time. So yeah.
Okay. So people catch that on Netflix. You said
that's
8
on Netflix.
Series?
Yeah.
How long is each episode? If there's 8 series.
You know what? I'm probably about an hour. You
An
know.
hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably a regular show length. Al's coughing. I'll fill in. La la la. Coughing music, please. La 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 la.
Yeah, that one came out of nowhere. It's actually get a little bit of a teary-eyed here, trying to catch my breath on that one.
Yeah, sometimes the dewdrop takes that breath away from me. I tell you.
Yeah. Okay, now as far as events, I went looking for some events. And I come up with some stuff that was, there's an event, BizCan, MJ BizCan 2024. It's going on down in Las Vegas, so it's obviously not here in Ontario. There's a Cannabis Human Resources Leadership Summit, whatever that's about. It's about motivating cannabis leaders. Holiday Cafe. There's a cannabis grow house, which is an auction for growing equipment.
Ooh.
Yeah. There's a Canada Drag event celebrating Canada Drag's 1-year anniversary. And that is, where's that happening at? I don't know. It doesn't say. Saturday at 6:30. Oh, more details. A secret location. So can't help you out there. And secret location, man. A live winter hot box, live music, real talk, and 420 friendly. And it's fun with the Disciplined Stoners. You know who the Disciplined Stoners are?
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
Yep. They are involved in this. Yeah, I'll just bring it up so you can see. There we go. Improvised whatever music, but 11. Yeah, he does like all freestyle stuff where he just comes off the top of his head.
Yeah,
And
he's doing stuff like that at
Can Expo.
Thank you. Can Expo. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Winnie, his partner there, does comedy.
Yep.
Yeah, a holiday hot box. Okay, so here we go. More information. 420 friendly event. Don't miss out. Location. There we go. Berkeley Street, Toronto. Meadow Milky Way. You know where that is?
No.
No, either do I.
Yeah. In Toronto?
I'm going to assume so.
Yes, I think I know where it is. I think it's downtown.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a map right there.
There's a map right there. Get directions. Yeah, let's get directions. All these different places. So that must be it right there. Dollarama's nearby. Queen Street.
There's a lot of venues popping up downtown, which is really cool.
So there you go. There's that event, and I'm not done. Not done. I got to jump that back so I can find my list again. Here's something. This is happening on December the 14th. I should go back and let you know that that other one that 11 was out. That is on the 13th. So that's in 10 days. All right. Oh, Discipline Storms. That's on the 7th. Sorry, 7th. Got too many events in front of me now. On December the 14th, I have got here listed the Great Hash Showdown 2.0. Right there. Great Hash Showdown. Santa Claus is going to be present. And it's on the 14th from the 1st or from 1 o'clock to 7 p.m.
Ooh.
Only 100 judge kits are available. Judge kits include judge sampling kit and dinner. Over $5,000 or $4,000 in prizes are available.
How much is a kit?
I don't know. We'll find out as we go along here. It's a Can of Kick It event. Event details. Let's see. It says here the Great Hash Rosin Showdown is a competition that celebrates excellence in hash rosin production. Participants showcase their skills in creating high quality hash rosin, and entries elevated by a panel of judges. Join us for the Great Hash Rosin Showdown, where the best hash rosin producers compete for glory, recognition, and incredible prizes. The premier event showcases the artistry and innovation of the cannabis history. It's got a bunch of sponsors there. Tickets from on Saturday. Can I kick it? Location to be announced.
Yes, they wouldn't give that out right now.
Yeah, correct. So there we go.
Awesome.
Great Hash Rosin Showdown.
Never heard of it.
No, well, there you go. Now you have.
There you
go. Some of our viewers. Okay, I think there's one more event that's coming up. Okay,
all
that's
right.
on the 14th. That's on the 14th of December. Okay. Now, also on the 14th of December. Okay, this is one you'll probably know about. This is the Canna Crawl Winter Festival.
Used to go with Ira and sit on the stage all day long.
There you go. December 14th. Festival, music, food, exhibitors, door prizes.
Hamilton. Yep.
Hamilton from 2 till 10 p.m. Location to be announced noon of the day of the event. Early bird tickets are $5 or $10 at the door.
Yeah, although it's probably at the community center. Usually is.
40 exhibitors showcasing community bands, local artists, delicious food options, amazing music with a live DJ, sponsored raffle draws. Yeah, it's too bad it's 3 hours away. Plus, you gotta drive.
Yeah, I mean, even when I was in Toronto, dude, that drive in, I do not miss that fucking drive into Hamilton.
Yeah, just think I'd be on traffic right from, let's see, basically
the
east side of Oshawa all the way,
All the
man.
way.
Like,
Pretty much, yep.
yeah, not into
So
that.
you're done with that?
Yes, I am done
Alright.
with the events.
And I've got loaded up here. Sherry Ann went to Kind Winter Fair. So
yes.
this is, I don't know what I don't know if I've even seen this one, but we'll have a look and see what she has to say.
Twist is that things are about to get really good. I think this world is going to open up for you in unimaginable ways. I think you're walking into your best chapter yet. And finally, you're going to see where all of this has been leading. The hard work hasn't been for nothing. How you keep showing up, how you keep picking yourself back up, how you never give up on this dream, this vision, this feeling deep within that says this is for you, how you never give up on yourself. And even when you couldn't find proof in the outside world that anything was working out, you listened to your heart's wisdom and continually leaned into faith and trust. But now you're going to see it, the proof, the illumination of something more beautiful than you can even imagine. You're going to see where the universe has been guiding you, and it's going to be better than you can possibly know. I think the next plot twist is that things are about to get really good.
That was the end of that one? She started it. So, yeah.
I don't know if that was even the right one to push. So, yeah.
Oh,
but anyways,
well,
yeah, she's been She's been going to events in the Toronto area. She's been to Kind. She went to the Hash Fest, the Hash Fest, and I think she went to a few others that I can't remember. She's been going to the Dankforth, which is a place where you can go and do dankly things.
Yeah. The Kind Winter Fair, from what I saw posted on Facebook, is that it was packed. Literally packed.
She posted a lot of stuff, and I've been sharing it. So I've seen a lot of videos, and it was packed. Yeah,
it was packed. I heard it was overpacked. It was there were some people.
Is that a legal event? A legal event, or
it's a legal event. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. I've been to them in the past.
I don't remember if I've been to one or not.
Well, we covered one. You were there.
I don't remember if I've gone to one, because they've been going on for a while.
Few years now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like maybe 3 or 4 years now they've been going on.
Yeah, there was a few when I was in the city. I just don't remember if I went to them or not.
Right. Yeah, no, it was crowded. So
I'm just crossing out on my calendar that we've had a successful number 14.
Oh, okay. Good. Does that mean that we're done? You got anything else you want to add to the events or entertainment or anything? I guess I got one thing.
Go ahead.
Okay. Earlier, we saw the Apple promo. Just to let everybody know that the video has actually been released. It's available on YouTube as well as Facebook and Blue Sky, where people can.
Did you sign up on Blue Sky, Al?
Yeah, I'm on Blue Sky.
And are you liking it?
It's a spot where I'm posting some stuff I've been going through. It's like the old Twitter. Like it's like you can't
go live on there?
You can't stream to there.
Okay.
And you can only post videos that are a minute long.
Huh.
Yeah. So like when I posted it there as a YouTube link. Share the YouTube link. Yeah. But yeah, it's like the old Twitter. Really. It was actually a Twitter's project at one time, but
from what I understand, it is a bunch of the original techs from Twitter that have abdicated and started their own network.
Correct. Yeah. Exactly. So
I used to know a bunch of the guys behind the original Skype project in Australia.
Oh yes,
and that's a bunch that is weird in a lot of weird ways. I tell you, those guys are. I think I'm geeky, but no, those guys are fucking
geeky.
Wow.
I use Skype there a week ago, I guess.
You know what? It loads up on the computer, but I don't remember the last time I got a Skype call other than soliciting.
No, I don't have a North America plan on my cell phone. So if I ever have to make a call to the US, I just use Skype.
Yep.
Yeah. So, all right. Anything else you want to add? No, that means we're done.
I bit my tongue earlier this week because of the dewdrop.
Oh.
And I really bit my tongue.
Oh, did you? Oh.
Yeah, I still have it is 4 or 5 days.
How would it get you to bite your tongue?
I have a tooth that's got a chip in it.
Yeah.
And as I was sneezing, I clamped down right there, and it created a little welt on my tongue. Yeah. And every now and then, while I've been talking, I am like, ah. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess that's it. We're done. Yeah. I've got to get some lunch into me, and then I've got to get some wood into the house. We're expecting some snow, as you know.
Issue, as I know, yes.
Yeah.
All right. Say good night, Al. Or good afternoon, Al. It's only 11:30.
All right. You say good night. Say good afternoon. Bye-bye. We'll see you all next week. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. All right, as we make our way on to testing sample number 11.
Number 11, number 7.
You weren't here for the first 7.
You missed the first 7.
We're on pre-roll 4.
Yeah.
Pre-roll 4 is what we are on. Everybody move. Pre-roll 4.
I got a meatloaf in the oven that I'm going to eat when we're done, and I'm going to enjoy it.
End it up, Care.
Right on now.
All righty.
Delicious.
So this goes to Deb.
Yep.
Deb, it's up. You're up.
Deb gets to do the
Dum dum dum.
Yeah, go.
She doesn't want any more.
I can't get them open.
She can't get them open.
Oh,
you know, that's just one of the things. You got to think.
Can't get pop. I did worse than that.
Having
to open these
I've had to use a pair of pliers to open some of these things out.
Like, you know, I'm not saying it's the Karma Cup tubes. This is all the tubes.
No, it's whoever's making the tubes. It has nothing to do with the Karma Cup.
No, exactly. Like some of them
Or
have
any other cup.
little edge where you can get your thumb underneath there and pop it out, right? But they are like blocked, shut with unless you squeeze them.
They're grandparent proof.
Well,
you do something.
one is, and one's old enough to be.
The dishes.
It's transparent paper.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could tell.
How did it?
It's not brown.
Yeah, this is. I didn't do the pre-rolls last year, but like I said, I'm pretty happy with the papers, which is a big thing. As far as I'm concerned. The last one had a free flowing filter.
You can't really suck that hard anymore to get something from one of those.
Oh, yeah? You got the scissors?
Like those long ones I used to do.
Oh, sorry.
Can't get them lit.
Yeah, you don't have any pre-rolls, Todd, but there's only the one. I wonder if Sarah's looking at adding to the pre-roll category by including infused pre-rolls, having that as a separate kits.
They do sell them, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah. There's all kinds of
Yeah,
infused
Shatterizer has the 8-ball Kush, which is infused and has Keystone on it.
Whatever they put on the outside of them.
I think they might have it a couple of the other ones as well.
Yeah. I've seen them. I bought them at the store with the kiff on the outside and kiff on the inside.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I saw that on the OCC. What is it? OCS website. Sorry,
Right.
I've had a few, and I'm not driving. I've seen that they have a type of moon rock.
Winner so far.
I miss the old moon rocks.
Fingers.
I
I hope it's what it
won't
like.
forget this one. Okay, yeah.
Get excited now.
He's fooling, isn't he?
Guess you have to find out.
I think I'm
that dry inhaled taste. I should have. I'm thinking
That's got a nice taste.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There you go. All right.
So I say to me, as I go class final
Plus
people.
4.
Yeah. Visual appeal.
Excuse me.
No.
What do you think, Sam?
Again, everybody got quiet again.
Well,
Leave me alone.
Yeah. Filling out paperwork online. Like there was no way I was going to print these off and then fill them, have them do it. So I had to input everything. It was very much.
Okay, late time.
Yeah, light time. Light her up. Yeah, spark her up.
Now, are you finding that?
Get Bob's car to it.
Are you guys finding that the joints are going out?
No, they're burning.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they're burning all the way through. I think there was one that had a little funky beginning.
A little. Well, that's just because you didn't clip the end.
You're not on 5 yet, eh?
I don't like that wick because sometimes it will go a little funny. Right?
How you making out, Mama? Jesus, that got a nice smell to it, eh? Here comes that little breeze my way.
Breeze, you can hear the birds chirping.
There's definitely a lot of birds
Can you hear
hanging.
the birds, Al?
Oh yeah. I can hear birds here too.
Can you hear the cars go by?
No.
No.
I can hear cars go by here too.
Yeah.
And trains.
You can hear the cars, but it's good that you can't hear the cars, but you can just hear the birds.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to do the last summer. I was doing the radio show at nighttime, sitting over there on the lounge swing, and it'd just be pitch black around me, and that's how you could hear was the animals.
Yeah.
How was the bullfrogs and stuff last night? Were they quiet?
There's only a couple of them.
Oh.
The funny thing was that glowing orange thing I saw.
Oh yeah. Might have been the moon.
Yeah, I think it was. It just peeked out. It was really low. And then I looked up
in the trees.
above the trees. They're in the middle of a spot, but it was like this orange spot.
That flying saucer again, do you think,
Well,
Alan?
that's what I was hoping to see.
Flying saucer might be.
And then it rained right after I was outside.
I miss the sounds from the farm.
Stash of all of them.
I miss the sound from the farm, but it's different here. The sounds are different up here.
You know, I was really happy with it.
Like if I ran over that was wet.
And then
I was just.
It's nicely done.
For me, the aroma didn't seem to come off the taste. For you? Yeah, I like
and
it.
then all of a sudden, it just
A little bit.
like the clouds went and covered it again. But it could have been setting.
very little harshness to it.
Reflecting off the sun, you know?
But it's still had
Yeah,
a deep
yeah.
flavor to it.
I don't know.
All right.
It's kind of creepy.
How many strains you got left, Al?
3, man.
Well, you know, we're 3 hours and 47 minutes into this. Let's see if we can do 420 exact.
Okay, well, that won't be a problem. And just so you know, anybody who's watching, when this ends, there is more programming that will start up at 6 o'clock. So, like, we might end up at 5:15 or something like that, for example. And there's more program that starts at 6
Does it
p.m.
taste like a smell?
and it will run straight through till after midnight.
What that is all the programming that both of our networks have put out this week.
Correct.
Last week.
Yeah. Like, for example, this, I'll probably do some editing on this and run a couple different sets.
Smoking
next
experience.
Saturday.
Harsh to smooth.
And so for re-rolled
to smooth.
Saturday. Every morning, starts at 8 o'clock until whenever.
Ash color.
Yep.
Deb has it there. Can you hold that up for me?
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 page re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
All this stuff that you read.
It's pretty good oil to it. The vapors,
Oh, good pot.
Yeah.
Just making a point.
I smoke cigars. Yeah, I'm not like yourself.
They're reviewing
They
the
don't fucking
the
end
oil
it,
that's
really.
on the paper from it burning and seeing that there's oil on the paper.
On the paper.
There's no outside ring when you get a heavily oiled joint, but
yeah,
the paper is showing that the oil is running out.
And maybe
Sounds
that's
like
good.
paper. And what's the buzz like?
That I'm not sure.
What's the buzz like?
Good. Lift. It's like a sativa.
What are we on? 5?
Yeah.
This is more uplifting.
What's your guess? An indica or a sativa?
Number 4.
Hybrid.
Hybrid.
Yeah. Coming to you.
I'm okay, thanks.
You're okay?
I'll pass it on to the next generation here.
Passing it on.
We should have done a telethon, buddy. Could have raised some money.
Yeah. I've got an infused cookie here. I'm going to taste.
It's going to be touchy.
Was that a butterfly that just flew by you, Al?
Yep. Flew right in.
What
Looks like
kind?
a big moth.
A moth. I haven't seen any monarchs up here yet.
It's
a while to get up here, I guess.
We've had monarchs here, but that's just a butterfly just flew by. I didn't pay much attention.
Yeah.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host, Reverend Cindy. We're live today on Tuesday, December 3rd. Holy crap, the countdown's coming. Hope all you got your Christmas shoplifting done. We're here on 2024 on paceradio.net, and we stream everywhere. How you doing? You got all your Christmas shopping done?
No. How about you?
Oh, not at all. Gee,
have you started?
Did Canada Post send you your advent calendars?
You want to know what's really bad? Is they got in one day, and they got in like I can't remember what day the Canada Post strike started. Was it a Thursday or something? So Wednesday I got the notification that there was a card left there for me, and before I could make it down there to get them, they went on strike. Yeah.
Well, we'll leave that conversation alone. Yeah, it just cost me triple the price to send a bunch of stuff out for people. It was kind of annoying.
Unbelievable. Yeah, what it's done. I can be like, I've got a couple of advent calendars, and actually one of the companies that I ordered from was really amazing. Angel, buy the jump-ins. She knows that we're live, so she's being bad. And they called and they said, hey, due to the strike, this isn't going to make it to you. So we're going to put something out. We're going to call it back, and we're just going to send you a new one via courier. What's your home address? Nice. So yeah, that was pretty awesome. So I'll have one gift and my dad's advent calendar and mine, which is, of course, mine's full of weed, sitting in the post office until they decide they're coming back to work.
Well, you'll probably have a great gift for New Year's. I don't know if you can hear. Chica's sitting in the front window there, and apparently if anybody goes walking by, she's going to talk to them. So you may hear a little bit of yiping and yapping, and
It's all good. It's all good. Chica's a sweetheart. So today we have a pretty cool guest, actually. When I read his bio, Steve just looked at me and he goes, so you're telling me that we've got a guest that just kicks ass then? And I'm like, yeah, we get a kick-ass guest today. This gentleman has, grown up helping his grandparents, served in the armed forces in the United States, ended up with an injury and survived surgeries, fought addiction, found his way out and found his way to healing. And now he works hard to help others be able to find the same healing. It's pretty awesome. And when we were talking before the show, I found out that his ancestors actually came to the Americas via Nova Scotia. So some of his distant relatives are my dear friends here in Nova Scotia, which was kind of neat.
And he's got that awesome accent that sometimes we get to see on TV every once in a while when we're like Canadians up here in the Great White North, eh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So we would like to welcome Tony Landry to the show. Welcome, Tony.
Hey, welcome, Cindy and Steve. Pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah. The backstage talk before the show was pretty awesome. I enjoyed it. And I told you what I was going to ask first. And people usually know what one of us pops out and asks. We are a psychedelic show, and I do like to know how people come to have that love and respect for the psychedelic medicine as Steve and I have. So what brought you to psychedelics, Tony?
Yeah, the plant medicine, I first heard about it when I moved to Tucson. I didn't even, in Louisiana, didn't ever really do any mushrooms or anything, although they grow in all the cow pastures down here in the summertime, but I just never partook in them. When I moved out to Tucson, I went to the 2019 psychedelic conference, and I learned about ayahuasca, ibogaine, bufo, psilocybin mushrooms, and how they were having a miraculous, profound effect on healing people from mental health issues like addiction, depression, and anxiety. So I left the conference and found out they had a ayahuasca church located in Tucson. And I went and had my first ayahuasca ceremony at the church, and let me tell you, I was a believer after that. I was struggling with alcohol every day. First thing on my mind was, when can I drink today? And the ayahuasca just turned that off like a key. Somebody put a key in my brain the next morning. And I didn't drink again for like 3 years. So it really had a profound effect. I had a divorce from my wife and went through some depression and moved back to Louisiana. And alcohol is so socially accepted down here with our, festival attitude, atmosphere. And so it wasn't hard not to fall back into my old patterns. So, but since then, I went back to Tucson, had some more ayahuasca, and I think you have to get a little tune up every so often. You can't, do it one time and it's over with. So,
yeah, it's not a magic bullet. None of these medicines are.
No.
Yeah.
You have to do the integration work after you do the ceremony that talking with your community members in that group,
Yep.
Sharing.
What was your pathway prior to finding that? Give us some of the history that made you seek it.
The ayahuasca?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I stumbled across it learning about ayahuasca because of my advocacy in medical cannabis. I had, some injuries getting out of service and had a couple back surgeries and went through all the opiate, building tolerance to the opiates, and they wasn't working anymore. Finally give up on that, and then I started drinking and to soothe the discomfort from my back, my pain. And one day I tried CBD oil, and really it took about a couple weeks, Steve, for it really. I think my endocannabinoid system was just so run down. It took a little bit to tank it off, but once it did, I noticed I wasn't taking BC powders anymore, and because I was taking that, I got off the opiates by using those, and those things will mess up your stomach after a while. If you take them 2 or 3 a day. So when I got on the CBD, after a while, I'd wash my clothes and I'd find them in the laundry, the aspirin. I was like, wow, this stuff really helping? I'm not taking these aspirin all the time. And so I started the group Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis, and got some rallies at the Capitol. I think we've had at least 4 rallies on opening day of the legislative session. But back then, I had an opportunity to move to Tucson. So back in 2018, we got a chronic pain bill and a PTSD bill added to our medical cannabis program. So after that, the program really took off and got started. Before that, since 2015, we had the legislation in place, and then it was supposed to be prescribed. The original legislation said the doctor could prescribe it, so they had to come back the next year and change to recommend. It's just one thing after another. But it took till 2019 before they actually have product down here on the shelf through the dispensaries. But so right in 2018, when after the session happened, I was like, well, I got an opportunity to move to Arizona, and they have a medical cannabis program in Arizona. So I think it was just part of my journey that I needed to go over there and learn about ayahuasca and the psilocybin mushrooms and how they can help people.
Yeah. Yeah, and they really can.
Yeah.
I like to call it hurt healers helping hurt healers heal. It's this group of people that were hurt that are starting to heal, and then they find other people that were hurt that are starting to heal, and then they exchange the tools they found, and all of a sudden you got this community of people that are walking a wave of healing, and that community just grows bigger and bigger, and it's such a beautiful thing. Wow, I love that that you're actually a pretty loud advocate on it and creating groups to make those type of things happen. That's beautiful.
When you went down to Arizona, you became part of NORML, correct?
Yes. Michael Robinette was created Southern Arizona NORML in Tucson. Phoenix had a chapter of NORML that did a lot of work over there in Phoenix, but he and I lived in Tucson. So he said, well, Tony, you want to, because when I got to Arizona, I went straight to the capital and started working down there. But I was known for my work in Louisiana by, the advocates in NORML from Phoenix. So, and then Mike was involved with them. So when he wanted to start the Tucson chapter, I said, let's do it. So we had several meetings, and then there's Tucson Psychedelic Society that we had several meetings there, and then they would bring in speakers like psilocybin, or plant medicine speakers on ayahuasca, and people would come to the state, the county legislative office. I can't speak. The county administration, they let us use their building, and that's where I that's where I learned how to grow mushrooms, because there was a group there that we grew oyster mushrooms, and it got me to start this group in Louisiana, the Swamp Spore Society. So now we grow oyster mushrooms at the library here in Lafayette, Louisiana. And if somebody once they get the knowledge, they can grow whatever mushroom they want, once they learn to grow it.
Yep.
Lion's mane. Going with lion's mane.
I think it's amazing that you're doing this, not just with gourmet mushrooms, as you called them, but the psilocybin mushrooms. I think it's amazing that you're down at your local library teaching people how to grow magic mushrooms. Like the teenager in me is going, yeah, that's amazing.
Well, now I will bring, we grow oysters at the library because anyway, Louisiana has a special law that allows for us to grow psilocybe mushroom, but I don't want to bring them to the library because, everybody hears mushroom, automatically they think it's poison or something like that. They don't know anything about it. So I figure, well, once everybody learns how to grow the oysters, then they can go home and do what they want, because you can get the spores in 48 states down here, including Louisiana. And then we've got the law. I carry our law around with me. It's Louisiana.
Nice.
Carried in this is my little mushroom Bible. Got all my recipes for my grain jars and the substrate, everything like that. I carry that with me in my, when I go teach them at the Swamp Spore. And I said, well, look, we got a clause in here that says we can grow psilocybe mushrooms in Louisiana, but I said, what's going to get you hemmed up is if you go and put them in some chocolate boards and go try and, distribute them and stuff. But I said, as long as they're dried mushrooms in a glass jar, you can harvest it. The law allows you to harvest, everything. So, because we got ayahuasca on that list, it's 38 plants, hallucinogenic plants, ayahuasca we can actually grow in Louisiana, and yes, it's too many plants to list, but most of them are found in flower beds and little, gardens and stuff in front of people's houses. And they don't even know they're hallucinogenic, but they are.
Yeah. So you can grow the vines that they use to create ayahuasca in your estate.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's on that list. Like I said, it's like 40 plants, 38, 39 or 40.
Wow.
And one of the plants is the Mimosa hostilis tree, which grows wild down here. They got one in the backyard right here at a neighbor's house. They got a big old mimosa tree. And you can take the pink flowers off the mimosa tree and collect them and put them in a jar with some Everclear in it, some alcohol, and put it up in the cabinet for 30 days. And it's a nice, relaxing tincture. And the root bark of that tree, you can extract through with naphtha and some chemical process. I don't know the recipe, but it's on YouTube. You can pull it up on YouTube and order the root bark. The indigenous tribes use it to dye clothes. It's got red color to it, but you do use extraction on the tabletop and you got DMT. So I mean, there's a lot of medicine that you need the knowledge. You need to educate the public about how to use these plants instead of making them illegal. Then they don't know nothing about it. How to take the setting and everything. When you use them, you should be in certain set, and you're not upset about nothing. Or you should have set intentions that you want to work on this problem. So you're already building that highway around the trauma before you go in. And then when you go in, you have the neurogenesis and all the stuff happening with the medicine. And then the integrations afterward. We need a whole system of people trained in all that so that people have somewhere to go and use the medicine.
And the integration after.
And the
One of
integration.
the things that Cindy and I are.
It's actually easier to get integration coaches than it is to get facilitators, at least here in Canada. I've got 2 websites that, your dog whined and I looked at mine. I was given a second one today, but I've got 2 websites that have a list of, integration coaches or specialists that are coast to coast here in Canada. And there's a lot of them. I'm just sending out letters to all of them so I can get them in a Rolodex and, for my own practice. But try to find a ayahuasca facilitator or an iboga facilitator or a 5-MeO facilitator. Unless you're in the community, which is still less than 3% of the population, there's nobody. People the only reason people know what I'm doing is because I'm being loud on social media. I've shared my certificates and what I've learned and what I do, and I am open to taking clients through that, advertising, for lack of a better word. But, unless you're friends with me, you don't see that. And that's the same way with a lot of other facilitators. The walls are up all the way around it because of legalities, for one, social stigma for another. Because even when, and I use the word when, because I truly believe it's going to happen in both of our countries, when United States federally decriminalizes or reschedules cannabis, and when both countries legalize, decriminalize, or rescheduleize psilocybin, the stigma is still going to be there. We're still going to have to fight, that crazy stoner, or look at that old, screwed up hippie, all stoned on mushrooms, blah, 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 blah. So that stigma is still there for us to fight. And we can't do that unless we take down those walls. And we need people like the 3 of us to help do that. And then I think more people are going to come along. More people are going to learn, and more people are going to have reverence, and more people are going to understand set and setting. And they're going to take that ceremony and that reverence that they're learning through these beautiful medicines, and they're going to take it and they're going to put it into their own life. So when they sit, and I think this is where prayer over our meal comes from. They're going to say thank you for their food, because that isn't a ceremony in and of itself. When you're sitting there eating good, healthy food, we should give a thanks. I mean, my ancestors, being Cree, used to throw tobacco down every time they received something amazing, a good meal. Thank you, ancestors. And I think getting back into the reverence is very important for us all.
Yeah, that's beautiful story.
I apologize.
No, that's good. I agree 100%. The ancestors had a lot of answers to our problems today, and they're not. The drug war is not saving lives. I mean, more and more people.
No, the drugs are winning.
Yeah. So we need to pull back these ancestral practices of using plant medicine to deal with this mental health issue.
I have to agree, because it's been magic. It's been magic for myself, and my history was a lot of medications, which medications. They don't lie. Medications are made to medicate. They're not called healications. They're called medications. And, in the history of my study, most medications, up until, the last 15 years, most medications were found in a plant. The active ingredient that was creating the healing was extracted. Then the molecular structure was put together, and they would synthesize something, create a pill. And now that plant doesn't want to be, we don't want to promote that plant because we can patent and sell this pill. And most people don't even realize that, at one point there's over 85 medications that were in North America on the marketplace that were all a synthesized version of something in a plant. And if you've been using the cannabis oil and in that world, then you've probably come to realize, that pure CBD is a great medication, and pure THC is a great medication, but the whole plant oil, that's a great healing oil.
Yeah, I agree. You know, some of these, what a lot of people smoke today is like this distillate vape pen, and they're missing all of the minor cannabinoids. It's just a stripped out version of THC. They just don't know what they're doing, but it's just so convenient. They, you know.
And they've been programmed. That's a great program. They managed to make the program of cannabis 90% in the conscious about smoking, when really, you know, battling cancer, you want to be ingesting that stuff. You want to be using a suppository. You want to get that whole oil into your system and get it rocking.
Well, yeah.
But it's all about, oh no, smoke, yeah, oh, smoking. It's like, oh, you still managed to make the conscious focused on the worst way of consuming it for health.
Yes, I agree. And like even like vaping the like organic, living soil grown, sun grown cannabis flower, dry vaping it, and then using that vape material in your edibles. I mean, that's the way cannabis made to be consumed, but nobody knows about full spectrum cannabis and all the, you know, different cannabinoids. They just don't know. I guess part of the stigma Cindy was talking about is just, so there's a lot of educating.
Yeah, like the government up here, the government is the one. Like, I mean, they're all about vaping, and then they brought up vape pens in the legal stores, and it's a way, like Steve said, it's a way to medicate. It's not a way to heal. It's a way to medicate, and that keeps customers.
Right.
Right. Yep. They keep coming back instead of, you know, like, you know, instead of only using small doses to maintain or putting it on the shelf for a while, they keep coming back because all it does is band-aid symptoms.
Yeah. Just the THC, they just fill in the high part of cannabis, but the cannabis, all the other cannabinoids, all keep our endocannabinoid system in balance and everything. Yep. We have receptors all over our body that THC maybe doesn't go to, but the CBD, all the different cannabinoids go to. So.
Between each of them, that's one of the things we're getting lots of info since, you know, in Canada it's been federally legal for a while. We get a lot of the research done, and you know, one of the big things that they are saying is that every organ in the body, including the skin, has a cannabinoid receptor, and they're now finding that most of them actually have two. But the regulation between how they work is a little different. Some require more of the CBD, some require more of the THC to activate. But, you know, when battling something like a heart cancer, you want as much in activating everyone you can. You want them all activated. You want the body in healing homeostasis. And then you want to give it something in the gut that unlocks the keys to heal. You know, oh, I'm going to go have a McDonald's Big Mac and a shake. You know, sorry. Yeah. That's not opening the healing keys.
No, absolutely no sugar.
Yep.
Wow. So with your with where you are currently now, you've done the ayahuasca. Where are we at time wise? Maybe
we could go anytime if you want to take a break before that question. Up to you.
Let's take the break now, and then we'll come back, and because it'll probably take us through another area.
Okay. Do you want to do your
It's break time. Time to check out our sponsors and pay some bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment on paceradio.net, streaming everywhere. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tynaniga.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net and everywhere. We're here with Tony Landry.
Howdy.
Welcome back.
I was going to ask a question before the break, and I decided to wait till after the break.
And now you can't remember the question?
No, I actually do. Isn't that amazing? You had your journey through trauma, etc., into the cannabis end. From the cannabis, did you find mushrooms first or ayahuasca first?
Ayahuasca first.
And then from the Aya, what happened and transpired to where you are now?
The ayahuasca caused me to give up the urge for alcohol for 3 whole years while I lived in Arizona. And then the mushrooms came through one of the groups. Somebody in the group, we had a mushroom growing group that grew oysters and all. May have been one of the guys that was at one of those meetings there that grew psilocybin mushrooms, and so I bought some. But here in Louisiana, they're illegal to consume. So we just grow in oyster mushrooms. Just we don't want to. Well, I mean, we can grow the psilocybin. It's legal to grow them, but you can make necklaces with them and headbands,
but you can't eat them.
Yeah, you can't eat them. If you die of alcoholism, can't eat them. You just grow them for decorative, aesthetic purposes. So
wow.
Now make sure everybody knows that. Just make sure that they're growing them for decorative purposes. I mean.
Yep.
Yes, because it's all within the legal realm of the wording.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. By law. It's an extensive list. I mean, the plants are I swear there's like 39 plants.
Now, what is it? You brought this out. You showed this to us earlier, This
Yeah.
is, explain what this is again.
It's the Louisiana RS Revised Statute 4989.1. You go to Louisiana Legislative website, you can look up this law, and then in that law they give you they give you some penalties at the beginning, but it has the words exceptions. Penalties for manufacturing or making tea or chocolates or whatever. There's some serious crime, $50,000 fines, and very serious 5 years in jail. So, but then at the end it says the provisions of this section shall not apply to the possession, planting, cultivation, growing, or harvesting of hallucinogenic plants strictly for aesthetic, landscaping, or decorative purposes. So there's a clause in there that allows you to grow the plants, all of them. Ayahuasca's on
So
here.
there was a brilliant ancestor that got together with a couple other brilliant ancestors and made sure that that piece of paperwork was put in place.
I'm not sure how it transpired. You can find on my YouTube channel the guy, the legislator that is the Department of Agriculture, Commissioner of Agriculture. When he was a legislator, he made this law because some child had ate some angel's trumpet and thought his arm was a po' boy and tried to eat his arm and jumped off a roof or something. So he come out with this law and said, well, we're going to make it sure that these plants are available in nurseries, because some of them are ornamental plants that you find in flower beds all over Louisiana. So just people don't know that they have hallucinogenic properties. But anyway, when I got back from Arizona after all the psychedelic conference and I created Decriminalized Nature Tucson and learned a lot about plant medicine, I said, well, what does Louisiana have for a law? So I looked up Louisiana, Googled, their law, and this is what they have. So I'm working within the boundaries of our law and telling people, yeah, it's legal to grow psilocybe mushrooms, but they're only for decorative purposes. So.
Yeah.
But I do work at the Capitol to try and get the legislators to understand that these medicines were available to our ancestors, and they can help us today, and that we should be able to grow cannabis and mushrooms in our home. If you can have a company and make $1 million off of it, and you say it's medical for that, then we should be able to do it in the comfort of our home. If we want to sell it and get a business in that, go get the license. But if we want to use it in our house, hey.
For personal use, we should be able to. Everywhere in the world should be able to grow these plants. There are still countries in the world that have death penalty if you're caught with cannabis.
Yeah.
Caught with a joint of cannabis, and you can be put to death in some countries. It's just mind-blowing, right? And what gets me is like the government. Speaking of your government, our government caught on to this, and they're trying to keep control of the monopoly, making a ton of money off cannabis, because it can double as a recreational component as well. The same as magic mushrooms or LSD or MDMA or MDA. Wonderful medicines, can do a lot of help to help people heal with the bright set and setting, but you can also put recreational intentions into all of those medicines and have a good time with your friends. Like, I'm going to go take this gram of mushrooms and have a good laugh with my friends. There's two medicines in that: the fact that the magic mushrooms are going to be there to help you, and laughter with your friends, right? Like, so the governments, if they get on board and take monopoly of that recreational side, they can make money and do a lot of funding, and it would be nice to see all of the governments of the world get on board with that. And,
but use the money that's coming in for promoting the medical end that is completely lacking, because that's what happened up here. Recreational became legal, but they set limits on things. So if you want, proper Rick Simpson oil, or no, I shouldn't call it that, proper FECO, full extract cannabis oil at the proper strengths, it's not available from the legal sources. So if you actually medicinally need this stuff, it's not available. But nobody supports any of the medical, because they go, what are you talking about? I can go buy weed right over there. Yes, but I can't buy I can't buy the 50 milligram gummy. I can't get the oil that's, 88 to 92% that I need to fight these diseases.
Yeah, it's a shame.
It is.
The
It is, but I'm still very happy and lucky to be here in Canada. Our laws are, at least it's legal and we're not killing anybody for it.
And it's a good starting place. And if you get busted with the illegal stuff, it's only a matter of time till it hits Supreme Court. And, sorry, logistics says if that's legal, this is silly to not be legal. It just needs to hit the right places with the right people with the right amount of money behind it, really.
Yeah, it will.
That's like the DEA just wanting to move Schedule 3. Now, that's not going to change really anything. You get caught with a Schedule 3 pharmaceutical, and that's serious felony charges and that. So moving it to Schedule 3 is not going to really help. It needs to be on Schedule 5 or something like that. And then the FDA is fast-tracked psilocybin for research for mental health. So that's on stage 3, I think, right now. So it's coming up in a year or two. We'll be able to get psilocybin from a medical doctor. So
that's amazing.
That's why we need to build the infrastructure now of the healthcare, train the facilitators and nurse practitioners, whoever that's going to be facilitating these events, the therapy. Because, like ketamine, they do ketamine infusion, but you just sit in a chair and the guy's sitting there looking at his phone while you're getting the ketamine, and you go home. You don't follow up or nothing, might help, what I've seen it help stage 4 depression and that get my wife at it. She was in bad shape, and she come out of the ketamine, went on the computer, looked up for a job, and got a job, teaching job.
Yeah.
She was suffering from a depressive episode, and it was after the conference that I learned about ketamine.
No, they're doing a lot of testing with it up here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, up here, our ketamine facilities, though, they if you're going to go in for ketamine treatment, they insist on having talk therapy, usually through them and one of their therapists as well. So you don't just get infused and sent home here. Thankfully, you get talk therapy before, during if you need it, and after as well.
Yeah, well, that's like the ayahuasca. You had a special diet, and then you prep. Your mind got your mind ready before, and then they have an integration circle where you can talk about your experience and hearing other people's experience really help. I've sat through some of those meetings where people would tell you how they were suffering from bad depression. It felt like they just opened their chest and that little depressive guy left, and just some amazing stories of the health benefits. But keeping it illegal just keeps it in the underground, and not a lot of people find out, or not a lot of people want to go do that. So we need to.
It's pretty tough. It's a tough awakening. People have to be already knowledgeable and seeking generally to find it. That's what I'm noticing. With you, was your first experience with mushrooms a big experience, or was it a microdosing type experience?
It was about 3.5 grams or something. I never did much more than, when I lived in Arizona.
Well, that's generally a pretty big experience.
Yeah, it's a pretty full dose.
Yeah. It was after the ayahuasca, so it was just a interesting experience,
Now, I'm going to ask you a strange question. I was in Mexico. I did 5 rounds of ayahuasca in a jungle there, and I did a little touring around. But what I found was when I got back, and I've also found it when I do 5-MeO or Bufo, that the mushrooms help me integrate the data better in my brain.
Yeah.
I'll do a mushroom journey, and all of the questioning data I had that was, I was having problems sorting, the mushrooms seemed to sort it out and place it into the proper places, and all of the data finds its place. Do you find that type of thing? Did you find the mushrooms kind of helped you integrate from your Aya experience?
Yeah, I think each plant has something different to offer. I've heard the plant speak to you. The first time I heard that at a Tucson psychedelic meeting, I was like, "What?" But no, I think the mushrooms they speak to me too. You know, I mean, you have like one of the strains is called Golden Teacher because the mushroom teaches you.
Yes, that's actually my favorite strain, and that's generally what we use all through our microdosing products as well.
Yeah,
it's a very healing strain. You know, some people want to just go for journeys, so there's penis envy available and whatnot.
Yeah.
But ourselves with our stuff and my own personal, that's my favorite. I love the language. That's what Cindy and I've discussed that even within the mushrooms, they each have their own language.
Yes.
So it's a similar conversation, but some of them are yelling at you, some of them are whispering, some of them are pointing over here, some of them are pointing right there.
Yeah.
They all speak a little different.
Oh, absolutely. The ayahuasca made me feel first time I had an out of body experience, but I was actually like able to look at myself and say, "Man, what are you doing? You need to stop all that drinking and all that." So I think that was ayahuasca telling me that.
Yeah, I had a pretty Aya spoke pretty loud to me. One of the first things she said was she told me I was a puny little arrogant human, and then I learned I was a puny little arrogant human. Yeah, that medicine spoke loud. I hear that Iboga does the same kind of aspect. It speaks fairly loud to you and gives you that vision of you being able to see the avatar and going, boy, I need to help that person.
Oh yeah. The last time I went, I quit smoking cannabis before I went, and I think it was my best experience ever because I went at least 30 days without smoking cannabis. But it was like I saw the Matrix movie with the ones and the zeros. I actually saw some of that on the beams of this wonderful organization, Aya Guide, AYAGUIDE Guide.com. I think they're out of Tucson, but they have the Ikara music and everything in this beautiful yurt that's 30 miles out in the southern desert, south of Tucson. So I went to dozens of ceremonies with them, but they're wonderful people. And so it's rather than people trying to go out of country or something that live in the United States, I would recommend them. But yeah, the last time it was definitely an intense experience, but it did help me pull right out of the drinking urge again. I mean, I really think our bodies needs, like at least once a year maybe or something, have a good psychedelic experience and it kind of keeps us in tune.
Yeah, I find it not only does a reset on the brain, but when the reset on the brain happens, it helps set the DNA's desires. Because sometimes the desires, for me, it's sugar, and you have those journeys, and all of a sudden, those little things go away, and you make that level of healing that when you go to introduce it again, the body goes, "Hey, I don't like that. I don't like that." It kind of resets the DNA as well as the brain, and it's like, oh, each one is another level of being a little healthier.
Yeah, I think I heard a guy explain it in Phoenix. He was like, well, when we're born, all our synapses are firing off good, connecting. Every time you get in trauma, they kind of pull back. So the plant medicine kind of gets that going again. It starts letting everything communicate. So
yeah. Mushrooms are extremely good for that.
Yeah.
Not just the psilocybin mushrooms. There are plenty of mushrooms, gourmet mushrooms, as you call them. I call them over-the-counter mushrooms, right? That are just amazing.
Magic.
Well, yes, in our group, we can grow lion's mane mushrooms. I mean, those things are amazingly healthy. Building the myelin sheath, and so they all work together. All these plants work together.
Okay, so you've discovered mushrooms, and now from discovering them to where you are now. Take us through that bit of the journey.
Discovered mushrooms. Upset when I got back to Louisiana, I was like, well, what can we do here? So I found this law, said, oh, you can grow psilocybe mushrooms. So, and like I said, I'll go to the library and do it. And anybody, when they find out you grow mushrooms, they want you to grow them for them. Nah, man, I teach you how to grow mushroom. You want to know? So I went to the library and reserved some, till we do like one meeting in the beginning of the month. And then 2 weeks later, we do another. Well, the first meeting, we inoculate a jar of grain. And then the next one, they bring it back and we have a bag of substrate. We mix it in there and then they take it home and it's oyster mushrooms. They grow. But through that process, they learn the transfer of the mycelium, from the spore syringe to the grain jar, and they learn all that. And once you get that knowledge, and you can do it well. So the Swamp Spore Society, we just, like I said, we grow oyster mushrooms. So down here, the minute they hear mushrooms, they want to lock you up.
That's why you got to get more people growing oysters and turkey tail. And turkey tail's a great cancer fighter. The lion's mane, great for the brain. There's published studies showing it heals brain tissue, nerve endings, telomeres on the ends of nerves. Like anybody that's trauma-based, stroke-based, anything to do with the brain aspect should have that within their diet anyway.
Yes, yeah. And if they know how to grow it at home, it's even that much easier but it's just a threat of contamination. They don't know, the process, but it's not hard to learn. And I'm not a mycologist by any means. I just learned at a building in Tucson, and I came back and I'm teaching people here so that they can learn. And I love hearing when I teach somebody, oh, I taught my cousin how to grow, or somebody, I'm like, good. So we set off these little ripples, in society when you do things, and it carries on to people you don't ever even hear who they are. But by teaching them how to grow the oysters, somebody might actually grow some psilocybe mushrooms and get the treatment they need. But before that, they didn't even know where to start, So we
and I knew nothing about mushrooms before my healing journey, other than my brother used to talk about, I go and I pick pines and chanterelles and they're really good for you. But to me at that time, it was blah, blah, blah. Then I start my healing path and it's like, oh no, turkey tail activates this in the gut. Chaga activates this. Lion's mane activates this. You combine all these mushrooms and this healing power of what happens within the gut that helps the brain. And it's absolutely ridiculous. Like my mind was blown. Because I've grown up where it's like, the talk was, those are slimy. Oh, those are yucky. Oh, they taste gross. I never tried them. I didn't know. I grew up so I never tried them. I've had fresh lion's mane now. You do a little marination, throw it on the barbecue and cook that up and slap that in a burger and bun just like a burger. I don't do the beef thing, but that just replaces the beef for me, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
And healing at the same time.
Yes. It's and then much cheaper growing it. We went to actually a friend of mine. I taught how to grow. She initially got me involved in advocating. She invited me to the Capitol before I started my group, Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis. And so I said, well, let me teach you how to grow mushrooms. So I said, go to Whole Foods, get some mushroom, lion's mane. We brought it and put it in a still air box, and then took some of the lion's mane, put it on an agar plate, and then transferred it to some grain, and then put the grain in some wood pellets that you use in your fire pit, and then grew like a lump of lion's mane that big. But it's for 8 ounces of lion's mane, fresh lion's mane at Whole Foods. It's like $10 or something. It's like, that's just a half a pound.
Yeah.
So I grew like two pounds of it. So I'd have had $32 of mushrooms just that one little jar of grain. And so it's a lot cheaper to grow it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I love that you're actually teaching people to do that. That's beautiful.
Thank you, Steve.
Because it is an art. I'm in a few groups where people grow, and a lot of people think they're going to step right in and grow themselves some beautiful mushrooms, and it is an art. You have to be clean in a lot of respects. You've got to be careful in a lot of respects. The air influences what happens. There is a learning process, but
Yeah.
at the same time, hey, some of them grow in turds.
Yeah, we making these all-in-one grow bags at mushroom farmers where you have you grain hydrated sterilized grain in here, and then you have cocoa coir, and you just put you spray it with alcohol. Just go right in there with a clean syringe with your liquid culture, and the mushrooms grow right inside there. You never even really open the bag until they're coming up, so it's all sterilized. So I say it's so easy, even a caveman can do it. I mean, you don't even have to know how to do mushrooms; just know how to stick the bag, and you got mushrooms.
Wow,
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, they sell them right here near me. I actually got the guy to start, encourage him to start making them. He's got a mushroom business, and he kind of coordinated with me with the Swamp Spore Society. I said, look, we need, I said, local grain and substrate, and said, if you can make these grow bags, I said, that'd make it easy. Everybody can grow with it. And I talked to him today. He said people were requesting it, so.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So what else have you shook up down in the Louisiana area? What else you've got rattled and shaken in the cages?
Well, I have a Heroes Rally for home grow. I got my permit for Veterans Park in Louisiana. I don't know if you can read that, Steve, but you have to apply to the Louisiana State Capitol. So back in September, on September 11th, I'd sent them a application, and they came back and said we could reserve Veterans Park and the Capitol steps for our rally, which we've done the last 4 years. We've done rallies over there. We get the lobby tables in the Capitol and talk to the legislators about plant medicine and cannabis. And so we had a home grow rally last year, but this year I said, well, everybody's about the heroes all the time. Oh, the heroes, yeah, the vets. Well, hey, if y'all want the vets y'all want to help the heroes, then let us grow cannabis in our house. If you're selling it for medical, then that means it's medical for us in our house, and we can grow it. It's so expensive. It's like $60 an eighth over here in Louisiana. So the people can't afford it. Can't just certain people can, but they can't. Like you were saying earlier, the ones with cancer that need the full FICO, they can't afford it. We should have. We don't even have FICO here. We had it in Arizona, but not in Louisiana.
Wow. Yeah, wow. That's why things have to change, because, truly that is the most healing of the oils. And the more type of strains you can grow to integrate and make that oil fuller spectrum, the more healing it is. So, when you're limiting, you're helping people die, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we should have it's going to be great if they get it rescheduled here on the federal level, where like death doulas and that, they can go in with a big syringe of full spectrum and give them some dose of mushrooms too. I mean, it helps end life anxiety. I mean, there's all kind of benefits.
It's changed people so that they actually ended up living because they did those death doula doses.
Yes.
Well, there was a lady here in Canada. They did a documentary on her. Dosed 2. I'm not sure if you got in to watch that yet, Steve, but it's these two young fellas out in Vancouver made 2 different documentaries, and the second one was about this lady who was facing end of death cancer, stage 4. She had less than a year. Her and her family were devastated, so they followed her. My friend Gareth was in the documentary. He was making high-end FICO oil for her. And then other mushroom specialists, sat with her with mushrooms, and she did high dose mushrooms, and her family ended up doing them as well at one point in time to help her accept and become at ease so she could enjoy the rest of her life, no matter if it was a month or 10 years. And they got her eating whole foods, good foods, taking the FICO oil on the mushrooms, and her cancer is now in remission.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
What was the name of the documentary? It's on YouTube.
Well, yes, you can find it on YouTube. It's called Dosed, DOSED. There are two movies. There's the first one follows a young lady who suffers with heroin addiction, and they follow her through her trials with some of these other medicines. She works with psilocybin. It eventually lands with iboga, which is truly what helps her heal. She's also outside the movie. The movie was about that. She's also outside the movie. Again, I've ended up friends with this beautiful young lady. She works with 5-MeO as well. But she's still, this was, Dosed was almost 6 years ago. And she's still sober to this day. She got sober from heroin using mushrooms and iboga.
That's wonderful.
So then they did Dose 2, which is the one following the cancer.
Yes.
There's a part 2. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find it and watch it because when I have a YouTube subscription, so I don't have to forward commercials. So when I'm driving, sometime I'll put it down and listen.
Yeah. If you can't find them, reach out. I will see if I can find some links for you.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Will.
We're almost to that time, Steve.
Hey, did we make any banners?
No, I don't think we have any banners, but we could ask Tony where, if somebody wanted to reach out to you, where would they do it?
They can follow the Swamp Sport Society or Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis, and that's my 2 social media outlets. But we have Facebook events for the Swamp Sport Society, so they can just search mushrooms and or hallucinogenic.
So is it Louisiana Swamp Sport Society? I should probably have in there.
No, it's Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis on Facebook, and then
I'm trying to make the banner up here. Louisiana Veterans
Medical Cannabis. And my second group, Steve, when the one I teach people how to grow mushrooms, I created was Swamp, just Swamp, not just Swamp Spore Society.
Yeah,
okay.
That's it.
Let me do this one.
There you go.
Yes.
And it's Swamp Sport Society. That's correct.
Yeah, the next one's Swamp Spore Society on Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's on Facebook as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me go edit.
And all of the links are actually in the ad and on the write-up for this video. So if you are curious about any of them, you can go to the ad in the rooms, or you can go to the explanation on this video, because Tony provided us with the links to just click. So those are both in the ad and on the explanation for the video, so you can get them that way very easily.
Any last words before I do the "Hey, it's that time again" thing?
Well, I'd just like to encourage anyone listening out there that if there's some kind of legislation going through the House or Senate or Parliament or what, just send an email if you can. Just, that one email with your story, your life story about how you and you don't have to say you took the mushrooms in Louisiana or so. Just say I took them one time, and leave the location out. You want to protect yourself. So just and let them know your story, because that means so much to the legislators hearing from their constituents. So just try and help out.
Well, thank you for coming on. I'm pretty darn sure we're probably going to have you again. But it is that time, so thanks for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my awesome co-host Rev Cindy, myself, and our awesome guest Tony Landry. We're proud to be coming to you live from paceradio.net. We'll see you next week. Much love.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. I'm going to take us back down memory lane.
Okay.
Okay. I've got a spot here all lined up. Who do I see there? Whoops. There we go. You see that? You are handing out. You're actually.
Oh my God! Yes.
We're in the grindhouse.
I didn't see me there, Al. I was looking at the picture on the screen, and I'm trying to think. Okay, who is that?
Who? Oh, sorry.
I recognize that bald head anywhere.
See, the article was always called "Keeping Pace Everywhere."
Yes.
Remember that saying that you used to always say before the at the beginning of the documentaries?
It was something about adding the E to make it peace.
Correct. Yeah, it was something about share pace everywhere, so it creates peace. So it's people everywhere advocating cannabis education.
Oh my God, Al! Yeah, I mean those are experiences that I'll never ever forget. First of all, as you were saying, being at the Toronto Home Show or the Toronto Women's Show, and these are just regular shows at the convention center, and people are walking along, and all of a sudden there's a table there, and it's all to do with cannabis, and the cross section of people that we would get. A lot of people in favor, but we used to come across some people who weren't very happy about having us there.
Yeah, that's right. That would happen. Well, here's there on the screen. You can see the National Home Show.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go to these things.
Oh my God! Look at that.
But do you remember what happened that night when we had it there with Boris and in the restaurant, and who came in the door?
I'm not sure. What happened?
You remember that we were all up on the up at the front by the front window
on the stage.
On the stage, and the cops came in, and they stood there at the doorway, inside the doorway, just staring at everybody.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then people were saying when they were leaving that they were getting their picture taken from across the street.
Really? Isn't that interesting? Oh my God, I'd forgotten about that, Al.
And then, not only that, the Belleville and Challenger got involved in it as well, and it became part of the editorial. What was the Belleville police force doing?
That's right.
Bothering law-abiding citizens who were discussing politics that the government is asking for input on.
I forgot all about that. You're absolutely right. And is that a grow-up game right beside it?
Yeah, that's the grow-up game right beside it, man. And you know what? I still got a couple games. They stopped because of COVID. But right up until COVID, we were still holding anywhere from about 2 to 3 games a year. People were still coming
Al,
to. We were still playing them.
We should do another one.
We have to. Oh yeah, for sure. Exactly. I've got people that are on a list that are waiting to play. People who haven't even played before that want to play. So it was always a great time.
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
Yes.
To test out today.
You showed that to us, but how does it work?
Dave.
Dave, and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereira.
Pereira, correct. Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's also the maker of the Happle.
Correct. And I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
it's not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah, yeah, correct.
When you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Electric. Electric.
So there you go. This is his dewdrop.
Hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to. You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
in the water.
Yeah, I've put
water in the water.
Yeah, no, there's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay, I see.
All right, and then
here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Oh. It's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead, Al.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all. And we've seen Dave at many events. Yeah. And so
he's very well known in the community.
Correct.
And an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here. Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt. And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting.
So because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to turn.
Yeah. So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No.
No.
Okay, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, Hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. You just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh,
Wow,
yes.
nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. 4 holes. The handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
And what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know. Al.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the apple that I've got, the apple here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, and it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
But if anybody's interested in one of these,
you can buy direct from Dave.
Correct. Yeah. Check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can make
nice,
a hack.
Nice and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. And then it'll be easy to clean. Just like the apple will be easy to clean as well.
I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I'd put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at Electric Dave, ERRLECTERIC Dave. Should have probably pulled him up on Instagram. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because the It looks
wow. That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than a. I don't even have water in it at the moment.
No, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I've got 1 scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger on the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's cool.
Funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8. 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
So he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah,
there.
he basically made it like in it's in everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
Yeah, you can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices, holy fucking shit. You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There he is. Okay, yeah.
That's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep, carb. Nice. Nice job, Dave.
Just beauty.
Yeah.
Very
Check out his Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It looks like it's multifunctional.
So that's the dewdrop.
Yeah.
Dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in the chat here in the comments.
Yeah, but I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, how much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just repeat to see if I could say.
How much hash could a Apple hash if a Apple hash could Apple hash?
If a hash could Apple, or if a Apple could hash?
Sound drunk. Yeah.
Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh, yeah, side to side. Sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here, it doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still there's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like, legalize people have 28 grams of cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think there's somebody else waiting to be hung.
Our crowd's a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So
Exactly.
we're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still, stigma's still attached to it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, exactly.
There's going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll. Take a poll.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. What do you got going on there, Tamara?
Oh, the usual. Have to have
The usual.
The usual.
Doing some rolling.
Just a little bit of rolling. Yeah, and I mean, I still use my blue zigzags. I'm still like an old blue zigzag, even though I've got a beautiful sponsor from Canadian Lumber for my substitution program. But those papers aren't for me. I don't use any of the stuff. That comes in for the club, like for the organization, right? So I went and bought some. I ripped my room apart to start the story to make this little area. So I actually had an area where I could actually like put my stuff, and then I found my little loop, from growing my little magnifying glass with the light, right? Because it had been stuck away in a box, and I had a bunch of stuff anyway. So I was checking the trichomes because I went out to some Sovereign Land on Monday and got some meds from there, but I had also purchased some meds from the legal store. So I popped my little eye into that to see what the trichomes look like and what the difference would be.
Yeah, you're doing a comparison. Oh, okay.
Right. The legal weed had nothing on it.
What's that?
The legal weed had nothing.
Nothing.
You could see the red hairs and stuff, but there was you could tell that it had been machine trimmed, and they had machine trimmed all the trichomes off. So I'm looking at this stuff going, oh no, I'm not getting anything out of this stuff because it's got nothing in it. It's just carcinogenic plant matter.
So you couldn't see
oil and hash and all these things, and that's how they're doing it. They're just steaming and bouncing and making all their other product and then selling out the weed too. So you can guarantee that they were illegal drug dealers.
I think in the old days, like a long time ago, well, if you took some cannabis and you made got it so that you could make some hash, took the trichomes off it. And then sold the bud afterwards. Those were beaver bucks or something like that.
Those were you're going to get your hand cut off bucks, is what that would have happened.
Well, that's probably why, because a beaver would do that to you.
No, seriously,
Yeah.
that would be like that's a crap move. But that's what some
Oh,
of
I
these
know.
cash croppers did back in the day. They was like, oh, legal. You know, the good thing about legalization is, I mean, they might be steaming and trimming and doing whatever the same shady shit they were doing back then, but at least you know it's not laced with anything, right? And you're not getting fucking 90 fucking pound, like 90 grams of seeds in a pound like I've done in the past, or it's moldy, or you know what I mean. Like I've had so many bags of garbage come through my Compassion Club when I first started.
Yeah, you told me about that. Yeah.
Just ridiculous. And like I said, even once legalization happened too, like you just can't. A single person can't keep up with how many strains are out there and actually keep a variety enough to keep people coming just to your house, right? But there are, like I said, there's a lot of sovereign nations that are out there doing things a little differently than the legal market, and they should be. Honestly,
Yeah, I like the fact that they are having the higher milligrammage. As long I still like a product that's tested for its THC and a trusted testing source.
Right. And
Because like I've had 500 milligram bag of a product that didn't do anything, and I've had 400 milligrams knock me on my ass. So
right. Yeah.
And both of them were from the legacy market. So
and the thing of it is too, you have to remember what the product is going into that, right? So what the plant was, what that plant turned into, whether it was RSO, whether it was live rosin, whether it was put into a honey oil, like you know what I mean, like depending on how it was processed, and then how you use it. It can be made butter, coconut oil, there's so many ways of infusing, right? But again, like if the product's not good that you're using,
well, yeah, garbage in, garbage out, right?
Like it does, like, and again, people think that you can use shake and fan leaves and stock. No, you can't. All you're doing is pulling out green and making it taste like weed and green. There's no, like, it's just nothing.
I've made some shatter out of some good sugar trimmings, but
sugar trimming is different. I'm talking stem and the fan leaf.
Yeah. That's stuff. Garbage. Not for this purpose. It's got other uses.
Well, I've had people say to me like buckets of stems and said, "Here, you got." I'm like, "What the fuck am I going to do?"
Oh yeah, no.
I don't want your stems.
I used to sometimes. Yeah, I like to keep sometimes the if it's all still together, you see the shaping of the plant without all the leaves on it and everything.
Yeah.
But
that I have in the kitchen, like this, they still have buds hanging off them. They've been in my kitchen for a year, right? And I was like, Like I took one off the other day and brought it in my bedroom to smoke it. It was fine. Like it didn't taste bad. It was like, I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah, I've got a little bit left to trim, but I just haven't had any desire to trim it over the last couple weeks. So.
Well, you've been busy. You got lots on.
The just so you know, I got some stuff for us to discuss tonight as well.
Oh, good.
About some medical cannabis patients getting involved in something. We'll get into that. Some political stuff at the head of our federal government when it comes to cannabis going on in the House of Commons.
Oh, this is news.
Cannabis sales in the U.S. We got.
I must have had my head in a rock somewhere if I'm not seeing anything political about cannabis.
Well, there's been so much lately of I've been able to talk about and being in the news on the U.S. side of things when it comes to cannabis, and because of the election and everything going on, and just so you know, a pro-cannabis person backed out today down there. But they withdrew their name. But as far as that thing that I mentioned about the patients here in Canada, they said that this is a Canadian company is looking for 1,000 Canadian medical cannabis patients to do a study.
Oh, why don't you just have I'm sure they wouldn't mind giving us, giving out our names. They don't mind, mailing us stuff and confidentiality whenever they feel like it. So
Yeah. Now this is a company. It's not Health Canada giving out our names.
no, but I'm just, I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah. The observational study looking at the potential therapeutic use of medicinal cannabis for issues like pain, sleep, anxiety, depression, and epilepsy. So, we're always saying we need some, they always saying we need studies. So at least we're seeing a Canadian company that is doing a study.
That's terrific. But I don't fall under any of those categories.
No, yeah, neither do I. Well, pain.
Pain for sure.
Yeah.
But I also, they'd have to, like, if they were supplying the cannabis, and maybe the cannabis they would give me, but like I said, like I find it diverts, but it doesn't, like, I had to take morphine to go to work today. I had not a lick of sleep last night. I was awake all night with
I've
this.
seen your posts.
Like I'm a misery. Like I said, I've had no sleep. Anyway, but yeah, there wasn't enough weed last night, and I held out until 3 o'clock in the morning before I took that fucking morphine, and I was smoking my vape, and I was just like I went and put some butter that I've got in the fridge in a cup of tea. I don't ever do shit like that. I take some Daryl's CBCs too, because he says take some CBCs, try this out. The icy pot, okay, but I had I've got pressure points on my shoulder here that if I touch them, it's like even if you touch it.
I seen your post with the picture of the icy pot.
Yeah, that's that, and like I said, between that and the morphine, because like I said, I can't sit at work all day and smoke cannabis. If I could have stayed home all day in bed and smoked weed, I probably wouldn't have had to take that morphine. But I have to get up and go to work, and I actually tried getting out of work, but nobody would answer their phones. At 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't blame them.
They're expecting you to be there. You're opening, right?
I was opening for 8, but at 6 o'clock I tried calling because I was still awake. I hadn't slept. It was 6 a.m., right? And I'm like, fuck, I can't work today. I tried phoning and nobody answered, so I had to get up and go.
So you still haven't slept, unless you slept at work.
No, I still have not slept.
Oh, well. All righty. Well,
I haven't
if all of a sudden you go quiet, I'll know. But if I'm not looking at this screen right here,
yeah,
and all of a sudden you go
I'll
quiet.
be okay. I told Taman that I would stay awake long enough to do my show, and then I was
going. Yeah. Before we get into these things that I was talked about there, I got into the one, but before we get into it anymore, the CSP, how's things going? Like, I know the mail is still screwing you around.
No, I got gummies today though.
They did, eh?
We got gummies.
Oh wow! Look at them all.
Later, and I got 6 bags this big. But this is what our money pays for, right?
Right.
Like that kind donation from that nice friend of mine,
Yeah.
That's where that money went.
Wow,
I mean,
that's a lot of gummies.
Well, I had to add some bucks to it.
Sure. Okay.
But it was all encompassed with that, right? But I got 6 bags like that. And then
that's a lot of gummies.
It'll last a while. Yeah. It sounds
good. Get
and
some
then,
supply.
Right? I got to get supply. This was
if you can get bulk like that.
Right. Well, here's the thing. Those were sent out before I made that trip out to Dirty Darts. And they don't have a baker. But they do now. And all the proceeds are going to the substitution program. And they are going to supply me with the cannabis product to make the candy. I package them here, take them out there. They sell them. They got a donation jug out there. And then any money too, I can trade for flowers so I can keep it local too. So we get some variety. Right. It's a washing each other's hands, and it's going to be a terrific collaboration. Good. And then Daryl from Zero High too has got his out there as well, and he's got some new labeling and some new packaging. So
hang on a second. Let me just switch you over there. Okay. Oh
yeah. So yeah, he's upped his little packaging, which looks great. But he's also, like I said, he's got these out there too at Dirty Darts. And I'm also taking icy pot out there. I rabbled Sita and
Oh
said,
yeah.
"Hey, can I pull you out of retirement?" So I'm going to fill a bunch of small because I've got that.
Sorry, you're no longer retired. I got some work for you.
Oh, well, that's what I said. So what's it going to take? Like, she goes, "How much do you need?" Because it's not so much her, but she's got a son and a daughter-in-law. And congratulations, because she's also expecting another grandbaby. But Sita's decided that, yes, if it'll help me, she will pull herself out of retirement. So I'm going to take that out there too. And we're going to, so that gives people variety too, because Daryl's got a salve as well, but Daryl's is a salve. It's not the same as Icy Pot. Icy Pot's an aloe vera base, right? And Daryl uses different infusion, right, for his tinctures, where Sita uses MC and coconut oil. So there's room for more there's room for more products.
Sure. Yeah.
This is
variety. It helps not,
And when we took our stuff out to the other place on the res way back, all they did was steal our recipes and make them themselves.
Oh, that's not good.
So with these two people, they don't have the knowledge that we have. They don't they don't, like, they're just like,
maybe they don't have the time.
That
because
too,
it
because
takes
they have
time
enough
to
going on.
do all that stuff.
Well, they've got like the trading post isn't just cannabis; it's a little store too, right?
Okay.
So they were running that already. They've just kind of added to their variety. They sell cigarettes and legal cigarettes too, and they've got everything going on out there, right? So, and the cannabis has now been added to it, and with the blessing of the band, as far as I know, because they're right close to the band office. Like, they're not hidden off in the back lower part of the res like the other one was. They're right there. So
okay, so they're right out there. They're not hidden in any way.
Right. And the nice thing about it too is they just had an election out there, and somebody else is now the chief.
Oh,
and
somebody
no
pro or
disrespect.
anti?
Well, the last one, it was tied, and the Tanaha's tradition is to flip a coin to see who wins. Not kidding you.
Wow.
So the inherited chief's son, Joseph Pierre, who is the inherited chief as well, won the last election by the flip of a coin.
Wow, that's
right.
That's close.
It was dead tied. Like, they were tied. So this
Right.
time around, somebody else's one, and I don't know. I don't have all the details because I've been busy with a million other things. But I was being told that, and then I also may have applied for another job today.
Oh. Oh.
At the harm reduction place.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Well, there you go.
I'm tired of selling people fucking lottery tickets.
I saw your post about the lady.
Never mind. Like I said, I kind of forgotten who I was, right? And then when I went out and I got this opportunity to make candy to bring the proceeds back, everybody knows that was my thing, right?
Yeah.
And then when legalization happened, I kind of shut everything down because there was no market for it anymore. And now I've got that opportunity to go again. So the spark went from that to being a burning fire again. So
Right.
it's like, let's get cracking. So that's what I plan on doing. And then and harm reduction, like with working with anchors, it would just open more doors. Not so much for the cannabis substitution program, but it's a better paying and it's more kind of up my alley, right? They're looking for people with life experience to do outreach, take out tents, do overnight, like temporary shelters, that kind of stuff, because that's stuff that goes on in our city on a regular basis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it gets me to be able to have educational purposes with these people, right? More people I meet, the more people I can affect, whether it's through substitution or whatever else, or my own story about my own recovery, right? And the fact that cannabis is me.
Yeah.
So there's just an opportunity that I figured was kind of there, and I took it.
Chance to
I don't fill out an application. I don't have a resume. I sent an email. I don't know if I'm going to get it or not. I said, if whether you're looking for a person or not, like, I know she is because she offered my friend a job yesterday, and that's why I sent her the email. You should do this. I kind of said, like, even if it's not an employment opportunity, I'd still like to meet you and talk to you because she's the director of the harm reduction site here, and tell her what I'm doing. So either way, I'm looking for other opportunities. There's also interior health and other places that I could go work that are better paying and more in line to what I want. Working at that little grocery store is wonderful. It's no drama. It's great. But then there is drama. And it's not the people I work with. It's the people I have to serve. And
I have a friend that worked in retail with the public, and she just hated it.
I've been doing this now. Well, the catering was still public serving, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
but,
started this
but
3
you're
years
not getting a different person coming up to you, every 10 minutes or
No, but
whatever. Right? Catering, you're going in and you're
yeah.
dealing with specific
Well, no, I was
things.
still dealing with customers because when I was working at the bakery, like that was the same thing. Catering, we still had people coming in. I had to
Yeah.
serve their soup and take their money and be nice to them, and so like,
Yeah, but you had like X amount of items to sell. You weren't selling
Well,
laundry.
no, it was counter service, right? So
I know.
they could come in and get a bowl of soup and a sandwich, and then they have to sit down. Like we didn't serve them like waitresses, but we still had counter service, so we still had to go. Hi, how are you? Like, what can I get you? Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm like, and I started in
Um,
service when I was 16, being a hairdresser. So I'm just
Yeah.
done.
Right. Your snow has arrived.
To your house.
Yeah, it finally made
Yeah,
it.
I'm seeing some pictures, and you know what we're
Yeah,
getting. We're
and
getting
every once in a while you freeze, and I'm thinking, okay, yeah, we're in the middle of our first winter storm out there right now. So,
well, it's raining here, so we got all that snow.
well, it's coming.
Now it's warmed up, and now it's raining. So then it
Yeah.
freezes. Yeah.
It's supposed to arrive Sunday night here.
Oh, man.
It rained right through till Tuesday, so we get all this snow over a day and a half, and now we're gonna get a bunch of rain after it.
I love it when people say
It'll
some
fill the
caution,
pond, anyways.
right? Because of my road pages too, somebody will make some comment. Some guy made some comment about chemtrails. I'm like, fuck. I said, didn't you hear Danielle Smith said that's the U.S. defense? Just shut them right down. Just ridiculous crap. These people. There's nothing but it's the weather's changed so much. There's nothing. There's no climate change. Anyway, back to what we're talking about.
Oh, you're breaking up there. That's snow. Okay. Okay. Back to this study that I got here that I was talking about.
Yeah. They're looking for 1,000 patients where
1,000 patients from across Canada. Okay. And they want to gather information on people's use of medicinal cannabis over a 24-week period through a validated questionnaire.
Okay, well,
So
how do we do this? Let's do it now.
Be self-reporting.
Let's do it.
Do
Do you have to have legal paperwork or no?
Actually, I'm just going through the information to find out.
Because if that's the case, I'll hook myself up to limestone.
Avicana.
Oh, then yeah, you would. You probably have to buy from them too. Like broken. Have an LP license.
Yeah, because these people bought Shoppers Medical platform in 2023. Shoppers Drug Mart. Because they had their own cannabis thing going on.
All I hear is corporations getting richer and the rest of us getting screwed.
Okay.
I mean, like, look at us.
I'm just trying to find the actual information and not just what the talking to the big wigs.
Yeah, like if they don't need legal paperwork, I'm down for that. But if they got an application we could fill out, then we would know, right? Do they have an application?
Yeah. Maybe just a second here. They said the broad.
You got it in your hand.
I might have an answer here for you. It's not confident. Okay. They say here the broad study design provides access to a variety of products, ranging from inhaled to oral delivery forms, and includes patients using medical cannabis for various conditions. They say the outcome of the study will help guide future product development research teams. Blah, blah, blah.
But there's no medical program. There's no medical dispensary. Who are they going to sell it to?
Age.
I'm such an
They say that participating patients will have access to the platform's products from select licensed producers that are involved in the study. So it's more than one licensed producer. Okay. And I'm going to say being patients, that you would have to be a legal licensed person.
I can get that done like a split tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So just so you know, for more information, it says to go to mcrwe.com.
mcrw.com.
Yeah, mcrwe.com. Oh, it's a Toronto phone number.
Desk. I have a pencil and a paper on a desk.
Wow. Really?
It's not an old fish tank stand, but and my grandma's old stool, but it's a desk. And it works. I love it. It's great.
Oh, yeah. If you get a hold of them, see if you can.
Yeah, I will. I mean,
I did a study with Santé Cannabis out of Quebec years and years ago, and then all of a sudden I received an email. I said, "Hey, you did a study with us, eons ago, and we're doing a follow-up report on it." I went, "Wow, okay." So I answered some more questions, and yeah. So,
well, it's good that they did follow up. How many years ago was that? Like what, 10 years ago or something?
it was quite a few years. I'm gonna say at least 10.
Well,
I
that's
can't
good.
remember exactly right now.
And that's long-term data then, right? They phone you up and say,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
you've been continuing to use it, you still use it, is it still effective? Blah, blah, blah. Your condition changed, no, got worse, no. So that's all good data for them to have, because they're seeing that in 10 years, you haven't lost your brain, you haven't lost your mind, you still have a memory, you know who you are. You know what I mean? Your brain
Still
hasn't
remember when I was born.
Yeah, and you can
They
still
always
answer,
ask when were you born.
right? And you're not, do you know where you live?
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
again,
Yeah.
like just cognitive, and the fact that there's checking in to see if you're still consuming, because licenses are renewed because some people quit using it, or they die, or the cancer is cured and the doctor won't sign for them anymore, or whatever the reasons are, right? But I know that there's been patients that have been on chemo, their doctor would assign them for that period of time, and then as soon as their chemo was finished, the doctor would not renew it.
Yeah. Well, I just hope they do. I hope they keep it for more. The study is more than just for them to help develop better products. I hope
it's probably to see if they can help better product, but they should be leaning towards better product for patients and not for the recreational. Because
I'm going to say that it is probably. I'm going to say it is probably for patients, because you got to be
patients
a
that are
patient to be involved in it.
Because there probably are patients still that have an LP license that sit in their home and go online and order their shit from Broken Coast. Instead of going down to the store and buying it from them, because it's not medical then if you're buying it from the rec.
Yeah,
I'm buying it from them.
I would assume that you have access probably to a page on their website where you would have a choice, maybe of all these different products from these different LPs, and then you could order it through them. That's what I'm assuming.
Well, Broken Coast is in my local store that I go to, and it's the most expensive crap on the market, and it's no better than the $65.99 ounce. It's not, because I paid $245 for an ounce of Broken Coast, right?
How much?
$245.99.
Wow, $250 in the legal world for cannabis?
For Broken Coast.
Only Broken Coast. I was lucky if I even paid that once when it was illegal.
I didn't pay that in the legal market. Damn, fucking $200 was a stretch. It's like fucking wrapped in gold.
Yeah.
The hell's what But that's because I'm a snob and I've been smoking it for 30 years and growing my own. And I'm like, I know what it's costing to grow it. Like, fuck you, I ain't paying that for it, right? But again, like even now in the legal market or in the illegal market, a pound of pot's like dirt cheap.
Yeah, the actually I was on Blue Sky. There was a guy from Australia who's involved in as an advocate for them trying to get their cannabis legal there.
Well, they do have a medical licensing in Australia, and they do have.
They talked about $2 a gram or something.
Still raised down.
I sent them.
As we are.
I sent him the headlines to an article that said that this outdoor producer could produce a gram of cannabis for 25 cents.
Well, Tilray's down there, right? And Murray, my friend Murray, has got a license. He gets 7 grams. It costs exactly the same amount as it costs here in Canada, right? The same equality, right? But yeah, I haven't been speaking to him because he thinks that Trump's going to make Australia great.
Gonna make them what?
Australia great again. He made a comment on his page that Trump's going to make Australia great again. I went, the fuck did I just see? You kind of just said that. Anyways, but yeah, but he lives in Australia, and I know he's licensed because I've had him on my show.
Yeah.
And he's been housed. But yeah, they do have medical. But
there is a medical program there. This guy.
And if you look into Germany, you're going to see Aurora. I'm hearing too.
Yes, I believe so.
One here, right? And they're growing the cannabis here and exporting it.
Correct. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's where they're getting their money from, because they have to ship it out of the country. It's not all being sold here.
It's not being sold there. It's not being produced there. They're exporting it. So how does that work?
Well, they have an export license to sell their cannabis. If they're growing it here, they can sell it to Germany with an export license.
Yeah, I know that, but that's just like, you know what I mean? Like if it was you and me getting on a plane with a bag in our,
but we don't have a license. We didn't pay for the play. Come on.
We were smuggling. You'd be smuggling.
Just
the two sets of standards. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That we have we don't have. Why should we have to? They pay to play. We got you here, motherfuckers. Why should we not get?
We already paid. We should be able to play.
I paid in 6 months house arrest. How about that?
Yeah. All right. Time for us to take a break.
All right.
Okay. We get back. I got some more stuff to discuss here. That's going on. We'll talk to you shortly. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. Well, tomorrow, this next topic, as I mentioned earlier during the show, that we're always talking about what's going on with either what's going on with the election and cannabis for what they were discussing at the time. Well, it actually came up here. Cannabis did here in Canada at the House of Commons.
Well, that's funny. They haven't said nothing in 7 years. What are they blethering on about?
Well, it says here the headline says Trudeau and Poilievre trade barbs in question period over cannabis.
Oh, Poilievre was giving him a hard time about being a stoner or what?
Cannabis legalization. Let's see. They reported it as a back and forth between the two of them.
There's probably a YouTube video of it somewhere. Somebody will have it on TikTok. I'll have to look later. But yeah, I wouldn't doubt it because Poilievre would take away cannabis.
It had to do with Trump's tariffs.
Oh.
And then they say here that the conservative leader suddenly pivoted to the subject of legalization. And it said that his comments appear to seek to conflate cannabis legalization, the only drug legalized by Trudeau's Liberals, with the growing opiates case. Now it says the Prime Minister's, this is what he says, Poilievre says, the Prime Minister's disastrous legalization and liberalization of drugs has the Americans worried that in addition to costing 47,000 lives in Canada, where's the plan to stop the drugs and keep our border open to trade? Cannabis has got nothing to do with that. And actually, Trudeau responded with and says the leader of the opposition, or if the leader of the opposition is suggesting that he wants to recriminalize cannabis, let him just say that.
I told you. And I'm just sitting back and writing hashtag I told you all over everything. And I have to.
But yeah, that's what Poilievre has gone and done. He's trying to say that, the legalization of cannabis and the opioid epidemic are connected. Whereas, obviously with what you're doing, that is not the case. And it's actually the complete opposite of that.
But you also hear Trump's little minion down there saying that cannabis is a gateway drug too.
Oh yeah. I know. There's mixed
so
stuff coming out of that party.
I fucking told you, and I said this 3.5 months ago. You better lace your boots back up, because if that guy gets back in, we are going to get a repeal of all kinds of things. Never mind women's, reproductive rights, cannabis, our jails, mandatory jail sentencing will be back. 14, mandatory 14 years for smoking a joint. So for all you, freedom loving fuckers, you better fucking put your boots back on, bitches, because we're right back where we started.
They need him again. That's right. Because here you go. It says here, conservatives in Canada have at times in the past tried to misrepresent cannabis legalization as part of a supposed plan by the Liberal government to legalize other harder drugs.
You're right.
And I've heard them say that. Now, it also says that one conservative MP who has said he would vote to reverse cannabis legalization if given the chance.
He's that old mealy mouth Cooper, probably.
Pardon me?
Mealy mouth Cooper? Is that who said that?
No, Arnold Burson.
Oh, Arnold. The one from Northern Alberta that wants to take your reproductive freedom away too. Oh yeah, we know her.
Yeah. Now it mentions here Sarah Blythe, founder of High Hopes.
I know her. Yeah.
Yeah. She says that she finds these comments disappointing.
Disappointing. What doesn't she say? Like, put some oomph into it.
Mm.
Disappointing. It's disgusting. How dare you repeal something that we've had freedom for 6 years?
Oh, I know, eh?
What about patients? We had to claw our way through courts to get, right? So are we going to end up back in court fighting this fucking fascist piece of shit?
And she's saying this, she's saying the same thing as what we're saying. It's obviously the opposite to what the conservatives are saying. It's beneficial to people.
But those people, Congress too. The night that the Swift concert was on and Trudeau was getting roasted for that, you know where Polyev was? In a church doing a fundraiser at a fucking Victory Evangelistic fucking church playing pastor. So that's his pander, right? He's going straight. He's doing it right. Like I said, Harper went down and bought the MAGA handbook right after Trump was elected. So the conservatives are not even Reform Alliance anymore. They're Maple MAGAs.
I see he's looking after money now in Alberta.
Well, Alberta.
Okay, I better change the subject.
But Alberta has the highest stores, cannabis stores, right? The highest consumptions in Nova Scotia for cannabis. And again, we want to know, where's the money? Because the feds aren't getting it. The provinces are.
The provinces they're getting 75% of the money.
Where's the money?
Yeah, I don't
why are we still about housing? What are we worried
about? Okay, talking about the money. Good segue into this next little tidbit of information here. Okay, cannabis, as you know, is illegal federally, Schedule 1 drug. Even though they are starting the process of trying to maybe reschedule it to a 3, which is disappointing to a lot of people. Even though it's because it's not legalization, it still it's not legal.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It doesn't it helps with the tax benefit and does some research, but that's about it. It's not where it's and then just allowing the states' rights that sucks too. But just so you know, overall they say that U.S. cannabis sales to hit $32 billion. Okay, you're selling $32 billion of a product and you're keeping it illegal in your country?
Oh, like I said, old Donnie there will see the money.
Yeah. It is. It's $32 billion, they say.
Maybe we should ask him if for a meeting now. He's a felon. He can't come here where Trudeau had to go there. Maybe they'll let me because I've got a criminal record, so it should be okay with the Americans, not for me to come down there. And we'll go down and have a little meeting. Maybe we'll go kiss the ring.
Yeah. They say it's created 500,000 jobs and over 25,000 businesses across.
Well, their activists better get on that. They shouldn't be up to Canadian activists to be pointing this out. But the American
I know, eh? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Come on. And they're talking about 55 billion by 2030. Now, I know those are only projected numbers, right? Still, like, holy fuck.
But like I said, Google Canadian numbers. It's probably more than $2.8 billion by now. Because, the big producers are citing they're losing money. They're writing it off so they can say they're losing money because then it's a tax break. Come on.
32 billion with the B, like balloon.
Like I said, Canada was doing 2.8 billion, and we don't have the population they do.
Oh yeah. Our population's it's like 10 times the size of ours.
We're at 345 million, aren't they, or something like that? We're at like 38 million.
That's like they're on that 10%.
Yep, exactly. And we've got larger lands. And then everybody's like, we got too many immigrants. Okay, and they stop, it's just, I don't even get it. I don't get it.
There you go. Here you go. Flower prices stabilized at around
$300.
$1,065 per pound in October.
Where?
I'm going to say this is in the U.S.
Yeah, not up here. Licensed producers.
Reflecting, they say that's what it was in October, and they say it reflects the seasonal pressures from the outdoor harvest. States like Alaska and Michigan lead in per capita sales.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now let's say, there's this
and that's why we perfected indoor growing, because we're cold and people don't want to go without weed.
Yeah. Because really, and you go up north, like you're into snow, or by the time your plants are ready to come off.
Well, it's funny because usually by Halloween we have snow. This year it was like the 18th of November before we got snow, and then we got snow like for 5 days straight, right?
Yeah.
And it's around, but now it's supposed to be 5 degrees and everything's gonna melt.
And everything's wet, so you're little scattered there with the snowstorm going on.
5 degrees and all the snow is supposed to melt. So now we've got like extreme warming.
Right. Yeah. Well, around here it's going to do us some good. We could use some water in the pond.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, that's the thing. Like
really
normally we should be packed in. We want to have the snow. We need that snow. We need the moisture. We're gonna have nothing. And knock on wood, this year for BC fires, we didn't have a lot. Like we weren't smoked out this year. And it was the first year in 5 years that we haven't been smoked out.
Yeah.
Banff and Jasper, of course, the Jasper that was a big Jasper, but that wasn't in our BC either.
Okay, I caught some of that. Oh, right shoulder, eh?
Oh my God! I can just cut it off.
Yeah, then you'd have phantom pain.
It's just it never stops aching, no matter what.
Yeah.
And it's the day before methotrexate day, and sometimes this just happens. But I've never had it keep me awake all night, ever.
Oh.
I took some hydroxychloroquine too this morning when I got up, because I was supposed to, that kind of helps it too. But a little bit, it dulled it a bit, so I didn't have to take any more like morphine to go to work with. I've taken one.
You can't take it. You can't take an anti-inflammatory.
This is the funniest thing out. When I told her that my doctor had given, like my GP had given me hydromorphine, very low doses for my pain, she goes, "You shouldn't be taking that. You can take Advil." I'm like, "You told me I couldn't take Advil or Tylenol." She goes, "When did I tell you that?" I'm like, "When I first was diagnosed." And the reason I take, right?
You can take Tylenol.
Okay, I could. But the reason why my GP took me off the Tylenol and started me on the low dose of this, or there was actually something else before, but it was giving me a headache, is because I was eating 12 Tylenol at a time to touch the pain.
Oh.
So if 12 Tylenol extra strength aren't cutting the pain, it ain't helping my kidney, my liver.
Oh, run your gut and eat up your liver and spit it out.
She goes, "That's not good for you either. If you're eating that many Tylenol to kill the pain,
no.
Like that's got to stop. Let's put you on this." And it's one pill rather than 12. Right?
Yeah, just did it all in one dose, right?
And that's why she did that. And then the specialist is like, "Me." I'm like, make up your mind. I've been seeing you for 3 years, and every time I see you, your story changes. It's just, you're supposed to be. Anyway, I don't think she even knew who, like, she was, it was weird because she was saying, "Didn't you have this?" And I'm like, "I've never had skin lesions." In her head, she thinks I've got psoriatic arthritis, right?
Oh.
But I don't get psoriasis. I've never had eczema. I've never had skin rashes ever. But in her head, I've got psoriatic arthritis. And I'm like, "No, Karen, I don't get skin lesions."
Mm-hmm.
And then it must be just all right. But because of my fingers, I don't know. She's just, I don't know. Because of the genetics, I don't know. But she looks at my fingers and toes every time and makes a big stink about it, but never, like, it stops there. I see her once a year, and it's the same. But again, with the Advil, she told me, "Don't take Advil; it's not good for you."
Yeah, I don't take Advil. Just
but then
Tylenol.
tells me, she told me to take Advil, and I know I even Google, and it says no methotrexate, no Advil. Tylenol, acetaminophen, No naproxen, even ibuprofen, nothing when you're taking methotrexate, right? Because methotrexate is so hard to deliver too. But anyway,
I don't mind not having to take that anymore. So
the only way I'm going to get off is if I agree to take a poke. And I'm not doing a needle because I go from pills to an injection. That's the only next step.
Oh, yeah. And then if you got to do a self-injection, you're not into that for sure. I know I did them.
No.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've got a phobia for needles as it is.
Yeah.
That's the only way I'm going to get off this shit is if I agree to do the injectable methotrexate. And when that doesn't work, then she'll put me on to Skyrizi or some other whatever, right? But then it's a biologic, and I have to go sit in her office and have an infusion done once a month. Or once every
Okay,
week.
well, if you ended up on Skyrizi, that's something you would do at home, but because it's just a thing that just takes 5 minutes to do it. The other ones you would have to go in unless you had something like Humira. That's an EpiPen.
Well, that was another one that she suggested, but again, it's another freaking needle. And
It's
there's
it's an EpiPen, so you just stab yourself in the leg.
No.
Now with the Skyrizi, it's a device about as big as this package.
Yeah.
Okay, it's actually smaller than this package.
Is it a needle too?
No, what it is there is a needle, but it's like okay, but hang on. What it is think of those those little discs for the people with diabetes so they can take and stick on. Okay. It's like that.
Okay.
And what it is, it's inside this little pump with your medication in it. And when you press down on a button, the needle goes into your leg, and it's just barely breaks the surface of your skin, and then the medication goes in. So it's not like a syringe needle or anything like that. It's just like a little pinprick. It's really small. I don't even see the needle.
But yeah, the same pharmaceuticals for my autoimmune are the same for yours. Crohn's, colitis, all under arthritis, and it's all under the same.
Yeah.
Why my colitis is lymphatic and not ulcerative? Because it's an autoimmune rather than a.
Yeah, and not everybody can. Yeah, it's not like it's just a little wee. I was gonna look for the picture there of it, but it's just a little wee device. I'm involved in a Crohn's group on Facebook, and we get talking with a lot of people and see a lot of the what they're going through, and experiences that I've been through, right?
Yeah. My mom has a friend with a grandson that's got Crohn's so bad that it runs from the back of his throat all the way through.
Yeah, I've had it from the tip of my lips to the tip of my ass.
Yeah, and it's just like, and it's like it's for me too. Like it's not the same, but I don't eat anything. You eat anything, and I can't eat anything. It doesn't matter what it is.
There was a mother who wrote one post for her 11-year-old daughter. Her mouth is just full of cankers.
Yeah.
The kid can't eat, drink, just a mess. And I can't remember all exactly I ate. I just know that at that time it was a lot of water, but yeah.
That's a lack of folics. All the mouth sores.
A lack of what?
Of folic acid. That's why I got to take folic acid, right? Because when you're taking any immune suppressing, it kills your body's ability to.
Yeah, I took folic acid as well. Yeah.
And if you don't take folic acid, you'll get mouth sores and cankers. So if that little she's obviously lacking a lot of folic acid, so she should be taking.
Well, I'll go look for that thread. and make.
Ask her, like, is she taking folic acids? And if she's not, why? Or,
I was on 5 milligrams a day.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they kept running out of supply in the system.
Yeah,
So
and
you
then
had
you
to
have to
take
buy
5 of the 1 grammers.
Yep. It was like that just recently again too. It's the same. I have a prescription for folic acids and I can't get it. And it's like, what do you mean I can't get it? Oh, it's back ordered. I'm like, it's a fucking acid, like it's folic acid. But apparently it's because it's produced somewhere over in Indonesia and Myanmar or somewhere where there's war, and it's just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kind of like he's bitching about the chocolate prices. I said, you know that there's a drought in Colombia? Pretty hard for them to get, any cocoa or leaves being grown when there's a drought, right?
Yeah.
In Brazil and all through South America, it's drought. They don't even have fucking power, so they're not growing any fucking any chocolate. Cocoa.
Chocolate. Okay, here's a report, and well, you are a mother of a teenager. And this study says that the study finds that the perceptions of parents' cannabis use shapes the teens' attitudes.
I don't know.
And like it says here that teens who think their parents use cannabis are more likely to hold a favorable attitude towards it and to consider trying it themselves.
Oh, for sure. Because why hide it?
Yeah.
It's no different than them all sitting around outside a campfire with a fucking beer in their hand, and that's appealing to kids too. So if you got a bunch of smoking weed, they're gonna be appealing to that, right?
You don't even have to sit around the fire here. Like a minor can't walk into our cannabis stores, but they can sit beside mom and dad when they order a beer at the local restaurant during dinner.
Well, here in BC, they can actually go into a pub till 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
You can take them to the pubs till 9 o'clock. So yeah, they can sit in a licensed facility and watch your parents get shit-faced drunk, and then take you home at 9 o'clock and beat you up and put you to bed, right? And then yeah. I guess I don't. It's just double standard. Like it's just so.
It says here that if teens perceive their parents use cannabis, whether they actually do or not, it can send the message that behavior is also acceptable for them. Oh,
that's why you talk to your kids.
That's why you talk to them.
Your kids, so you can't put that on the kid.
Well, this is what they go on to say.
Yeah.
To have the conversation, to set boundaries for your teen. Yeah.
It's not even so much even that. Just give them the facts. Tell them the facts. But a lot of these like ads and stuff from mom or mad and all this shit, and it affects the developing brain, and like it just reminds me of that stupid commercial. This is your brain on drugs.
Drugs, yeah.
So it's information and it's scare tactics. It's kind of like
They say that 32% of teens believed their fathers used cannabis, while 25% thought their mothers did. They said these perceptions were strongly associated with decreased negativity attitudes towards it. Well, that's because they're seeing what they're believing and not what they're being told.
Well, here's the thing.
They can see that how mom and dad are with cannabis, and it's not what they were being taught in school through
Don't hear about cannabis fetal syndrome, right? Cannabis fetal syndrome. But you sure hear a lot about alcohol fetal syndrome.
Alcohol, yeah.
Fetal alcohol syndrome, right? But you don't hear about fetal cannabis syndrome. That's what I meant.
No.
Right?
No.
So what is fetal cannabis syndrome? In fact, they did studies to find out that women that smoke while they were pregnant have more rounded, more intelligent children. Kind of like mine, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't know fetal cannabis syndrome, but alcohol sure fucks you up, makes you have no conscience, makes you have like absolutely know what's right from wrong. There are so many symptoms, and that's what we're dealing with because our generation before parents didn't know. It was a norm to see a mom sitting there with a cigarette and a fucking glass of wine in her hand, pregnant. Right? In the 60s, 70s.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's about what that ended up going through. There was a bunch of other stuff throughout the study there, but nothing that was. It was sort of wasn't really connecting it the way that any more information. We say boys who reported high levels of parental monitoring, so which has got nothing to do with cannabis.
But when they don't find any harms in it, that's when you hear them say, "Oh, more data is needed. Oh, we need further investigation because you haven't found any evidence."
Oh, yeah, we need to further investigate the.
Yeah, and it's because they haven't found anything. They found no absolute harm in it, right?
No, they don't. They're not always finding. They're not always looking for the good. They're usually looking for the bad.
Yeah, they're looking for the harms. And then when you ask them where the cannabis money is, they're going to go, "Oh, it's for law enforcement and cannabis treatment recovery." Are you building treatment centers for cannabis users? Like, where are they with all this money? Then if they're not being used for cannabis treatment, then why aren't they being used for apartments for people that are houseless? Like, where is the money?
Yeah, I don't know. Have you? I know one time you talked about asking your MP. Have you ever done that?
No, because I'm not a conservative and they don't take my calls. And my MLA said, "I'm your MLA whether you like it or not."
But he can still answer your question. Where's all the money going?
No, I roasted him. He doesn't know. And it's, like I said, and he wouldn't know because they just swore these idiots in, and he won't even know. Yeah, like it's actually the NDP government that we've got running the shit show right now to be asking where's the money. But my whatever you want to call him, the used car salesman from down the block, no, I'm serious. That's what he is. These idiots out here used car salesmen. They
they all had a job prior to being. Well, most of them. There's one guy who didn't have a job before becoming an MP. And I see. I couldn't say everybody. Because I knew about him. But all right, time for us to.
You know what we should do? We should go and smoke a joint in front of his office. In fact, I could probably walk up to him and say, "Hey, remember me? You want to smoke a joint?"
All right. Well, we're gonna go for a break, and when we come back, we're gonna talk about dogs.
Okay.
Cannabis and dogs. All right. All right. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. See you in about 3.5 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back. Alrighty, and I just had to go upstairs while we were off from the break, but I'll tell you, the old joints just don't move like they used to.
My joints aren't moving at all. Like I was trying to explain today, like everybody's like, "Oh, you look like you're in pain." I says, "You have no idea." And they're like, "Oh, what's going on? Did you get an injury?" I'm like, "No, it's just my arthritis." And they go, "Oh, well, I've got osteo," and they always want to run with their, "Oh, I got it too." I said, "Oh, yeah, okay, yeah." I said, "Well, meanwhile, it feels like I broke my bones. Like if you ever broke a bone, that's how fucking painful it is, right? Or if you have burst a bursa, or if you actually have torn a rotator."
Yeah.
But it's like, but this is like, it's like I said, there's pressure points, and if I even touch it, it's like
just scream.
And it's not. It's on the skin. It's like all the way from the top of the skin all the way down. It's just, and it's like pressure, like 3 little pinpoints. Yeah.
I had a broken ankle.
No, I've broken bones before. I broke my arm and I couldn't sit up the next day. It hurt so bad. So
I got ran over by a forklift.
Jesus Christ, that would crush your foot.
Those ones that are inside that don't have any suspension on them.
Oh yeah, with the roller.
Hard tires. Yeah, one of those.
Yeah.
Okay. I mentioned before we go to break that we're going to talk dogs. Okay. Now, who would have thought? And I look at this too with humans as well. But there's always, people's dogs are getting into finding roaches or getting into people's cannabis and they're getting stoned, right?
Oh, yeah.
So what they say, this new study shows, this headline says that CBD can help counteract accidental cannabis exposure in dogs. So they're suggesting to use cannabis to help combat an overdose of dogs getting into cannabis.
It's the same with a human. If you're green enough,
exactly. That's what I.
CBD and it's funny. Orange juice does the same thing too, because I don't know why, but orange juice will sober you right up too. Like if you're greening out as well, if you're having a panic attack or something with your heart racing, like that's something that kind of goes along with greening out sometimes. And that would be an option. But CBD. In fact, it's funny that you mentioned pet CBD because my little cougher over there is taking these too, right? Because it seems to help, and he's not losing weight or anything. Like he's been coughing like that for like years. It's not a new thing, right?
Yeah. They say here, they used did this on some dogs, and 5 of them had, there was 6 cases. Okay, so 5 of these dogs were treated with a mucosal CBD, and these are sheets that dissolve on the dog's inner lips or gums.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they're those are coming out for you and I and humans as well. I had a report on that on Monday's news, where it's just like a little package and you put it in between your gum and your teeth, and it just dissolves, and within 15 minutes you're feeling it's in your system.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind that.
Well, you could use those in situations where you can't smoke.
Well, I think they're trying to get people away from smoking because they're doing the same thing with cigarettes.
Yeah, correct. I wouldn't doubt it too. So.
Oh no, they got these pouches now too.
Yeah, the pouch. You stick the pouch in there, and it's got THC
Flavored.
instead of nicotine. And yeah, I looked at it. It could be an advantage in some sports. I don't know, what's it created and how is it
Depends on
made.
how you consume it, though, right? Like, if I'm a smoker, same with cigarettes. I'm not gonna want to like take away that inhalation, right? Same with cannabis. Like, I smoke cannabis because I
Yeah.
like the taste of it. I want to get that flavor, right? I like the terpenes. I like the smell, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But the whole experience of smoking it, it's not the high. I mean, the high, is a bonus if you get one. If you get one, right? Usually it's just
Yeah.
like treating something. It's either like, helping this ache, that ache, divert from that, making it so I don't kill somebody.
Wow. Holy smokes. They say within an hour of giving these dogs these patches, the ones that were stoned, because there were 6 of them that were stoned, they used these patches on. Say less than an hour, all of the clinical signs of THC intoxication had
It's
been
gone.
noticeably reduced in 5 of the 6 cases.
Yep.
Within an hour.
Yep.
And were completely resolved for 3 of the 6 cases within a day.
Because it does, it really depends on the dog, the size of the dog, the size of the roach. Because I had Peanut, she was
Right.
super tiny. She ate a roach and she looked like she was on acid. Her eyes would be all big and
Oh, yeah. I had
everywhere and like, yeah, it wasn't a good time.
I had one person tell me that their dogs got into their cookies that were cooling on the counter. And the dog ate a whole whack of them. And it was for days on end that these people had to actually carry the dog outside so it could go to the bathroom. It was that.
He ate a whole fucking bag of haystacks, medicated haystacks during the cannabis cup, and they were chocolate. Didn't affect him.
Wow.
He puked.
Didn't affect the
Oh, 'cause of the
chocolate should have.
right?
Didn't the
They
chocolate affect you?
No, that was that big fat, street dog that I got that I rescued right from California. Didn't even touch him. He's like, "Come on,
Wow.
bring it." Rolling around, we get home.
Makes you wonder, it makes you wonder how strong was the chocolate.
Well, that or the fact that how much weed he ate when he was on the streets in California.
Yeah, he got toleration, eh? Yeah.
He was like, right on, give you some more.
This was done by 3 researchers in Florida. Okay, and
is weed legal in Florida?
Yeah, patients. It's not recreationally. They just voted that down, 57%.
Right, that's a 60%, target. Yeah.
Correct.
Right,
Correct. Yes.
I'm
Yeah, it was.
I'm surprised they allow patients to have any
This
rights
is
on
done. This is all done with veterinarians all involved in it. They said the products contain 10 milligrams of CBD from broad spectrum hemp. Dose based on the dog's body weight. And they retail for about $2 per 10 milligram sheet. And they obviously work from what they report. And for $2, $2, that's not like an arm and a leg.
No, that's not bad at all.
No. And this is for the vets, eh?
Well, I know that this stuff where I get this,
Yeah.
this CBD comes from the University of British Columbia because that's where she sources it.
Yeah. It says that a survey of vets in the US and Canada reported treatment costs for they call it THC toxicosis. So I'm gonna say OD on, as they would call it these days. We called it greened out, just got too high.
Yeah.
$2,000 to go see a veterinarian, but they say here that mostly it costs usually around $500.
Well, yeah, because they make them drink charcoal and puke charcoal, and that's not going to do anything for a dog that's high on cannabis, but the CBD will actually counteract because of the trichrome, or not the trichrome, but the will attach to your receptors, right? What am I trying to say here? It counteracts because of the terpenes, the CBDs, everything that's involved in it with the chemical breakdown, right? So you're high, this is a down low, right? Because it's a balancer. So why you get a 1-to-1? Because they even each other out. I don't know how to explain it though. Like, because I'm not a scientist, I don't have a lot of things to
Yeah.
It's like a 1-to-1, right? Like that's why when you get
1-to-1, that's what I always shoot for around there.
Don't get high off that because the CBD is counteracting the THC.
This goes on a little bit more into other stuff, but they say here that the National Animal Supplement Council promoted a new study that it says show that CBD is safe for long-term use in dogs. So whether even like this is more along the line of helping your dog get better from being too stoned, but
they sell
it's also,
CBD at the pet stores.
It points out the fact that long-term study showing it doesn't affect the dogs in a negative way. Also means you can give it to them medicinally for whatever reason, and knowing that it's not going to affect them. I got some stuff for Tessa sitting in the fridge right now from Legacy 420 for dogs.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I mean. Taven Stitch.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was coughing, and he's 15 years old, right? If I can keep him alive a little longer, or whatever, I will. I'll do whatever.
This study also found out that not only CBD, but CBDA and CBG were well tolerated in healthy dogs at a dose of 5 milligrams per kilogram.
See, and Daryl uses a lot of CBC.
Oh, yeah.
And CBC and THC. Those are the main three that he.
Wow.
Yeah.
They said they dosed a healthy male and female beagle. Wonder if it helped them get quiet. But they dosed them for 90 consecutive days for 3 months.
Well, you'd think that we would calm them down so they wouldn't be barking if the barking was due to anxiety.
Yeah, right. So they'd be calming them down, right?
Right. Well, you think it
could
would.
Could have. They're not mentioning anything about that.
Well, that's something. Obviously, they weren't asking the right dang questions.
No, they also found that cannabis appears to be a viable alternative treatment option for dogs suffering from a common skin disease.
I'm telling you, that pod bomb that Oily Dog has, I put that on the back of that little silky chicken, right? Remember I was telling you that they had pulled all her feathers out and she was like bleeding and all like her skin was hard. Anyways, I used that pod bomb with the CBDs or whatever, right? That's in it. And you should see that chicken now. She's got all her feathers back. She's living in my dining room now. I took her to the bathroom. Well, she got picked on.
Yeah. It also goes on and says things like, it was CBD, significant reductions in stress and anxiety related to car travel helps them. Frequency of seizures among dogs, which we hear about that a lot anyways. And arthritis in dogs as well.
They say it's good for their joints, but glycine and CBD kind of go hand in hand. They have kind of the same compounds.
There we go. Hey, some people might look at this as being funny or odd, but why would they study this or whatever? But it makes sense. They say that last year, the U.S. Department of Agriculture found that cows that are fed hemp seed cake retain very low concentrations of THC and CBD in their bodies, indicating that meat products from hemp-fed cattle are safe for human consumption. But let's also look at the fact 100 years ago, when hemp was growing wild, those cows were eating that stuff. And people were eating the cows. And we didn't have the autoimmune conditions that we have now.
or autism or all kinds of fucking cancer and fucking epilepsy and all kinds of shit. And I had this fucking quack, oh, you got rheumatoid arthritis, you got the jab. And he said, no, I had that long before the jab. You know what I mean? Like, what do you know? I've got, but again, like science doesn't lie. But again, you're right. Hemp was around. Cannabis was medicine before 1920. In fact, if you talk to the Mormons, I hate to say this, but even in Bounty, which is out by Creston, where those, polygamy weirdos live, they've been using CBDs for menopause and menstrual issues and for decades. Decades and decades. Well, since 1849, when they were actually created, the religion, right? But but it's been something that they never ever took out of their sanctimonial, whatever they call it.
Right. Now feeding the cows also reduces their stress, and it also helps the horses with stress and pain.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. Oh, here's one.
It's funny because the Veterinary Association, when we were doing the roundtables in Vancouver, like way back, like when they were doing consultation before legalization, the Veterinary Association was there in Vancouver, right?
Yeah.
And the Ministry of Agriculture from British Columbia was there, right? There were people that were, because they wanted input, but they also wanted to have something to say, whether it was good, bad, or ugly, right? That was what these roundtables were about, the negative and the positive, and putting people together so we could, hash out what the policies should look like, kind of thing, right? Yeah. But they were more interested in the medicinal side, and that's not what they were there for. Why anybody ever brought up anything medicinal to the policy builders or the policy panel and all the people that were there taking their notes, medicinal was something that was not part of the conversation. And every time it was brought up,
they didn't want to have anything to do with it.
Well, no, but I made like that comment. I says, until you recognize it as medicine, we're going to keep going round and round with regulations for recreational till the end of fucking time. I didn't swear, but it was true. And we are still going on and on about regulations for recreational cannabis because there's nothing left for patients. There's nothing there for patients.
And they won't come out with just patients higher doses because they'll say, oh, well, then it's going to get into the other markets and people are going to get access to high dose.
We're adults. How about we can decide for ourselves whether we're medically licensed or not? You're treating us like we're in kindergarten, for fuck's sakes. Like, are you our government or are you my mom and dad? Like,
yeah. It's just like you can go in and buy a near beer. You can buy a beer that's like 4% or a beer that's 5%. You can buy a beer that's 7%.
Yeah, you can buy Everclear in Alberta for 99, but you can't in British Columbia. It's 97 because of the regulations, province to province. You argue with this idiot lotto zombie about that. Oh, I got an Alberta ticket. You can. No, I can't. It's Alberta. Well, it's 649. It's Alberta jurisdiction. It's like healthcare.
Yeah. Provincial
cannabis too. They threw it back to the provinces, so that every province is different, right? Just like in Quebec, you can't do this and you can't do that, and now they want to stop you doing fucking a lot more. Like Legault is pulling fucking bullshit out there right now. Language police and anti-abortion, all kinds of shit going on in Quebec. Never mind, overinflation of numbers on the riot. But
I see that they're starting to allow them to have vape pens. And they figure it's going to take a year from now, and they're going to start allowing vape pens and cartridges.
And Manitoba's still sitting stagnant. What's going on there, Webb? But again,
last I heard it'll be the spring of 2025 before it's legal for them to grow plants there.
I guess in hindsight, I'm glad they did it. I have two sides of this, and part of me wants to say, why did the feds give back the province? Blah blah blah. But then the federal government, if it changed, they could change it whenever they wanted to. At least with the provinces involved, they can't take that jurisdiction because now it's provincial jurisdiction. So I don't know if Polyev could really fucking change much, to be fair. He might try, but this is provincial jurisdiction. It'd be like fucking with their healthcare or their driver's licenses.
I think
there's federal healthcare legislation.
I believe in the legislation for us to have legal cannabis. There's something in there about the provinces being able to reduce the number from 4.
Reduce the number to what?
From 4. I think there is something in there.
reduce it, but they can't up it. Yeah, it's absolutely.
Yeah, you can't go above 4, but they could turn
above.
around and say a province could turn around and say, yeah, you can only grow 2 plants.
You can't grow any. Yeah, they could absolutely do that. But that's the thing.
Well,
like
Quebec did it, right? They did the 0 thing, and that went right to the Supreme Court of Canada. So,
and again, the feds weren't able to interfere, right? So that's what I mean. Are they going to be able to take it away if they can't even tell them what they can do about plant growing? So I think it's kind of like, because healthcare is under the Federal Healthcare Act, right? Legislation. This is under the Canadian Cannabis Act, and it goes, and every province then writes its own Cannabis Act. So it's kind of like healthcare, right? Because I don't think Polyev can touch it, because it's not even with the abortion laws too.
I'm gonna have to look into that, because I look at it as
right. The federal law was allowing for federally you could have an abortion, but in New Brunswick they just defunded it. So that there was just no surgical abortions for 4 years. They just didn't give them any money in the budget for that part of the health.
Oh yeah.
And there was nothing the federal budget could do about it because it's healthcare and it's
healthcare and
well, and cannabis too. Like I said, now that they've done that with cannabis, it's like liquor and tobacco. They can't make any regulations on that anymore at a federal level. It's all now provincial.
Yeah, I have to look at the exact wording.
Yeah, do for sure. But I'm pretty sure that's kind of when they kick it back to the province and it's out of there. It's like, now you do.
Okay, last topic. We got 5 more minutes to go before the end of the show. Did you know that U.S. taxpayers spent almost $13 billion? That's a B. $13 billion to fund the global war on drugs over the past decade.
Oh, I'm surprised it's that little. With their,
so am I. I was too. I thought, is that all?
Yeah, that's it. With them going to Cuba, and they got Guzman down there. They got the Mexican war going on right now too. Like they're meddling in that. Like they're all over the fucking place. The DEA. So how is that really? I think that's underinflated.
I thought it was low too.
Yeah, it's got to be flying around and driving little fucking helicopters. Come on. I mean, shit. They got an office in Canada. And whatever did come up about those Chinese police offices, right? Like, remember we were talking.
Oh yeah, here in Canada.
So is there little DEA offices? There was. We found out there was DEA offices in Canada too, right? So how much? Like that's what I mean. Like really, maybe I think that's an underinflated number.
They say Well, it says here. They say for this upcoming year. The President Joe Biden requested $1 billion for international counter-narcotics activity. 480 million of that goes to the DEA.
What about the Border Patrol too? Like they got DEA sitting at the border too, right?
Yeah.
So like I said, that sounds like a small number.
Small number, yeah.
If that's all they're spending, that's the reason why they've got people coming across their fucking border.
They say now since 1971, the U.S. has spent more than $1 trillion on the war on drugs.
They wasted their money.
Prioritizing law enforcement responses and fueling mass incarceration within its borders.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where all those private prisons come into play.
Yeah, but it's a huge moneymaker for their corporate.
It is. Oh, big time.
Like they contract out all the meals, they contract out the laundry, they contract out anything to their, to Peter Lougheed's wife in Calgary for their food and their for their laundry. Wild Rose or Danielle, whatever. Yeah, it's all connected to the fucking provincial government. All that in Alberta. Yep. Anyway, yeah, it's a great big moneymaker.
Yeah, she's big bucks. I would have thought, but still, I would have thought it was going to be more than that 13 billion. If you look at $1 trillion, that's 29. That's 51 years. Yeah, 51, 52 years. $1 trillion. Would that seem like a low number over that many years?
Yeah, it does. It seems underinflated. And like I said, if that's all their money that they're spending, that's the reason why they're having so many fucking issues. Where's all the money for education for these people that you're incarcerating? Like they've cut so many funds, right? No, exactly, right? So then you look people out, so you're educating them to be better criminals when you put them in these mandatory jails.
Oh yeah,
Or you're
well,
getting
training centers.
right.
Yeah.
Right. Let's incarcerate them all. So they can all come out. Yeah. It's ridiculous, but yeah, it's a big money making schmoz.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I said, that's exactly what you see coming. Less little guys that don't have corporate jobs or corporate connections or anything. We're the ones that I'm not saying we're struggling, because we're not like struggling. Like we can afford groceries and shit, and my bills were paid. But I mean, I'm not getting ahead. Like I'm not got money in the bank.
No.
Right.
No.
But again, I never have. It's not like this is new, right? This is not a new phenomenon. I'm all of a sudden
No.
Completely,
I completely agree. Believe me.
So this is not a new phenomenon. So all these people, oh my god, I can't put money away. You didn't grow up in the 80s then either, when the interest rates were 13.5% on a mortgage.
Well, I'm still making the same money I made 22 years ago.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So it's just because there's no increase there. So
no,
not when you're fine, right? So there's no money to save there. That's for sure.
I guess your boss can't give you a raise to up your benefit raise. So there's no.
Yeah.
They don't give you inflammatory. Yeah, no. No, I
So
understand.
there you go. Big money being spent on that. So, all right. Well, have you got anything else you want to discuss? I see we're at the bottom of the hour.
No.
No. All right. Okay.
Except I'm doing my also. I totally gapped on Monday. 11 o'clock.
Oh yeah, the new time for the
show. I had to reset my Alexa, but my Alexa was going off at 11:30 to remind me about my show, and I went, I forgot. So yeah, I have to reset the Alexa. So this Monday at 10 a.m. I will be going live. Actually, I think I'm going to see.
No, that's 10 a.m. Mountain Time. That's
10 a.m. Mountain Time, noon Eastern Standard
Time. Eastern Time.
3 o'clock on the East Coast. Yeah. So it's a little earlier for me, and yeah.
Yeah, I seen your post. I just got Tavin to school, and I thought, okay, she didn't do her show.
Yeah, it was at 12. That was at 12:30, right? That's why I had to move it, because he's got to be at school for 12:30, and I'm like, holy crap! I got but I ripped my damn room apart too, right? Because to get everything kind of and I just got on a tangent. All of a sudden, my Alexa's going off at 11:30, going time for show, and I'm going. No, my time for show was supposed to be at 10. Damn it! Yeah, totally.
Got that reset, so it goes off properly.
It all reset now. Yes, I do. It goes off at 9:30, saying get your ass out of bed because you have a show to do in a half an hour.
All right, sounds good. Half an hour. Not much time there, but I understand what you mean.
I'm up well before that. I'm up. The dog has me up at 7 a.m. I'm up well before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have my dog doesn't get me up at 7 a.m.
Oh, the big guy does. It's because it's routine.
Gail gets me up at 6, 10 to 6 when her alarm goes off. So.
Oh yeah, I guess right. Yeah.
Yeah. All righty. Other than that, we're done. Other than that, like I said, we're done. You can find us on Twitter. No, we're not on Twitter anymore.
No, we're not. Blue Sky. Did you check it? We have Blue Sky, but we're not.
Yeah, we can't. Blue Sky only takes. You can't stream to Blue Sky, and they can only do 1-minute videos on Blue Sky.
Yeah. It's a baby. It's a baby. It'll evolve. It'll get.
Yeah, I put the YouTube link there, and just a reminder for anybody who's watching, don't forget subscribe, hit that subscription button wherever it may be. I don't know. It might be down there. I don't know. Can't see it from here. So. All right. Thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Camelford Lifestyle Shop in downtown Camelford, at ease.ca. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News. Myself and my buddy Glenn should be returning. And other than that, we will see you then. Thank you and good night. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hello, everybody. Welcome to glass blowing today here at the workshop of the Happle. The creators of the Happle, Dave and Matza, are here with me today. We're going to watch them create some glass products, including we're going to go through the steps of the Happle with Dave.
For example, like, not quite roundish looking balls. That can't be called oranges because oranges are circular, so you're reduced to looking at it going, you know what? It's kind of a pear. No, you know what? It's an apple. It's an apple, right? Right? Because guess what? Nobody actually has a definition of what an apple shape is.
That's right. Yeah.
And there's thousands of different breeds of apples, right?
Correct.
And so a little bit interesting. The only reason why they're apples is because of the fact that I got away with making oblong shaped circles. That's like literally the why I do it that way.
And
one day he said, "Hey, that looks like an apple."
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about a consistent shape if you're calling it
That's
an
right.
apple, right?
That's right. And I can tell you, there is no consistency in the last 10,000.
Everyone is its own.
I bet you can find two that are the same in 10,000.
Not if you pull out the calipers. No. To this day, every single one is hand blown and eyeballed. I'll show and demonstrate that to you. I actually don't use a mold or a template or anything like that.
Yeah.
I had to start doing it just to make sure that it fits in the box.
Mhm.
Like I can't get too big, right? But that's about it. But yeah, and that's the only reason why I've been able to make so many of them, or else I go numb.
Yeah, the Happle. Very
Have you got a box there you can show, Al?
Of the Happle?
Yeah. There you go. There's a Happle.
Yeah, this is the Happle here. Right.
Yes, that is the apple there.
Okay. And there's a stem, just like on any Happle.
Yeah.
Right.
That stem essentially. Okay, so this, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks, glass bottles. We used to take a little pebble or a dime. We used to stick into the glass bottle. We used to use a lighter, heat up one corner of it, which is
Got to do it again.
Evening out the wall thickness in the kiln, right?
Right.
But we heat up one little corner of it, stress out one little spot
And it
of
breaks.
the bottle, and then if we do it in the right way and do the right tap, the pebble or the dime that's in the bottle will pop a hole out
Correct.
of the side of the bottle, and then therefore you can take your bottle, stick your joint or your cigarette with a little bit of hash on it into the bottle, and it was called a bottle toke.
Yep. Yes.
This is a bottle toker. This is your cigarette.
Yep.
But you don't have to use a cigarette anymore. You can just place your hash on here and put it into here. It fills up, and then you just pull it through there. Now, part of the reason why this has been great is for so many people who used to use this old style technique, but you can really only do it with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, 'cause
You couldn't do it with joints. People claim that they can do it with joints, but they're lying. Okay, it's not possible. It was always tobacco, right? And then so as guys got older and you had to quit smoking, you weren't able to do bottle tokes anymore because you were smoking. You just didn't want to have cigarettes around, right? So a lot of people had to give up hash because of the fact that they couldn't do any of it. So when we came up with this, it allowed more of the original old-timey smokers to be able to experience and enjoy hash for the first time without having to dilute it with tobacco, dry cannabis.
Yeah, and I'm a person that doesn't smoke tobacco, so I wouldn't want tobacco.
No, and so you never would have had a bottle toke.
Yeah,
like that would never have been something that you would have appealed to you, right? You're like, no, I don't want the tobacco.
And when I did have one, it was yeah. And then with cannabis, then you've got your cannabis included in your hash, so then you're not getting that. Just if you want just that hash taste.
Well, what you're doing is you're making your cannabis a little stronger, but you're making your hash a lot weaker because you're just adding. It's like
here's an interesting development within the legal market that's kind of it kind of dovetails nicely into the hash devices is. Right now within the legal market, there's such a competition between the stores to attract and keep customers. They're doing everything they possibly can to keep them to come around. And what that usually means is that they're trying to get their customers as medicated or as high as possible, thinking that that's the best way to retain a customer. Is that fair? Right?
Some people THC is the main thing, correct?
Yeah.
For some people, yes.
So with something like this, we want to be able to provide them with a device that by the time they start smoking hash, they're already moved past dry flower, one strain at a time. They've moved into the pre-rolls, which are infused.
Yeah.
So the pre-roll dry tobacco or dry cannabis infused with this, infused with that, laced like dusted with this and that. Right.
The kiff.
Well, the whole part of that new smokers lose is they lose the experience of learning about the different strains of cannabis and the effects of individual strains. Because everyone's getting a salad joint, as what we used to call it, right? Yeah. So no one had an idea of what strain did what because you don't know, right?
Especially on pre-rolls, they don't normally tell you what the strain is.
No, absolutely.
They might say premium cannabis. Yeah. Well, what the hell is that?
So what customers are coming in, they're buying single strains. It's not doing it for them. So now whether they turn to their bud tender, ask for recommendations, bud tenders always turn to an infused pre-roll. Because that's great bang for your buck from a consumer perspective, from a bud tender perspective. But what that's done is created this whole step in the cannabis community that everyone has skipped in the new legal market because in the old market, we had no choice but to try all the different dry flowers. We had no choice but to get one or two strains at a time.
If you don't like it, you mix it.
What's that, Al?
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you didn't like it, you go back to your dealer.
Or you wait till next week.
Or you go to your
Next
dealer
batch.
and you ask for something different. But really, it wasn't that. But now with these infused things, it's artificially gotten people more stoned without the actually understanding the benefits of indicas versus sativas. All of the stuff that the older people and all the stuff that the advocates and the educators want people to know about. So now what happens is they get tired of the pre-rolls, their taste buds and their cannabinoid receptors are all messed up because they don't know what they're getting. They can come back to a single strain of hash using one of the hash devices, right? And please, like this is the Happle's the affordable version of it. There's lots of hash devices out there. Yeah. Right, but just an opportunity to be able to smoke a pure hash just on its own without diluting it anyway, right?
This would be the first time in decades where I was able to consume just straight hash.
All right, so who has the hash?
I do.
So I have a question while you guys are getting the hash. What's the price range of a Apple?
Retails for $54.
Retail.
That's very reasonable because you go and you can get just a simple bong for $120, but it's just that, right? So this is nice.
This is nice. It's just that it's hash. You just straight hash.
I've seen Al using his. How long will a piece of hash last in that?
Well, I myself I've learned.
Let's find out, shall we?
I have learned with mine that
I don't want to use one of the new
single
ones.
person
Come
or
on,
multiple person would be different lengths of hash that you add to this. The amount that you put in.
Selling.
That's what I.
All right. So here, let's go through a demonstration. Oh, by the way, each one of these comes with their own set of instructions in both English and French because that's a requirement in Canada. We have to supply all advertising and literature in both official languages of Canada. So all you do is you pick your little snake, and instead of putting that into the middle of a joint, which is what I used to do, you have it on this end.
That's what I'm doing right now, buddy.
Yeah. There you go. So now what we do is we just light up the end of it, let it burn, and then it creates a little ember.
Yeah.
And the most important part of it is don't let it burn. Blow it out before putting it in, or else you could create this black mess in there.
Now, some hash.
So this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the concentrate. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is our form of dabbing, right?
Yeah.
We used to love it, especially the old guys that smoking 5 or 6 joints for breakfast.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Al, as you can see here, it's brewing. It's filling up in this chamber. Once I get to a point where it's filled up to enough for my lungs.
Yeah.
It up, tick a little bit.
Because you can just sip it, right?
Yeah, and then just drink it out of the straw. And then
Yeah.
I put it back down. Pulling it in, draws fresh air through it, so that way it's reloaded, reset, refills itself. If I forget about this, usually happens about the 4th or 5th one of them.
I get that.
After I've forgotten about it, it'll put itself out and it'll snuff itself out. I've anecdotally heard that this is a very efficient way to smoke your hash and consume your hash because very, very little wastage.
And it's personal. It's personal, but you can share it.
There you go.
It's like a drink. It's personal size, but you can share it around the room. I have a Student glass, and you can share that for hours on end.
Right. Yeah. And then and that's it.
So when it comes to the amount of hash that you put in there, being that it'll go out
eventually, yeah.
And then you relight it. Yep. Yeah. No, I just put a big long snake into it and just forget about it. And then I'll pull on it, and then, like I said, 2 or 3 of those, and then you forget that what you were doing or what you were smoking.
Oh yeah, you don't smoke.
Not really.
No. That's right. Yeah.
He doesn't share with his underlings.
I think a joint smoker would like that.
What's that, Al?
I think a joint smoker would like that.
Oh well, yeah. I smoke joints all the time.
There you go, Master. I'm gonna drop that into there for him because he's the special one.
He needs the fresh one.
Of course he does. He's Master.
Well, look how beautiful that waterfall is.
Yeah.
It's yeah, that's one that didn't cross quality insurance, by the way. It's all right on the
But those are nice if you've got five or six people sitting around and you got 5 or 6 people or 6 of those, you can just share it but not share it.
Yeah, and my whole idea with it is why share it when you can all have your own. And to your point with the party size one, any bigger than the chambers that we make is too big.
Too big.
The smoke,
yeah.
the hash smoke just gets stale and old, right? Like that old bomb smoke. Don't make sure you clear it out.
Yeah.
Right. You know what we're doing, right?
Same thing, right?
Like, oh, look at that.
So
That's super cool. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that. Look. That's hash smoke. Hash smoke falls.
Yeah. And this is why you should clean your apples.
Wow. Oh, hey. For your audience.
Hey.
For your audience.
Okay.
I highly recommend that if you drink coffee, get one of these things and you fill this with ISO.
Yeah.
Right? And then when you're done with your apple for the day and night, drop it in there, close it up. And when you wake up in the morning, pull it out, and you give yourself a little rinse in the water, and then you have a brand new apple for the day. Right? It'll always be clean, right? And then you just keep the lid on this, and then your alcohol will never be back.
That's really a cool idea. There you go. A tip. A Dave tip. An official Dave tip.
Dr. Martha Stewart.
Good. You were talking about snail smoke and stuff. With this, when it goes out, obviously there's going to be smoke in that chamber.
That's the fastest way to make the apple dirty, is to let smoke sit in there. Because it clings to the side immediately.
Yeah.
And otherwise it just dissipates. Because as you can see, once it fills up, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, once it fills up, it starts to overflow.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, yeah, I got somebody.
It's starving for oxygen.
Yeah.
It needs
That's what I was wondering. Like, at the end, obviously, you're going to have,
That's why there's no oxygen
enough. Yeah.
And then here's another reason. So one of the things is I get a lot of criticism or questions about why this here is so loose and it rattles so much. Well, the reason for that is the airflow. Because if you had it sitting tight and not rattling, it just completely choke out and it would never stay lit.
You gotta keep some air in there.
You gotta have it. So that rattle has to happen only for it to work. So it's kind of one of those, which is a little contrary because people don't like glass rattling with it.
So well, you were just because it's gonna break, right? And then where would you get another stem?
If you break your stem,
yeah,
or you message me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll do a call out and I'll encourage people to message me whenever they have a broken stem.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the fact that I'm doing impromptu quality assurance.
Right.
Right. The number of stems I have to send out as a replacement would generally tell me whether or not this is a viable product, right?
Yeah.
And I give replacement stems out pretty much for free. And I can still do that because I only get one in maybe 1,000 every few months. And it's never, but it's always because of negligence, right?
Now, people can lose them.
Yeah.
Or drop them.
Yeah, and as far as for someone to replace that stem, they have to get a hold of you. Unless you've got them available in the store.
They are available.
Separately?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're available individually, but realistically, it's so hard to put a price on that little stem.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because that little stem, in my mind, that's the secret to it. You can take that stem and use it wherever you want to. Mm-hmm. So the value of that stem is actually quite high towards the whole value of the whole piece. But I'm hard pressed to charge $25 for a replacement stem, right? It just doesn't make sense. Right. And then at the same time, I have no idea. It hasn't, 1 in 1,000 every few months is probably that means I'm sending out 10 or 15, right? It's not a big deal at all, right? So anyway.
Crap.
Hash shit's different.
So it does.
Yeah. This is the point of the video, Al, where you start recording faster, maybe. Jump. Yeah. Use that 30 frames per second George Miller shit.
Now let's see where else we can go with this. As far as so these are available.
Take a moment, Al.
So as far as the retail stores, they could be available are they just available in Ontario retail stores?
Everywhere.
Everywhere, so right across the country?
Yep.
So for people to go into the stores, see if they're there, ask if they're not there, and maybe they'll bring them in.
I have a question. Can you bang a nail in with a apple like you did with the other thing?
Sure. Let's. I'll get you that apple right now. Yeah, we'll send you that video after. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we certainly can. Yes, 32.
I think he's looking for one.
Oh, maybe.
I know that I've taken my Apple on the road with me quite a few times. So what's that?
Now I know, and I know how I did the full-on block when I said I didn't want to talk about this, but I will talk about it a little bit. The next iteration that both Master and I are working on our own versions of it. Water filtered hash devices.
Oh,
so water filtration. Yeah. So this is particularly my design. It's called the Drew Dot. And it looks a little bit, it's supposed to look like an egg in honor of the egg farming that happens here, but nobody sees the egg. I know. I'm silly. And then I know like that with the egg. With the good black drop.
Yeah,
black drop. You know, you gotta use the black drop.
Did you think you would be modeling today, Dave?
It's got the percolator in the bottom.
It's got the percolator in the model. And the whole the secret with this one is that this chamber here acts as the internal HAPL.
Right.
So that chamber is where the smoke fills up, and then you put water in the bottom so that it filters through.
And bubbles.
Yeah, I found it very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When trying it. Yeah.
Well, when I received it, I waited 5 days before I used it. So my first toke, everybody got to see the first time I used it in the video when we did the broadcast.
Oh, good.
And it was very smooth. Oh,
and don't hurt yourself, please.
here.
Let's try this.
Okay. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Lower. No. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna turn this. Okay.
No, you're gonna cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out yourself, Master.
Oh no!
Okay, all right. It broke, but how many times? How many times did you hit that for something that wasn't designed to do that with?
Oh, those weren't test taps before? Then he just would tap, tap, tap.
Well, any tap.
Yeah!
Any tap.
You know who's really good at those stuff?
I'm gonna try it again. Here we go.
All right, I'll do it once more, and this time I'm only gonna hit it 5 times.
Five. Okay, we're gonna hit an apple on the nail.
That's great.
Okay, all right, that's great. Holy Jesus Christ.
How do you know what? You need to learn to count, mister.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So, I mean, it's nice to see that because, a lot of people, one of the reasons they don't use pipes is because you drop them and they break.
So this tube is for the HAPL body. That tube is for the mouthpiece. And this glass rod here is what I make the stems with.
Cool.
They come in 5-foot lengths. And we get them from Nortel Manufacturing in Markham, Ontario, Scarborough, Ontario. What I've got is set up a section of the tube. I take one of the long tubes and I break it in half. So I use half a section at a time. I plug up one hole on it and I put a mouthpiece on that. And a mouthpiece on the other side. They're hooked up to these blow hoses connected to this valve, which allows me to control which side I blow into. I've got a glass, the tube on this end, which is what I use as a blow tube or a handle, which I'll show you when I take it off. And here's the raw glass on this side. Now, these are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers. And then the only other thing I have is this piece of glass here, which I use to pick molten glass off so I don't have to do it with my fingers.
Makes sense.
Which you're not supposed to do, I learned. This Bunsen burner acts like the oven, and what it does is heats up the glass and gets it to a minimum temperature so that it doesn't blow up or crack when the higher temperature of the torch gets on it. First thing I've done is open up a hole on this main tube so I can connect it to this smaller tube. At this point, the glass is heated up enough, so I'll turn the Bunsen burner off. Connect 2 pieces of glass together. Once it's fused, I'll puff into it to make sure that it doesn't collapse on itself. Because as glass heats up and becomes molten, it wants to condense on itself. So it's always collapsing. So one of the things I'm doing with the blowing into the blow hose is to keep it from collapsing and closing itself off. Now what I have set up right now is I have a tube with hoses hooked up on both ends, a valve to be able to control which side I blow into so that I can control which way the pressure goes in. Not as big a deal on these pieces. Becomes more important as you get into larger, complicated pieces like the dewdrop. In our shop, sometimes when we turn our bigger flame on, it creates a popping sound, so we have a tendency to say fire in the hole, fire. And I didn't create a pop, which is great. You can edit in the sound effect later. I say Roger Rabbit. Wow. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat up a section of this glass here. And you'll see here I have a little template that I've taped here. And my template, you'll notice that this tool is the right width for the length as well as the width of the handle. So I look at that, make sure that this thing is still the same size. I do this every time because for some reason I'm worried that this tool will change size. Once I've gotten it hot and molten enough, I'll start puffing it out to shape and form the bottom of the apple, of the first apple. Yeah.
Right there, yeah.
You want to slide that on now if you want to. Yeah. It'll help to cut that glare out a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, what Dave was mentioning was this device right here. I got in my hand, and what it allows me to do is to watch the flame. Because that can
filters out the yellow. Filters out the sodium.
Yeah, which can end up where you get, well, I guess it's not like a welding flash or anything. Yeah.
So you'll notice here I formed the bottom half of the apple. I made it about 2/3 of the size I want it to be using my template. Use my template this way. Now I know how long it's supposed to be. I've got that section there earmarked out for this particular apple. And then now what I'm going to do is heat up the whole piece. And then at that mark, this mark here, I'll pinch it down, puff into it a little bit to start that apple growing. It's kind of interesting. I actually watched a bunch of YouTube time-lapse videos of apples actually growing because that's kind of what it was. Didn't help, but it was cool to see.
So that is extremely hot.
Oh, yes. What's the temperature when glass is molten, Master? 2,000. 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I puffed it in, I puffed it out, you'll see it's about the width that I want it to be at, the height that I want it to be at, but the shaping is not quite there, so I'll go back in briefly, heat up the bottom of it, just the bottom half of the apple. That's where I use this tool, brace it, and what I'm doing is I'm pushing it against the glass I don't want to move so that it'll cool faster, so the glass that's still hot moves more. So there's my, pretty much the apple. Kind of like it. The bottom could be a little bit more puffed out, so I will keep that bottom a little bit more. Puff and blow it out. That's my first one in this string. I'll go in. Now I'm going to pinch off the top to create the top opening as well as the bottom of the next one. So I'll do that. This tube here is thicker, so instead of, if I condense it down, it's going to be too thick there relative to the rest of the apple. So I actually do a combination of condensing and stretching to maintain the wall thickness of the glass. Try to keep that wall thickness as consistent as possible. Now that I've gotten that kind of thinned out, I'll go in on this side and I'll pinch off to create the top of the apple. That's it. And then what that does is it also has thinned out the glass between that and the next one on the string. So I can just move down the line, set up, heat up to do the second one, which I'll do quickly.
See it swelling as I watch it through this lens.
So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm not using a template or anything like that. I'm just trying to grow out each apple out of the glass. And I only do it this way just to keep it interesting. It would be faster and easier if I used a template, but this is what's been making it somewhat interesting for the last 10,000 tries. I turn down the heat and the flame size to a smaller flame because I don't want to heat up too much of this glass, because right now I'm getting ready to pull this section off. So I'm going in, forming up that top apple there. Now I have two there. I'm more concerned about making sure they fit into the packaging, so I worry about that in terms of my diameters and parameters. not so worried about the actual shape of each of them, mainly because most people only buy them one at a time. And as I said, I challenge anyone to find 2 apples.
They're the same.
No,
Yeah.
Now, what you'll notice I just did there was I really thinned that out, made it nice and thin, and pulled it apart so that when I rip it off and separate the 2 tubes, there's minimal amount of glass that's there. I'll do the same thing here. This is something that Master has asked me to do, which is to thin out that section in between the apples so that when he's working by hand, it'll be easier for him to separate out. Whereas I'm working on a machine, and essentially it allows me to take coffee breaks or dad breaks. So I've gone in and I've thinned out that as much as I need to, so that way when in the next stage when they're removed from the string, it'll be easier to count. Finally, I'll go in on this end. I'll keep this section up here. I'll let that condense down.
So it's 2 bottoms against each other.
2 top. Well, no, that's the bottom.
Oh, okay.
See? Apples. Thanks, Al. Thanks for measuring my point. All right. So I'll turn that off, and then I will take these 2, and I'll pull them off of here, and then I'll place them over to this station here at Master.
Okay, so now they're full. So we're coming over here, and
we're going to come over here on this side. He's working off of, now what he's going to do now is he's going to finish off the apples.
I'll talk it through one.
You'll talk it through one of them.
I'll talk it through one of them and then do the other one.
Does that make sense? Yeah. Right? And then that way, kind of gives you both, right?
Correct.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over from the lathe. This is to prevent condensation from building up on the inside. So it's just a quick little maneuver there to tear off a little excess glass. Flowing into the glass, I pop the hole out there, and now using graphite, I use it to open the hole up to be the exact same size as the 12.7 millimeter tube that I used to attach to it as an mouthpiece. How do I know it's the exact same size? Experience. So I have the tube here with an open end to it, and then I warm both of them up just a little bit right here, and attach it, and then I position it the way I want as the glass is cooling down. Then I choose where I want to melt the glass off, the length of the mouthpiece, which typically is going to be about 0.75 to 1 inch in length from the apple. So I break that off just like that, and using stainless steel tweezers, I just clean the end off a little bit, which makes the last step a little bit easier. Now I need to make that mouthpiece fully melted in and homogenious with the rest of the apple. This creates the strength in the apple. Okay, gas. So I'm going to use a hand torch just to get the heat precisely where I want, because I don't need to heat very much glass here. I just need a very small section at a time. And I'm just going to work around slowly, get it all melted in, getting tiny little puffs between heats to put the glass to the position I need it to be. To melt the borosilicate glass, we use a combination of propane and pure oxygen to create the temperatures that we need. So I'm just warming the glass up just to make sure that it's all the same temperature again. This is just to prevent cracks from forming. We have a Bunsen burner in front of me here. That keeps will heat the glass up to about 1200 to 1300 degrees. If you're not careful, that is hot enough for the glass to sort of start to bend and be a little bit malleable. So you do have to be careful to sort of keep it within the 1000 to 1200 range. Now that I have opened the hole up on the top, I'm going to heat up the glass with the flame and use my graphite to push it down and create a flat top. Now, one area of the apple that needs to be consistent is the hole at the top. The top needs to be consistent so that stem that we've shown you fits properly and has the right amount of wiggle space. So I use another graphite beamer here, and this one has a measured line on it. So I open the top of the hole here to 14 millimeters. Once again, I'm just going to make sure that that's flat with the graphite. And then again, pushing heat into it to make sure it's all even. Now, what I need to do is open up the mouthpiece and make it functional. So to do that, I'm going to heat up a different piece of glass. It's in my right hand now. I'm going to get it to be molten hot, whereas the glass that's in my left hand, it's going to be technically cold, but really it's going to be like 1000 degrees. But compared to the 2.5 or 3000 degrees that this side was cold, relatively speaking. So now I'm going to allow that heat line to dissipate, which will create stress and allow me to snap it off in a very nice, clean way right there. Now, if I just left that, it would have been razor sharp. So a little bit of flame goes a long way. Now, once again, bring heat in, introduce it to the glass, bring it all up to the same temperature. And then when I'm ready, I'm going to use tongs covered in Kevlar to hold the piece of work and melt it off. This is why the step that Dave took earlier for me is so important. I'm not able to manipulate the glass very effectively in the tongs, so the less amount of turning that I can do, the better off I am. Now I need to make the bottom flat, so I'm going to spin it around, and once it's all hot here, I'm going to once again use graphite to bring it down and flatten it off. And there you have it, a finished apple. Thanks, Master. I'm going to go through making stems. Here's that long piece of rod. 8 millimeters in diameter is the one I like to use for the stems for the apple. Just going to break this down really quickly in half. So a little bit more manageable for my short little arms. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. So I'll get a section of it hot like this and molten, pull it out of the flame, and then I'm squeezing it together to make that rounded disc. Okay? Second step after that is I will take and pull out the end that I'm going to form the little wedge side of it where you attach your hash. And what I'll do with that is I'll rip this off, set this aside for the next one, use my handy trusted butter knife that forced my wife to have to buy a whole new set because she was missing a butter knife. And I'll just take it and I'll press in that little wedge in that, or as also been described, a little butt crack. And that little butt crack there will sit in there. Heat it up a little bit just to quickly even out the temperature on that.
switch hands, place this, have these tongs here. I bent them, especially made them so they'll grab the piece. I will heat up this end, which is the end side that I will use, and press into a leaf. And it turns out that Master had bought this little neat pair of tweezers that have a little pattern on them, and I've been using these for every single apple stem. Take it, do a half of that, and that squishes it up to form that leaf pattern. There you are. Set that down, and then I can make 10,000 more of those. And
Awesome. Awesome.
And that's the steps to making a apple.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you make colored ones, Dave?
Yeah, we
Yeah?
do.
Okay,
But
cool.
the colored ones and the colored ones, we don't make very many of them because of the fact that the price point changes.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just you see the process. We're doing this all day long, every day.
Yeah. Yep.
300 a week, right? So that's just all we do, and hey, can't complain about it. At the same time, it's definitely not quite. This is not the glassblower's dream, but really,
You're producing these in your shop out back.
we waited till we hit 10,000 before announcing the licensing agreement, because you know what? At 10,000, I think I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want.
You sold 10,000 then.
We've made way more than that, but we've sold out the door.
Correct.
10,000. That doesn't even account for Masters, hash kettles, and hash lanterns. We're only talking about the nugs haffle.
Right.
We're not even talking about the haffles before the nugs. These are strictly just the ones
Just
for the overlord.
the hackle.
Just the ones for the overlord. Right. Which is wonderful, right?
Mm-hmm.
Love them. I love my overlords very much.
Yeah.
Overlords.
And as we haven't really mentioned, as you can see, you can use. Well, this is the dewdrop. You can use it as an E now.
With an E now.
A dab rig.
Yeah.
And the point of the dewdrop was to provide that option for the consumer who doesn't dab very often. Right? It's for those people who prefer hash, prefer joints, but they'll do the occasional dab and things like that. That's why we built this, and that's why we released this, is because we want to give that option to people without them having to outlay a lot of money.
Now, did I see a video as well that you can do hash in there?
Yep.
You can do dabs.
Yep.
Now, did I see you put a banger in there as well as a bowl?
Yeah.
For smoking herb?
Yeah, but sure. Yeah. But I argue you're going backwards. Sure, you can smoke flour out of this thing. Oh, why? When you can smoke hash.
But it's the multi-tool. It's the Swiss knife.
We're trying to make it to be that way.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a daily driver. But most people have a preference. Right? They have their preference on how they like to consume. And the whole idea, as we talked about earlier, about the idea about class being one of the cleanest delivery devices for cannabis, or for really a lot of things, right? For anything, really, right? We're really hoping that this the Drew drop is going to be something that gives that person their regular option, in addition to all of the other things for once in a while, right? Because very rarely do people smoke flour, hash, and dabs out of the exact same piece.
Well,
the taste
exactly.
is really weird. It tastes really
and
weird.
if you're doing it in a vaporizer, especially some of those old style ones, that was a mess.
Right, it's a mess, and so therefore, right, so that's why I'm like, no, you don't want to.
This gives you the base. People have to have their own adapters.
Is it the ideal dab rig? Possibly for the right person, right? But there's so many different designs out there This is really just meant to give, like, you know what? In a pinch, here you go. This is your daily drive.
Yeah, it's your daily smoker. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Right. It's going to retail for $100. It's a bigger investment than the Apple is, but with the water filtration and the fact that you can use it for any form of consumption, we're hoping that that'll justify the pricing for it.
Yeah.
Right. And really, like right now, the last thing people need is a fancy marble on the side of it that they don't need to get high.
Okay, well, guys, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Master and Dave for allowing us to come here today in order to film you guys doing your work, as well as learning all the history behind the apple and how to see how the apple is created. We really appreciate you allowing us to come in here today, film you doing your thing, what you love to do. That's blowing glass, answering some questions, and you've had a great success, and we wish you continued success.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Els.
Al, you got anything you'd like to say? Enjoy.
Thanks. I enjoyed watching it. I watched the whole thing. I just sat here because I've always liked that stuff, but I've always avoided going near it. It's scary.
So don't forget, go to your cannabis store in your area, whether you live in British Columbia or Newfoundland, and you can go in there, check to see if they've got the apple. If they don't, request that they bring you one in and enjoy your hash.
You got a website where people can go directly?
www.canarisswag.shop. It's the Overlord's website.
Okay.
Instagram,
Masterglass, and I'm Dave, Earl Electric Dave.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, look, anybody has to bring a suitcase to carry their weeds. Got a lot of weed. Look. Well, I guess you're doing the same thing. So what do you think?
I love it. Yeah, I love this. Is my first time being back in a couple of years, so it's been awesome. It's been nice to see so many people.
I believe it was you. I think the last time I talked to you, you have son that's a cook, chef. No, okay, all right. Maybe then obviously it wasn't you.
No, I'm Mellow Moments.
I know that. Yeah, I just couldn't remember who it was because I lived in that town and they had their son was working in a restaurant that I ordered pizza from.
Nice. Oh, yes, it was in Marmara.
Correct.
Tom, what was it? Oh, thank you.
Theo's.
Theo's.
Who was you?
It was me. It was. Look at you.
Ah.
How good is that? I was like, he's not a cook. He works.
And you know what? At that time, and I don't know who was working, right? But I have to order pizza without cheese. Right? And the other one store in town wouldn't do it, but Theo's would, and I always get extra toppings.
That's smart. That's smart. They should give you extra toppings. When they take stuff off, they should give you more. It should just be a go around, right? That's the way it should work.
So you're running into a lot of people here. Here we go.
I am. Yeah, it's cool. It's nice to see new faces. It's nice to see new people. I'm absolutely excited that we get to see magic bands, marching bands walking through.
I ran into them like 4 times.
Not women in string bikinis, so it's great. I'm loving it. I'm loving the step forward towards the advancement. It's nice to see the new friends and see the new faces coming.
That's what these events do, eh? Like back in the Treating Yourself Expo days, people from Europe and stuff, and here I've run into people from the U.S.
Yes, it's wonderful. It's amazing to see so many. It's nice to see it kind of go back into medicinal. I find that a lot of the people that are still here that have been here, It's because it's our medicine, right? And we're for our medicine, right?
And we're still yelling at the top of our lungs, right?
Exactly. So
Still lots of work to be done. Just because Canada has legalized cannabis doesn't mean that you shut down your advocacy. There's lots of things. See, I call it before cannabis was legalized, we were arguing for cannabis law reform.
it's true.
Cannabis is legal now, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform.
We're still asking for the same thing.
There's things that we want.
Yeah, that's. I think actually I stepped back because my heart got hurt when I saw the way things were going, and I kind of stepped back. But it's about the plant, it's about the medicine, and that's what we're all here for, right?
Exactly. Still continue your advocacy work, and for me, it's been about patients getting access. People are getting more access because they're being in the stores. Unfortunately, I'd rather have them be able to talk to a medical professional at a place, at a dispensary, because bartenders can't say anything.
Exactly. That's why voices like ours are important. And that's why I'm starting out a new podcast actually, and why I want to start coming out. We need to start talking about the medicines. And
I look at it, there's no reason other than regulation and red tape that why couldn't they put some medical outlet inside the retail location? Set some type of regulations or whatever has to be done. And that way, people who feel comfortable talking to somebody versus,
Exactly. I find that we've all sold enough weed or weighed enough weed to know that those scales have to tip both ways before they balance out, right? And I think we're getting to more of the balancing part. Sometimes it's going to tip on the other side, but we're going to get that balance coming.
There's Humber College here in Toronto is doing a survey online, and it's called the PACE survey, and it's got no connection to PACE Radio. Okay, it's pharmacists. I think and I can't remember all the words. Okay, unfortunately, but it's pharmacists. So what they're wanting to do is collect the information off of patients and other people, and they're going to educate the pharmacists with that.
That's beautiful. That's why I love Hybrid Farm out of Ottawa.
Yeah, exactly.
With Raheem. Raheem has been amazing, making so many differences in the pharmaceutical world, right?
Cannabis has been legal medically for over 20 years in Canada. Why is he the only medical location in our country?
Right? That's a question I would love to hear the answer to.
There's people who are doing great stuff like Ted and BC out in the West Coast. They've tried to be able to do something like that, and there's others. But we got to get a spot where people can actually go in and talk to them. I know they want you to go to a doctor, but not everybody gets the approvals from the doctor.
And not every doctor's for it, right? We still have a lot of doctors that live in that outdated belief system, right? So until we can get to the new belief systems and get it in there. But I talk to patients and I hear it's coming. I hear it's coming every day. I spoke to a client a couple of days ago that is actually went to his doctor, told his doctor that he followed all of his advice except the medication, except taking the medication, and he's much better for it, and that he's using cannabis. So he's actually now submitting data back to his doctor in regards to cannabis. So
they had this program going all these years. They could have had patients to just volunteer. Not make it mandatory, just volunteer if you want to be involved in helping educate doctors and the system. Connect with it.
Absolutely. I think that's great. And I think we need to continue to do that.
I look at it as a missed opportunity.
Absolutely. I think we missed a few opportunities in the industry. So, but again, with those scales, right, we have time to come.
That's right. Exactly. You never know. Could come again. All right. It was good talking to you.
Thank you. You too, Al. It was great to see you.
And we'll see you around to talk to you. Probably see you in there. And you just never know who you're going to bump into on the street these days.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We're so excited today to have with us on the spot, Canna Chris. Canna Chris, how are you doing today?
I'm doing so good. Thank you guys for having me as a guest. I'm super excited.
Well, very cool. What is the thing behind you? Right away, I'm going, is that some sort of like alien technology? What do we have going on there?
So it's actually a garden. There's these little, it's not full right now. I'm actually going to set it up today. But there's these little cups and you put a plant pot in there and the bottom fills up with water. And this is a light. So it's like a little hydroponic garden in your house.
How many plants can you do in that?
9.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, so keep in mind that is for babies. It's for seedlings.
Sorry, as a newbie, I get super excited about very simple things.
So it would be great for like short herbs or for starting cannabis plants.
Yeah.
Like you see what I have over there? I have a little black tray with the dome on top with the light. So if you look at what I have over there, Timmy, compared to what Canna Chris has, it's very similar. The water sits in the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
The plants sit on top.
And those are all little lights
and
across
the
the
lights,
top.
yes.
Yeah.
But
And
this
they-
looks nicer, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's actually for like little herbs and vegetables and, small flowers, but you can totally put weed in there.
Yes, you can start them in there for sure. Exactly what I use my little dome for.
Well, one of the biggest lessons I've learned since entering into the space is that cannabis consumers can turn anything into a use for cannabis.
Yep.
100%.
You guys are absolute geniuses, and I thought it killed brain cells, but apparently it doesn't.
No. Makes you pretty smart. Like when you got to figure out how to smoke, you're going to figure it out.
Yep. Exactly. I can't even tell you when it comes to pouches or boxes, like carrying things or trays. I think we've all used anything for a tray, a CD cover, a magazine, a plate, like anything that was, what was that?
A phone. I've totally rolled on right on my phone screen.
See?
Well, MJ taught me. We have a segment called Teaching Timmy, and she taught me how to make a bong out of a water bottle, a pen, and a lighter. And I'm like, my goodness, like you'd be walking along going, how do I do this? And you could have a bong like that.
Yeah, it's ingenious, the things that stoners come up with. That, like, if you didn't start smoking out of a water bottle bong, you had a different cannabis journey than most people, let me tell you.
Yeah.
That's like the OGs.
I remember back in the day, buckets, right? Like with the actual like bucket. If you were lucky enough to have a bucket, a lot of times it was just a 2-liter in the kitchen sink. But so funny, you're like, oh, if you were lucky enough to have glass or whatever, because you're in a different, and now they make these beautiful glass bucket things that is like a glass and a glass, and it's beautiful with like the bowls on top. And I'm like, somebody in their I want to say parents' garage, but that's stereotypical. So somebody somewhere was like, I can improve this, I can make this better.
Yeah. We were out here smoking out of plastic bottles, and now the kids these days don't even know.
Yeah.
They got it lucky.
Yeah, we did things that were really bad for us, like smoking out
Tin
of pop
cans.
cans. Yeah. Just punching the side of the tin can and chemicals and everything.
Every once in a while, the stories that I hear from MJ or through these conversations, some of them make me go, oh, I'm really glad to be in this space. You guys are very interesting. And then there's other stories that make me go, what kind of thing are you guys truly on? It's a weird. You guys go down some really interesting things, but I find all of you very fascinating. What do we call them? The cannabis people? That's the term that I use sometimes. The cannabis people.
I don't know. What do you call us?
I don't know.
People they used to call us stoners.
Yeah.
And stoners comes with a negative feeling to it now.
Are you a stoner? How do you feel about those terms?
I think like I will self-proclaim myself as a stoner. But I think a lot of times people do use it in a negative way. It has that stereotypical lazy, no job, sits in their basement and just smokes all day. Like that's the kind of thing I get from the stoner term.
Right.
I get that from pothead. That's why I hate pothead.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's that to me is like, it's like a deadhead is what it sounds like.
Okay.
You've got like that's just a pothead. But I kind of like the word stoner, but I don't like that, like you're saying, there's like a negative, because it literally goes with lazy stoner. Like generally those two words go hand in hand.
So if you could remove the attachment of that image to the term stoner, would you both embrace the stone? Is it just a cool word to call yourself a stoner?
It comes from the feeling of feeling stoned. That's to me where it comes from, and it is a feeling. And I guess a stoner would, to me, have red eyes, right? Like that would be the sign of
and dry mouth.
Yeah, those ways that they got going. My eyes don't necessarily get red, but I do this. Like I close my eyes almost until they're fully closed. That's how you know I'm feeling good.
Oh my God.
Do you do that thing though?
Wait. I just want to talk about my driver's license.
Oh,
do you remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so I went and got my driver's license and my health card done at the same time. And they said, we'll use the same photo. I said, oh, great. I only have to get my photo done once. So I did all my face, I did my makeup. I went in and I got my photo done. And I was kind of smiling and I was like, is that okay? And they're like, yeah, don't worry about it. No problem. I got my health card in the mail. And then I got a letter from the DMV saying, we need you to come in and retake your photo. And I'm like, what happened? I thought they said I could use the same photo. And then when I went in, I showed the lady my health card. And she said, yeah, we use the same photo all the time. And as soon as she looked at my photo, she laughed and she said, it's because you look intoxicated in your photo. And I was like, I was. I've been intoxicated in every driver's license photo I've ever had, because if you pull me over, I don't want you to look at me and go, oh my God, she's high. I want you to look at the photo and go,
she looks
yep,
like
that's normal.
That's just her face.
And hand it back. But it was so bad, Chris. It was so bad that they took what? 7.
Oh, they're
8,
like, yeah, that one didn't work
9.
Yeah.
They had to have somebody come from the back. I'm not even of Asian descent, and I don't mean that in any negative way, but I'm like, how did I can't even imagine the issues that they would have if I had to look at the ceiling to take my photo, because apparently my eyes were so close. I was like, I'm just high. Like, I don't understand. I've been high my whole life. Why do you have a problem now?
Yeah. That seems so nitpicky to me. Like, maybe that's just what your eyes look like. How do they know?
That's why I was like, I don't mean to be rude about like Asian descent, but like people used to say that to me when I was younger, because my parents were separated. And when I was with my dad, my friends knew my dad. And when I was with my mom, my friends knew my mom. So they didn't know the other parent. And I would always get asked, if I was with my mom, they'd be like, oh, well, is your dad Asian?
Because your eyes were always.
But I was a child. I didn't smoke no weed then, so I'm like, I don't.
The way it was.
Maybe it's just the shape of my eyes. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's why you can't judge people.
Yeah. No, I get it. I was a nanny actually for a while, and the family that I last worked with, the mom was Chinese and the dad was white. And I'd be out with the 2 boys all the time, and people would ask me like, "Are these your kids?" And they looked more Chinese than they did white. So I would just want to look at people like, do you think that they look like I do? Like, I mean, they were beautiful boys and they were fantastic.